And I think that's at 6 o'clock, but look it up on the WSESU, and there's all kinds of communication council work pushing that out into the local paper. It is a $51 million budget, so it's where your vote counts for a lot. If only 10 people show up, you are responsible for passing $5 million worth of spending. So if you're on a power trip, that's the place to go. We actually got our budget completed in time so that there's copies of the school budget on the back table. It's in gray newsprint to save on our printing costs. Thank you. Thank you. I have also made a pamphlet, so in case you missed my long and laborious explanation of budgeting, I have tried to replace myself with a flyer. So in this flyer are 4 easy steps to understanding the tax bill, links to how the education funding happens and how to calculate your own tax bill if you're curious how this affects yours. I don't have Charlotte at my side here to say what every change would cause, but you can do that actually online. There's also, I want to direct people's attention, our legislators, and I grabbed every single one of them, and I think Jody spoke to it earlier, is that the legislature is considering changing how we weight pupils in calculating our equalized pupil expenditure. What did that mean? So what that means is that you get a little more state support when your students have a little more need. And that is a requirement of the law, Act 60, that was passed in 1997. So they made a guess as to what it cost to educate pupils, and after 20 years, the legislature decided, hey, what does it really cost to educate children who are economically disadvantaged, who are learning English, or students who live in rural communities? And they funded this study, UVM, and I think it was Rutgers did this study, and it turns out that people in the WSESD have not been compensated fairly for the students we have. And if the funding study had been pushed through last year, our tax rate, our unified tax rate, instead of being $1.71, would be $1.53. That's a huge difference for our district. Of course, that money's coming from somewhere. And so the legislature needs to hear from people in the community that these changes should be put through more quickly, because a lot of people are saying, let's wait on this because there's winners and losers. But I think we have been unfairly supported by the state for the students we have in the WSESD. So in this pamphlet, it explains all the words I just said and gives you contact information. And the school board, in our last meeting, passed a resolution supporting moving forward with the weighting study unanimously. So if you get 8 people from 4 towns to unanimously agree on something, that is progress. I also, while it's a bittersweet moment, I have some happy moments, and one of them is to make sure that everybody gets to put a face to the name of our new principal, Julianne Egan, if we could give her a nice warm welcome. So one of the very last things the Dummerston Town School Board did was to hire our new principal, Julianne. I've had the pleasure of knowing Julianne for 16 years. She's an incredible educator. It was a really good feeling. I see my fellow school board member, Michael, going, yes. It was quite a note to go out on as we were dissolving, that we could hand over the school to Julianne's incredibly capable hands and know that our school is under great leadership in this era of transition. Onward, I also want to thank the community for passing the article amendments. It puts in place the school cannot be closed without a vote of this town. Grades cannot be removed from the school without a vote of this town. And I think that was one of my priorities, to make sure that what I heard coming from the communities as a major concern of Act 46 was addressed. So I appreciate everybody who got out, understood those very hard to read articles, and helped us pass them, and they passed in all the communities. So that really bodes well for moving forward. Let's see. I also want to mention that another article amendment that was passed created leadership councils. It is a way for the local community to have connection to the school board that moves around all the time and is a little less accessible, unfortunately, than our Dummerston Town School Board was. So if you're interested in hearing what leadership councils are doing, it's on the school website as well as the WSES website, and there's agendas and minutes for those meetings. You're welcome to attend and visit. If you're interested in serving, you should contact Julianne, who you just met. I want to let you know that I was very concerned. This is the end of my tenure. I was very concerned because we have a great board now. The WSESD board has really stepped up and done the work of representing all of our students. And I'm thrilled to say that we have 2 people who are running for those positions in Dummerston, no write-in candidates, and I'm thrilled to know that there's somebody stepping into the position from Dummerston. So we'll now have Thomas Nolan, because they're uncontested, Thomas Nolan and Michelle Green will be serving you, and I don't see, Thomas was here earlier, I don't see Michelle, but you'll find them when you have questions, I'm sure. It's a small town, you can't hide, but I'm very excited for the people that have agreed to serve. So I'm around if you have any questions on your taxes. I shouldn't have buried the lead on this. Your taxes the tax rate will increase. Hold on, let me get my numbers in front of me because I'm sure Paul and Jody will have questions. The tax rate in Dummerston, if the current budget passes, will be $1.67, which is the lowest. We have a good CLA. We have a favorable CLA, which is defined here in full writing. So that's an increase, I think, of it's a 1.8% or so increase over our rate from last year. Other towns have not had good CLAs, so their numbers are going up much more. But it's in the pamphlet, and I thank you all for the opportunity to serve. It has truly been a pleasure to serve everyone in this community, even when I didn't agree with you. And I would have stayed serving on that Dummerston board till you had to, pull me out with the new payloader. So thank you all.
Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen, I need you to use the mic. Thanks.
Sure. I'm Mary Ellen Copeland, and I'm with the Dummerston Conservation Commission. And we've been doing a lot of work with maps in the town plan. It says that we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town. It's upside down, yeah. And that we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town, and we happen to have a wonderful map maker on the Conservation Commission, and he kept bringing in maps, and we're trying to figure out what's a ridgeline in Dummerston. And one night he came in with this map, and I thought it was worthy of being shared with all of you. We did have a map program in the fall, and we had 60 or 70 people come over to the basement of the church, and we had maps all around, and we looked at maps. So probably have other meetings like that, so try to get out to them. But I wanted to bring your attention to this one because it's a particularly interesting one. Back in about 1940, there had been some big floods, and the people down in Connecticut and Massachusetts who were trying to build homes in the floodplains were really upset because every time we had one of those big storms, it flooded the floodplains, it flooded their homes. So they wanted us to put in a dam right here. And this dam is right at the metal bridge. And if they had put in that dam, it would have impounded the water all the way. This little line is the West River. Instead, we would have the West Lake. Here's East-West Road. You would have to go up to Camp Art to where it hits Green Mountain Camp Road to not be in the water. Green Mountain Camp would not exist. John Anderson would be sitting right on the edge. Where you turn up to Hague Road, John Anderson would have been sitting right on the edge. I don't know how you would have gotten to my house at all. So if you want to take a look at this map, right now, if we had this dam, 141 buildings would have been submerged. At that time, there were 61 that would have taken out 5 cemeteries, 30 miles of road. All of Route 30 would have gone all over the West Dummerston Village. So you might think to yourself, how did we stop it? And we look to that, we think about how did people solve problems in the past in the community. And interestingly enough, there's a picture. This is what they did. They met the federal agents when they came, and they were there with their, what kind of guns were those? This is what they did. And we're trying not to solve problems in Dummerston that way. We're trying to learn and teach. Ah, okay. I can give it to you, Emma. So that's one of the fun things that we figured out. We've had a lot of other kinds of meetings. We had a great meeting in this room where 80 people came and heard the bear specialist from the state come. And we had a program in the fall where the state biologist came, Kim Royer. We had the state geologist come. We had maps all over the downstairs of the church. We had somebody that was here from the Southeastern Vermont Museum, and we had wild animals in here, and we had about 60 people. And so we've had a lot of fun with our programs. We have one coming up on the waterways of Dummerston. And we have one coming up on monarchs, a big program on monarchs. So that's what we're up to. A lot of you have made contributions so that we have the money to pay to have all of these filmed, and we appreciate that. And the money also goes to support programs, environmental education programming here at the school. So thank all of you for that.
Bill in the back.
Bill Schmidt, speaking for Dummerston Cares. Cares is an all-volunteer organization that exists to do what it can to help all Dummerston residents stay well and get weller. A person who's gotten weller is John Warren here, who's a steadfast member of our Tai Chi classes. So we have Tai Chi classes, yoga classes, and for those who can't do Tai Chi or yoga, too strenuous, takes too long, we're going to have a seated rumba class this spring. 2 sessions for people who want exercise but can't do things like Tai Chi and yoga. So these will be 2 sessions at the Grange, late April, early May, and all I can say is that if a person knows how to sit, they can do seated rumba. It's to music and a lot of fun. So we're going to do that, and hopefully in May and June we'll be having some hikes and walks, and all are invited to participate in those. We also, this month, will be working with the school here to put on, I'm going to sit down because I'm kind of shaky. We're going to put on a program called Screenagers. It's an hour-plus long film that is about what computers, smartphones, tablets do to the development of brains of children and teenagers. A very good film. It was shown at Academy School last year, and there was some good discussion afterward, as there will be discussion after the showing this year. It's on March 19th here at the school from 6 to 8. And we're really looking for a good turnout because it's a solid subject that needs attention and thought and discussion by families and all of us who have an interest in the future of our children. The last program I would like to mention that's in the works is a chronic pain management program. There are more people with chronic pain in this country than those who have heart conditions, cancer, and diabetes. We know there are people with chronic pain in Dummerston. This is pain that people have had for more than 3 months. It may be shoulder pain, back pain, neck pain, from arthritis, from post-surgical and post-surgical recovery. So this is going to be a program we're co-sponsoring with the Brattleboro Hospital, the Vermont Department of Health. It will be 6 sessions long, 2.5 hours each session. A serious program for those with chronic pain. Those who have been through it, through this program, tell us it has helped them quite a bit. So we wanted to let you know about these programs. And if you want more information, there's a flyer on the chronic pain management program on our table out back in the hallway. And there's also information on all of CARE's other programs and services. You can get your questions answered by calling the CARE's message line, 257-5800, or emailing CARES. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Wow. Jody.
You all heard that Christina was retiring. And this is a huge loss to Dummerston and fellow board members, etc. I want to tell you a little bit about Christina. She joined the school board a few years ago, the Dummerston School Board that was, and she quickly became chair of that board. She went on, when we were fighting Act 46 and merger, she organized the committees for alternative governance structure, and she ran that also. Then when we did get merged, she was part of the transition board, and then she ran for the merged board. And she was elected chair. This last year has been horrendous for her. She has been amazing. She's not only chair of that board, she's a part of the WSESU board. She got elected to the Vermont School Boards Association board that meets up in Montpelier once a month or more. Let's see. And she's been on several of the committees of this board. Meanwhile, she's been working full-time, although her husband Kelt wasn't sure that she was working full-time, in her family business. And she's been on the Green Mountain Camp Board, and I think chair of that. No, she says she wasn't chair of that. And so in the meantime, she's been taking care of her family, raising 2 children who are in high school. Her husband Kelt and family will be glad to have her home. Her retirement is Dummerston's loss, and we all wish Christina well.
Roger Turner, I saw your hand up. Can I get a microphone down here?
I was just going to say what Jody said.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forget your name. Yes.
I'm Sue Kern. I'm representing Lydia Taft Pratt Library Board. And I was going to give you a very quick rundown of how we've been doing this past year. We are seeing more continued use of the library, more library users, more circulation. We have changed our library hours by public input, and we are now open 3 afternoons a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday morning, with volunteers from 10 to 1. We put a second little free library in the school. It's right out across from the principal's office. I think it's been very well received. The first one is on the porch at the town hall, at the town office. And it's all donations that go into it, and one of the board members actually take care of this. There's a new librarian whom we could have met because she was here for a while, but had to go to open the building at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so you missed her. Her name is Dina Marger. A lot of our regular library users have been coming in to introduce themselves to her, and please stop by and meet the new librarian and pick yourself up a library card if you don't have one yet. And last thing I have to mention is that we do have our annual spring fundraiser, our book sale and silent auction. That's the third Saturday in May every year, May the 16th. So I hope you'll stop by when we do that. Thank you very much.
Katie, in the front here.
I'm Katie Berg, and I'm on the board of Dummerston Cares. And here's something that I'm going to read that people maybe didn't know. It's to the residents of Dummerston from the Putney Food Shelf. The Putney Food Shelf wants to be sure that you know we are also a resource for residents of Dummerston and the surrounding area. Please help us ensure that we are reaching those who could benefit from our services in your community. Our mission is to provide supplemental, healthy food to area people in need. At the Putney Food Shelf, you are likely to find fruits and vegetables, including local in-season, milk, eggs, pasta and sauce, beans and rice, meat, fish, gluten-free options, and more. The Putney Food Shelf is open twice a week, every week of the year. Tuesday from 6 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. We're located in the Putney Community Center at 10 Christian Square if you use the side ramp. Shopping is anonymous, and there is no proof of income needed since we work on an honor system. In addition to open hours, on the fourth Thursday of every month, there's a produce drop at Putney Meadows parking lot. That's from 9:30 until 10:15 a.m. This is provided in collaboration with the Vermont Food Bank, with several pellets worth of fresh produce delivered. It is free and open to all. Bring your own shopping bags. You will find additional information at putneyfoodshelf.org and in our 2019 Year in Review, which you can pick up at the Dummerston Cares table here at the school and at Town Hall, but the Putney Cares table is right behind in the corridor. The Putney Food Shelf is very much looking forward to collaborating with Dummerston Cares to expand our outreach to Dummerston. Thank you.
Kyle, the woman in the back. Yes, you had your hand up. Kyle, the woman in the back.
Hi, I'm Akara Draper. I'm one of the coordinators for the Rides program for Dummerston Cares. And we are always, always looking for drivers. And I want to tell you what that gig looks like. So when we get a request to take Dummerston residents to either Cheshire or Dartmouth Hitchcock or BMH or occasional shopping around town or to a dentist or an eye appointment, you get a Dummerston Cares driver. And how you get that, they're all volunteers, and I'm coordinating them, and I'd call you up and I'd say, gee, we've got a client that needs to go to BMH next Tuesday, can you take them? And it's going to take about an hour, and then you take them home. You get to say yes or no. Every single time you can say, oh, no, thank you. But the more drivers we have, the better I can cover the need of this community. So it's really critical that like this winter, we were down to 3 drivers, and that's just too much for those 3. But if we had 10 drivers and even 6 said no, there's just someone new driving all the time. So I think that's all I have to say. Oh, you can choose how often you want to do in your application. I want to drive once a month. Okay, if you want to drive 2 times a week. If you don't want to drive in snow or rain, you can pick any kind of condition you don't want to do. So that's my encouragement. Please become a volunteer driver for Dummerston Cares.
Thank you.
And you can sign up at the table out there.
Okay.
Or call us.
Chuck, you want to raise your hand? Thank you.
Chuck Fish. A couple of remarks from the Dummerston Historical Society. First is that on the table, long table at the back of the room, there's a strikingly handsome T-shirt with a picture of the covered bridge. And you may buy one if you'll speak to Jody or Norman Doe or Gail Sorensen. It's guaranteed to raise your social status and your general acceptability in public if you were to wear it. The second comment is equally important and maybe more important, and that is that the Historical Society is very grateful to the many citizens of Dummerston who have contributed to the repair, to the salvation, actually, of the Historical Society schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. And equally grateful to the town of Dummerston, who generously contributed money at last year's town meeting. So with these funds, we've been able to do major structural repairs. We've graded the land around the building to improve the drainage. We've installed gutters, and we are using dehumidifiers in the crawl space to try to dry out the area. Some monitoring is required. That goes on regularly. There are some uncertainties about how it's all going to work in the long run. But the direction is good, and the building is saved. And for that, we thank you once again very much.
Thank you. Real quick, again...
Could you start with your name, Eric?
I'm sorry, Eric Lineback. As Energy Committee Chair, I would like to officially thank Stan, a.k.a. Smokey Howe, who I don't see here, who has served on the committee for many years, long before I joined, and contributed immensely. The guy loves, he's still around, crunching numbers and doing research, and has really been a key member of our committee. Our meeting last night was his official last meeting, so I wish him well. Again, he's still around and in town, but he's just not going to be helping us on the committee anymore. And in light of that, I would like to also plug the Energy Committee to all of my fellow residents. Anyone interested in joining us, helping us, we would welcome that, so get in touch. Thank you.
Ed, down front.
Thank you. Ed Anthes, speaking on behalf of Green Mountain Conservancy and our Deer Run Nature Preserve project. Last year, you'll recall that town meeting gave unanimous support to this project, and I'm happy to report that in December we closed on the first 287 acres of the nature preserve. So that land is preserved in perpetuity for all of us. It's open for recreation, for hiking, for hunting. You can access it on Camp Arden Road. We are entering the second phase, raising funds to purchase an adjacent 626 acres that will include 2.5 miles of West River frontage. That land is in Brookline and in Newfane. But when you get the chance, come out. There's a trail that's 2.2 miles from Camp Arden Road up to the summit and back down again, another 2.2 miles. You can see the covered bridge from high on the hill and beautiful old trees. So try to come out.
Anyone else? Yes, Calvin.
While we're on the...
Calvin, your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell. While we're on the subject of Dummerston Cares and recognitions, I want to say that Bill Johnson, who is not in this room right now, probably he's not here because he's busy moving from his home on Sticking Brook Road to an apartment in Colony Mill in Keene, back near Bill's roots. Bill was a very active a very active participant in a number of committees, including Dummerston Cares. I think he was one of the founders, isn't that right? Yes. He went about his business fairly quietly, so maybe many of you never got to know him. But he is an octogenarian himself, and so he deserves a rest. If you ever see Bill, just pat him on the back for all he's done.
Roger?
Thank you, Roger Turner. We are down to kind of the very end, but if any of you haven't taken advantage of doing the broadband survey, which is being provided, tablets are being provided to do it in the back hall, please do. It's to determine interest in and potential for creating a communication union district in this area to try to run broadband to last mile. So particularly if you live up away from the road and you haven't yet, away from the main roads, and you haven't yet filled out a survey, please do that. It's also available online. If you go to the wyndhamregional.org website, it's available there. Thank you.
Yes, Maeve?
Maeve Jenks again. I wasn't going to speak, but we're all giving acknowledgement. I just wanted to say thank you to our auditors. I did it for a couple of years, and it was just too much, and I had to back away. And so I know Charlotte acknowledged the work that went into making our town report, and that it was unfortunate we didn't get it in time, but I started to clap and realized I was the only one. So I just wanted to take a moment to specifically acknowledge those that audit these reports every year and monthly and quarterly, and then make this report, because it is not easy, and it's paid but basically volunteer. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And if we can clap for that, and then I'm going to talk again. Sorry, I'll be very quick. I also just wanted to say that I am part of our recreation board, and while we would love to do more, and when I joined the board I was all gung-ho about the things that we can do in our community and get involved recreationally, we are not manpowered enough to do more than just run the youth sports program, which consists of soccer, basketball, and baseball, which I promise takes a lot and is very rewarding. The thought that a lot of these children who learn these sports and learn how to have a team and have self-confidence, I'm involved with every sport, and it's why I keep doing it. And but I ask that people look to get involved. We're always looking for more hands, and coaches and referees. So if you love a sport or you wish that our town did more with the recreation board, please reach out, get in touch with us. Anybody in the town office knows how to reach me specifically, and we would love your input, and we would love to be able to do more for our town. We're just limited with our time and resources. So thank you all. As a town, I love living here and being a part of this, and I appreciate you all.
So over the weekend, I was listening to the mainstream media and was...
Sorry, Eric, could you state
Eric
your name?
Kruger. Sorry. I was listening to the mainstream media and was slightly overwhelmed about all the discussion about the coronavirus. And I actually emailed the select board, who responded within a matter of hours, saying, I'm going to bring up this topic at town meeting because my understanding is that due to the way our government is structured and budget cuts and what all and so forth, that the response to such an incident in our community would be really left locally. We're not going to get a lot of support from up above. And I'm heartened by the fact that Dummerston has spent time and effort on what we've traditionally called resilience, whether that be to a natural disaster or a weather disaster or something like that. So I feel fairly confident that Dummerston's a step ahead of those poor souls in New York City. But I started to jot down the number that was mentioned by representatives for the Department of Health if somebody had a concern about their exposure or their travel, but I didn't finish writing it down. So I have 802 on my paper here. And my request to the select board is that somewhere on the town website or in the town documents, when somebody Googles coronavirus Dummerston, there is a link to whom they can call if they have concerns. And also that we think in advance before we go to Brown Roberts and try to buy the N95 masks that are out of stock for 4 months. What do we really need to do as individuals and as a community so that if we find ourselves housebound or limited geographically, what we can do to help each other and help ourselves so that we ride this one out a little bit better than other folks. My understanding is in the end, we'll probably be all right, but there's going to be some social disruption that we're not accustomed to. And so I think it bears everyone thinking, what can I personally do and what can I do to support my neighbors? And having a phone number to call if you have questions, even if it's busy all the time, is one step I think our town can take.
Eric, I believe that phone number is 802-863-7240. Anyone else? Anyone else has something to contribute today? Oh, Terry, sorry.
Terry Chapman, I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
You got that?
Yes.
All in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Have a great year.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Today is the 5th of March, and we're starting our reporting on the 27th of February, and this is all news items about energy and climate change. I get these every day from the internet and put them up at my blog, which is called geoharvey.com. Now, for people who want to follow this as we talk, there's a link on the BCTV entry on this, so that you can click on it and go to
via BCTV.
Yeah, you can go to. I don't know. I would imagine that it would work with YouTube as well, but you can go to that other blog, the one that you and I used to set this up, because that a lot of people will find
that's the weekly blog.
The weekly blog. That's right. Which is just for this thing. And
some of these, I'm going to just mention,
go ahead.
Some of these things are well worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've read every one of them. Try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
A couple of things this time around that are just mind-blowing.
There's some good ones this week.
Yeah, there
very
are.
Definitely.
Yeah. So should we go straight into this?
I think we ought to.
I should mention that if you go to geoharvey.com, there's a calendar. We try to keep you up to date on the date from which on which the news item appeared at the blog, which is usually the day after it appeared in the news. And you can click on the date, and it'll take you to a place where you can pick it out of the 15 or so that are there. Our first item comes from Renewables Now, and we're going
to start out with a picture.
We are. That's the picture.
There it is. And it's an interesting thing because it shows that for the first time, we're generating more wind in the U.S. than hydro.
Is the actual amount of electricity generated. Hydro goes up and down because we have drier and wetter seasons. And
wind goes up and down a bit too, but it's more or less steady. And you can see from this graph that it's just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, it has been. So this is, as I said, from Renewables Now. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The first one coming up says, wind surpassed hydro as the top renewable electricity generation source in the U.S. And I'll put this up again, and that's exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, and that is going to continue, we can say without doubt. In 2019, U.S. annual wind generation exceeded hydroelectric generation for the first time, according to data from the Energy Information Administration's Electric Power Monthly. Wind is now the top renewable source of electricity generation in the country.
Well, there's a good graph, as I mentioned, and this record was previously held by hydro, as the graph shows.
Yeah.
Now, 2019 wind generation totaled 300 million megawatt hours.
300 million.
That's a lot.
That's 300,000 bigawatt hours.
Gigawatts, yeah. Okay. Hydro fluctuated between 250 and 320 million over the decade.
Yep.
And it varied with rain.
With the amount of rain. Yeah.
The U.S. has 100 gigawatts of installed wind capacity right now.
Wow.
And 80 gigawatts of hydro.
Wow. That's 100 gigawatts of installed. I had forgotten that.
That came out of the article, so I didn't make it up.
You didn't make it up. Okay, our next item is from the Monterey Herald.
Yeah, Moss Landing battery storage project has been approved.
And this is one of the ones that I think is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. The PG&E-backed Elkhorn Battery Storage Facility in Moss Landing, California, was unanimously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission. It is the second element of what would be one of the largest, probably the largest energy storage project in the world. I shouldn't say the largest, probably the largest chemical battery storage project. Because the big pumped storage facilities probably store more.
Probably
than this.
store, right.
The total capacity will be 1,930 megawatt hours. And you know that...
Well, there's more coming.
Yeah. the Hornsdale Power Reserve, the one that Elon Musk made that bet, I can produce this in 100 days or you get it for free.
And he did.
That was 130. And this is not 1,930. So it's huge. It's just huge.
Well, we'll talk about the project briefly.
Go ahead.
It's going to include 268 lithium-ion batteries.
These are not the...
This is not what you put in your car.
This is not battery cells. This is big things.
And it's got a capacity to store up to 730 megawatt hours of renewable energy during the off-peak hours.
Yeah.
Okay, Vista Energy is the people behind this, is currently building an even larger 1,200 megawatt hour battery storage project on adjacent grounds.
So there's two projects. They're right next to each other.
And they're both big.
And they're both huge. And the 1,930 that we were talking about is the combination of the two.
Yeah.
So there it is. Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got a picture coming up again.
And an item from The Guardian.
Yeah,
that picture is a picture of part of the Drax power plant.
In Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire. Yeah.
The Drax power plant to stop burning coal with a loss of 230 jobs.
The Drax power plant in Yorkshire will end all use of coal next year after almost 5 decades as one of the Western Europe's most polluting power plants. Drax Group will stop burning coal in the plant in March 2021, 4 years ahead of the government's ban on coal-fired electricity.
But they're still burning things.
Well, I've lost track because you know, not that it's hard, it's just that I'd have to look to find out. But the last time I looked, there were 6 power plants in the UK that were still burning coal.
Okay.
And this is by far the largest.
This is the biggest one.
This is the biggest coal burning plant they ever had.
Okay.
And if you look at those towers, you know, those are big cooling towers.
Again.
Those are big cooling towers.
5 of them, huh?
Well, there's 5 of them there. There might be others.
Might be more.
Yeah.
Well, what Drax is going to be doing here is they're still burning things, as I said. They're replacing coal with wood waste pellets. Which, by the way, come from America.
Yeah, where they're waste from clear-cut forests.
Yeah,
which have been clear-cut in order to produce the waste. I mean, Drax promised the UK that they were going to be using waste wood.
Yeah, so they're cutting down forests and they're calling it waste.
So they come to the United States and they're clear-cutting forests in Georgia in order to get that wood. And they didn't make any promises.
I wouldn't call it waste.
It's not waste. You know, it's just, this is, I think, just...
They're playing games.
They're playing games, and they're
at least they've gotten rid of coal.
Well, they're doing wood, and they're also doing natural gas.
They didn't mention that in the article.
Well, I think they're half natural gas. And I don't think this is a great move that they're making, because if they were doing a great move, they'd be getting rid of all combustion.
Exactly.
I've come to a point where
I say they're
just
burning
think
things.
Combustion is not the way.
We got to stop burning things.
We got to stop burning things. Okay.
Well, we got a good one coming up here, though.
Yep, and this is Friday, February 28th.
Shell Consortium eyes a 10 gigawatt.
This is mind-blowing. Go ahead.
A 10 gigawatt wind and hydrogen giant.
Oh my gosh. 10 gigawatts. This is from Renews.
10 bigawatts.
Yeah, 10 gigawatts. That's right. 10 bigawatts. Shell, Gas Uni, and Groningen seaports have launched the it's Nort H2 project. It looks like North.
It does, but it's...
To an English-speaking eye. The Nort 2 will entail construction of a purpose-built offshore wind farm of up to 10 gigawatts. It will supply electricity for industrial-scale production of green hydrogen in the Netherlands.
We'll be talking about this again. This is a new trend. They're going to.
It is. I mean,
hydrogen is a good way to store energy.
Well, there is a place you could use combustion. Burning hydrogen
gives you water.
It gives you water, which is what you started with. You know, I mean, they make the You can get hydrogen from other sources, but what they're doing now is they're splitting water molecules, and you get two products from
Like
that.
high school chemistry.
One is hydrogen, the other's oxygen.
Yeah.
And then what you do, you burn the hydrogen, which takes the oxygen that you released, that same exact amount out of the atmosphere.
It
puts
gives
them
you
together.
water.
Yeah, and it gives you water as waste, which is where you started. So hydrogen is a pretty good storage system if you can store it, which is not all that easy.
No, but they're working on it.
When I was in high school, we had a chemistry teacher who said, "I want to show you guys hydrogen." And he went into the other room and he came back with a hydrogen bottle. And you could see that it said hydrogen on it.
Yeah.
And then he hooked it up and he turned the valve and nothing happened. And he said, "I should have checked this first. It does this every year." The hydrogen bottle has probably not been filled for 17 years while this guy was teaching. But he said, this was the problem. Hydrogen.
It'll leak right through glass.
It'll go right through steel.
Yeah.
The molecules are so small that it will go through between the atoms in a steel alloy, and it'll just come out of the tank.
Dissipate, yeah.
It's kind of tough to store, but anyway, okay.
Well, they, according to the article, they plan to have the first offshore turbines installed by 2027.
Yes, this is not happening tomorrow.
Green hydrogen production is expected to be around 800,000 tons per year by 2040. So they're not playing around.
No, they're not. And
Okay.
honestly, again, I think some of these figures are conservative.
Probably is. At present, industry is using large quantities of hydrogen, mainly produced from natural gas.
Right.
Replacement with green hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization.
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so it's a
means this
step
is
in the
just-
right direction.
This is just one more thing that you're not going to be using natural gas for. And the number of articles that I'm seeing appear about how risky investments in natural gas are is just going up and up.
Well,
and up.
they're not proving to be what they expected them to be.
They're not.
It's a big failure.
Oh,
really.
I should mention.
Yeah.
I keep an eye on the Dow Jones coal index.
Okay, which isn't going to exist very much longer.
I don't know.
think.
In 2008, it hit 745. Now,
2008.
2008 was the year that Barack Obama was elected.
Yeah.
By 2009, when he became president, it had dropped to about 165 from 745.
That's a big drop quickly.
That happened with George W. Bush in the White House.
Wow.
Now,
Who was not an opponent of...
no, he wasn't. But you know, they had that recession that came along during that time. Under Barack Obama, it went up, but it went down, and it wound up going from 150 or 165 or whatever it was to about 45, which is where it was when Donald Trump became president. Over an 8-year period, it
Okay.
dropped by about 75%, a little less than 75%. Since Donald Trump became president, it has dropped from 45. This morning, it hit $9.05.
$9? Wow.
It has dropped as a percentage-wise more under Donald Trump than it did under Barack Obama.
As a percent. Wow.
In 3 years as opposed to 8.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's basically, I think that's kind of good news.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We got a picture coming
We
up.
got to see these people get jobs, but, you know.
Let's get
Okay,
this picture
this
coming
is
up
coming. Oh, got to get that out of there. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that the picture?
That's the picture. That's
This
the
is a
picture.
Hydroflex train. I saw this picture. The first picture that I saw looked even more like this. It looks like somebody has painted graffiti all over the side of that train.
They did.
That's what it looks like to me. Okay.
Okay, next stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen-powered trains. I'm going to put the picture up again real quick.
Okie doke.
Okay.
This is from the BBC. The UK's rail system is currently 42% powered by electricity. One line running to London from Hampshire runs entirely on solar power. Okay.
Yes, well, that's in existence now.
It is. However, 58% of the UK track is not yet electrified, and on those, diesel engines still keep trains running. One test system may show how to replace the diesel, and it is powered by hydrogen.
How about that?
How about
We're going to be
that?
talking about hydrogen a lot today.
I think we are.
Well, in this particular case, the hydrogen charges batteries via fuel cells.
Yes.
Okay. The only waste product, as we've already mentioned, is water.
Yeah, it's not combustion. It's a fuel cell, which
It's
is
a fuel
slightly
cell.
different way of doing things, slightly different because you're using the same products and you're getting the same result, except you're
But
doing
it's
it without
using it
heat.
slightly differently.
Yeah.
The system produces sufficient power to take the train 75 miles, which in Britain's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting thing. Electrifying a single kilometer of track can cost £1 million.
Yeah.
Wow, it's expensive.
It's
So
expensive.
hydrogen-powered trains are much less expensive. Okay, so this could be a portent of things to come.
Absolutely, it could. But I hope
Well,
I hope they have trains that don't look like somebody's attacked them with spray paint.
Well, I think that's kind of publicity.
I think it is, but I don't think it looks very good.
Well, the UK intends to do away with diesel-only trains altogether.
Well,
by
yeah,
2040.
and we're all going to have to do that. That's part of the
Well, it's
thing.
economics.
Yep. This. Are you done with that?
I'm done with that one,
Okay.
yep.
Our next one is fun.
Comes from the BBC. This one's kind of scary.
What?
Ducks?
Ducks.
China may send ducks to battle Pakistan's locust swarm.
Well, the locust swarms are scary, but the idea of using ducks to deal with them.
Well, it's not new.
It's not new.
Not
I know.
new.
China could deploy 100,000 ducks to neighboring Pakistan to help tackle swarms of crop-eating locusts, reports say. Pakistan declared an emergency, saying locust numbers were the worst in more than 2 decades. An agricultural expert says the ducks can be more effective than using pesticides.
Which is good.
Yeah. This is the same outbreak of locusts, I think, that came from Saudi Arabia 2 years ago.
It's involved. Definitely. It's raining in a desert, which it's not supposed to do, and there's nobody out there to notice it, so they're not saying anything, and all of a sudden you got a plague of locusts.
Yeah, we talked about this last week.
Sounds like the Bible, doesn't it?
Well, it is, actually. But you know, there's something interesting about this. These locusts that they have in these swarms.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and maybe I looked it up wrong, but those locusts can be used in kosher cooking.
They can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's good
A couple quick takeaways here.
Go ahead.
Ducks have a voracious appetite for locusts.
Yeah.
Okay, and have been effectively used against locusts since ancient times.
There you go.
Okay, a single duck can eat more than 200 locusts a day without belching.
Did it actually say
No, I
that?
said that.
I didn't
They are
think so.
easier to manage than chickens because they like to stay in groups.
Yeah.
However, some question whether the ducks would be suited to the mainly arid conditions where the locusts are
Well,
a
you know,
problem.
that had actually crossed my mind too. But I've seen pictures of how this is done. In the United States, there are farmers who use geese to weed their fields.
Yeah.
And I've seen this where a tractor trailer pulls up next to a field.
They dump over the whole bunch of
They
geese.
open up the doors with a ramp. The geese come running down the ramp. They go out into the fields. And interestingly enough, they will eat all kinds of weeds, but they don't eat strawberries.
Good, good.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Well, let's see
February
that-
29th.
Oh, I just wanted to mention there's a 2-minute video on this.
Oh, yes.
And it's interesting how East Africa is battling devastating local swarms. It's
Yeah.
only 2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we
we
have
got
a
another
picture,
picture
of
coming up here.
This thing is just being mean.
Being honorary, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
Wrong one.
Notice?
Wait a minute.
We had
There
the
it
right
is.
picture.
There it is.
Okay, I'll try to get it up. Bingo.
Before I
That's
do something.
Gloucester.
You know, there's an interesting thing about this picture. If you look just to the right of the middle in the sky, you can see 4 masts that are
Yes, you can.
on ships. If you look carefully just to the right of the right-handmost mast and just to the left of the left-handmost mast, there are things that are beyond the trees. Those happen to be wind turbines.
Oh. Kind of small wind turbines.
They're not all that small. Those
No,
things are a couple of miles away, and I forget. I think there's 3 of them.
How much you want to bet that that blue building's a bar?
The blue building. It has a lot of windows.
That's an interesting picture.
There's a picture that comes up later that has a lot of windows, and I want to talk about that. But in the meantime, this is from the Energy News Network.
It's interesting because they called the article called that Gloucester. Gloucester.
Yeah.
They call it Gloucester.
Gloucester? Well, it might be Gloucester.
Well, that's where it originally comes from.
Yeah, except that it's Gloucester in the UK. It's like Warwick, Massachusetts, and Warwick in the UK. And if you say Warwick, they laugh at you.
Well, it's not quite Warwick. It's Warwick.
Warwick, Massachusetts?
Well, I'm thinking Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
The letter R is illegal to pronounce in Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, yeah.
It's Rhode Island.
Okay.
Municipal aggregation savings, shattering expectations in Massachusetts.
The growing number of Massachusetts cities and towns that have negotiated community-wide rates for green energy have saved millions of dollars while also shrinking carbon footprints, according to a report released by the Green Energy Consumers Alliance. One of the first of these was Greenfield, just down the road. Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the towns, not the individuals, but the towns have a right to negotiate for green energy.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's turning out to be cheaper.
Yes.
Not by much, but cheaper.
Yes. So you can get green energy cheaper than traditional.
Traditional
and
energy.
in most of these places, maybe all of them, if you want to opt out of green energy, you're allowed to.
You can do it.
But you're going to pay a little bit extra.
It's going to cost a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. Fizz.org has our next item.
Fizz.org, it is that.
Fizz.org.
Research identifies climate change fingerprints and emitters liability. And that word liability is in quotes.
Yes, but it's also kind of scary for some people, I suspect. We have methods to quantify how much of extreme weather and how much of an extreme weather event can be attributed to human-caused climate change and how to allocate the cost of losses.
Now, that's an interesting point, allocating the cost of losses.
Yeah. Based on work by an international team of scientists and economists, emitters can be held responsible. And you know, this is an example that I've been thinking about on this thing. I've known that they would get there, but I've been thinking about this for some time. Hurricane Harvey had areas where that were flooded that were outside of the 500-year flood zones. Never.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to flood.
No. And Hurricane Harvey had 17% more water dumped in that area than it would have if it hadn't been for climate change. They had already calculated this. And you can do that because you can base it on the temperature of the water that is generating the storm, the temperature of the air difference, all of this stuff you can figure out pretty accurately, apparently.
Well, apparently nobody did.
Not in advance, but they did afterwards. That 17% meant that areas got flooded that otherwise would not have been.
Yes.
So if a house got flooded and it was in one of those areas, the homeowner can say 100% of my loss is because of human-caused climate change.
That's interesting.
And if somebody died in one of those areas because of the flooding, that death could be attributed to human-caused climate change.
I learned a word here from this one. It's called the attribution science.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it provides a step, in this particular case, toward helping Pacific Islanders and anyone else harmed by climate change to hold those causing the change to more precise account.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
It sure does.
You did it, you pay.
Yes.
The researchers compare their work to that done linking smoking to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Okay, our next item is from Inverse, and we have a picture here.
Oh, yeah, this
I
one's
said
nice.
that there was a picture coming up that had a lot of windows in it, and this is the one. You see the superstructure on that ship, and you can see all the windows on the bridge.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's a cable laying ship.
It is
it's
indeed.
A specialized ship for cable laying.
Think about this for a second, Tom. I looked at that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the bridge of a ship, and naturally thought that given the location of the windows, that the bow would be on the right side of the picture. but those windows are looking toward the stern.
Yeah, they are.
And that just looks weird to me.
Well, when you look at what's going on, all of the work on that ship, when it's not just sailing from here to there, takes place in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense that they would have all those
they've
windows.
got large, what would you call it, drums on
Yes.
board that where they store the cables.
Yes.
And they lay them out.
Yep.
And they splice them on the ship.
Yep.
They're
And we've
splicing
had pictures of the spools that those cables are on, and
They're pretty big spools.
Amazing. Okay. You have not read the title yet.
I have not. It might sound insane. That's what it says. But Australia could soon export sunshine to Asia via a cable.
This is...
Well, they're pushing it, but it's accurate.
Yeah. It's the energy of the sunshine. The proposed Sun Cable project envisions a 10 gigawatt solar power. We're back to the big stuff. Along with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage. In the Northern Territory, power generated will supply Darwin, which is a city in the northern, it's really the biggest city.
Biggest city up there.
Up there, although Alice Springs might be better known to Americans.
That's right in the middle, though.
It's right in the middle of Australia, but Darwin is the
big one up there.
The big one in the Northern Territories, and it will also be exported to Singapore via a 2,360-mile long cable strung across the seafloor.
That's a big cable.
That's a long cable, yeah.
That's more than they can fit on that ship, I can guarantee
think
you
it
that.
probably is, unless they're using really, really thin wires.
No, they're splicing it on the way. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
That's what they're
That's
supposed
the
to
only
be
way
doing.
they could do it.
Well, this technology is not new technology. I mean, they used it 100 years ago to span the Atlantic Ocean for the telegraph.
Yes.
You know, so, but this is now up-to-date technology, and they're pushing power through it.
Yes.
When I was in the power cable industry, the company that I worked for had one of these ships. And I was on it very briefly.
Yeah.
Well, Australia is the world's #3 fossil fuel exporter.
Okay.
Right now, as of now. These fuels create substantial overseas greenhouse gas emissions. Australia doesn't currently export renewable energy, but a new solar project is poised to do that.
And we're going to have more to say about Australia's
exactly
exporting
that.
energy.
Power generated will be exported to Singapore via a 2,500-mile high-voltage DC cable, and it's going to provide a fifth of Singapore's power. Okay?
Gosh. Yeah,
and
then what they'll do is...
It mentions that we already know, I guess, but just by looking at that, but submarine cables are laid using deep-sea vessels specifically designed for the job.
that purpose, yeah. And what they're going to do is they're going to make huge amounts of electricity in Indonesia, and instead of using that in Singapore, they're going to use it in Hong Kong.
Probably.
I mean, I'm just making stuff up here, but, you know, yes, okay.
That's a long load for an undersea HVDC cable. That's
Yes.
and I'm sure it's more than one cable.
Yes.
You know, usually with
They
DC,
put a
it's
couple
two
of them
cables,
together.
a positive and a negative.
Yes.
And sometimes even a spare.
There you go. Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 1st, and we have an item here from Nation of Change.
JP Morgan Chase announces an end to financing new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
After a similar move by Goldman Sachs, JC Morgan Chase announced that it will end all financing to new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Chase is the largest bank in the U.S. to release such an updated energy policy. And you know, other banks will get tempted to get in there and take up where these guys are in their...
Well, if there's money to be made, somebody's going to try and make it.
This is getting riskier and riskier and riskier.
Well, that's what the article says. Financing drilling in the Arctic is an expensive risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah.
Okay. Chase's new energy policy will also end financing for new thermal coal mines and coal-fired power projects throughout the world.
Worldwide.
So they're taking a real close look at what they do best.
Yes, and there are other ways to make money. Okay, we have a picture of wind turbines. This is an amazing picture, don't you think?
It is an amazing picture. I don't see any of the infrastructure that gets that wind power to market.
Well,
but there they are standing there like soldiers.
They are indeed, right in a line. Okay, this is from Motley Fool.
The Motley Fool,
yeah,
which is a financial.
It's a financial, right? Yeah, it's a financial publication, web publication, and it's called Motley Fool as a kind of a disclaimer right in the title.
I think it's fairly highly regarded.
It is, yes.
So it says U.S. coal-fired plants just had their worst year since the 1970s.
In 2007, the U.S. generated a record amount of coal-fired electricity at an estimated 2,016 terawatt hours.
That's bigger than gigawatts.
That's bigger than gigawatts. That would be 2 million plus gigawatt hours.
Gigawatt hours.
This data was compiled by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Last year, coal generated less than half of that, as natural gas, nuclear, wind, and solar all
set records. Okay, yeah. It's economy, stupid.
Yep, and you know, one of the things that I noticed looking at these figures coming from the government, not just the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, but also what they call FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory.
Yeah.
New gas-fired power plants, the construction is just falling like a rock.
That's basically what they're saying here. The next sentence says it. No energy source has experienced a 50% decline in output in a 12-year period dating back to the country's founding. 50% decline within 12 years never happened before.
Yep, but natural gas construction of new plants, that is falling like a rock too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Generators are turning away from coal primarily due to economics.
Yeah.
Okay, which makes sense. The share of an average customer bill dedicated to fuel expenses is expected to fall from 47% in 2010 to 28% by 2024. So that's almost half.
Yes.
Okay, the overnight abandonment of coal-fired plants, which is happening, okay, has created an opportunity for other power sources to gain market share.
Yes.
And a secondary...
and FERC is artificially jacking up the price of renewable energy in order to keep these coal plants open.
Going.
And of course, this is coming from a political background that says, don't fool with the market. You know, don't pick winners and losers, and they're just picking winners and losers.
They're picking winners and losers. There's a little bit of politics involved, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit of politics, but the politics are not based on ideology. They're based on some contributors' finances.
I would say, yeah. There's a little bit of money changing of hands there.
Heck with the ideology. We don't need ideology. All we need is the to know what the bottom line is. Okay, that was Motley Fool. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
Well, it says, dam the North Sea.
That is dam without an N. This is D-A-M.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Who says scientists don't have a sense of humor? Ho, ho, ho. Two of them just published a proposal to build 2 dams, one from Scotland to Norway and the other from England to France, to maintain water levels in the North Sea.
It looks like a joke, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The interesting thing is that it would be cheaper than allowing the sea levels to rise.
Well, building the dams would cost between 250 and 500 billion euros.
Yeah.
Okay? Which they consider affordable. The cost of doing nothing ultimately would be many times higher.
Many times. Just think of the Netherlands, okay?
Yeah.
The Netherlands is built behind dikes.
Yep.
Much of the country is below sea level.
This is basically what they're doing here, or planning to do.
That's what they're planning on doing.
Well, without the dams, the North Sea levels are projected to rise by as much as 35 feet. We've talked about that.
Yes, we
By
have.
the year 2500. The authors acknowledge the effect on the environment would be considerable. The tide would disappear, and the North Sea would eventually become a freshwater lake.
I think they're
pushing that.
Stretching things a little bit.
Well, from the article again, the idea to dam the North Sea is a wake-up call.
Yes.
The question is anybody listening?
Well, this actually says something about what the scientists did here. They are not actually, I think, proposing that we get out shovels and picks and start working on building a dam. What they're
I don't
saying
think
is,
so, but they're saying, let's think about it.
they're saying, let's think about it. They're saying, you think this is a ridiculous idea? Not doing anything is far more ridiculous.
That's a valid point.
You know, so
You don't normally think about it, but that's absolutely right.
yeah,
Well, we got a nice picture coming up
we
here.
do indeed. We have an e-dumper. There it is, the e-dumper.
That is the e-dumper.
Yep. This is, by the way, we're up to Monday, March 2nd.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
The battle for the title of the world's largest electric vehicle. And by the way, I saw a picture of a guy standing not next to this one, but next to the other one.
Yeah.
Tires are bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a big truck.
This is this thing here is a big truck, but
the other one's bigger.
The world's largest EV is an e-dumper, a 45-tonne, 45-tonne, T-O-N-N-E, mining dump truck. This is more like metric tons.
It's a metric ton, yeah.
They're about 1.1 tons. So this is about 50 tons.
2,000 kilograms.
No, 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah, right. It's 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 pounds. 1,000 kilograms.
2,200 pounds,
Yep.
roughly.
Bingo.
It may soon give up its title. There is a much bigger EV coming, a hybrid vehicle that's powered by both a battery and, guess what? Hydrogen. The new vehicle, and you know, I tried to check this figure because I don't believe it's tons. I think this is also metric tons, but the articles that I saw all said TON, ton. The new 290-ton EV
That's about 6 times as big. That's a big truck.
Will do its test runs at a metal mining plant in South Africa. The plant by a metal mine. The mine is a place where they look for things like platinum and stuff like that. But this year they're expecting this. You know, I looked at this and I thought, how in the world do you deliver a vehicle like that?
In parts.
In parts. That's
In
the only
pieces.
way you could do it. Yeah.
It's too big to go and run on a highway. Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, even the highways, the streets in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump wanted to have tanks running in a parade.
Well, this is a lot bigger than a tank.
It's a lot bigger than a tank, but a tank would do a bigger number on the road because
It would do that.
You want to remove a road, drive a tank on it.
Well, this e-dumper is currently hauling limestone in Switzerland.
Yes.
And a new South African new electric vehicle will be in South Africa.
Right.
And it's going to replace the diesel with a fuel cell and batteries.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article.
It is.
EVs are taking over the world.
Oh my gosh. They're coming out of the woodwork. EVs are taking over the world, and if you need proof of this, just look at the numbers of sales. Since 2015, that was only 5 years ago, sales of EVs have been growing at a rate of about 41% annually.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot, guys. That means they're doubling every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2014, there were just over 60,000 EVs sold in China. In 2018, the number sold in that country has grown to above 1 million.
So we're talking 60,000 versus 1 million.
Yeah.
Interesting. This article has an informative 10-minute video. It's
Yes.
worth looking at.
Yes.
Takes 10 minutes, but it's, it's good.
Yeah.
And it's talking about trends in global EV sales.
Yes.
Okay, the sales mix of fully electric vehicles versus plug-in hybrids and why, and global EV adoption. Okay, it totals up to a 40% annual growth, as we said, for the entire world.
Right.
And PIHP, plug-in hydro vehicles, or plug-in, what are they?
Plug-in hybrids.
Plug-in hybrid vehicles,
Yes.
PIHVs. They have a gas tank and a battery.
Yeah.
And that complicates the process of manufacturing, and it's really just not needed.
With cheaper batteries, it makes much better sense not to have a hybrid, but to have an EV.
Well, the article also mentions something that had me thinking. The batteries are temperature sensitive.
Yes.
They don't want to work very well in cold weather.
Cold weather.
But I thought about that. Okay, the car's still going to start.
Yes.
It's still going to run.
It's going to run.
Okay, and as it runs, it's going to warm up.
That's right.
So it's going to mitigate that problem.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, we do. Let's see
He
if I can
always
find
says
that
that.
picture. Huh?
He always says it, but this computers, it's driving me nuts today.
Yeah,
There
I
we
have
go.
a problem with it. Let's get that picture up.
This is also from Clean Technica. Interesting graph.
Look at that graph. That's
Yeah.
that's exponential, guys.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And that is a graph of climate disasters.
Climate disasters. What do you got for a title?
Oxfam. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces a person from their homes. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces someone from their homes, according to data from Oxfam International. Climate fuels disasters are the #1 cause of internal displacement globally, and they have increased, quote, 5-fold over the last decade, end quote. And you know, we've talked about this before. I did that research about the cost of flood insurance in the United States.
Yes, you did.
Going up by a factor of 47, where it should have gone up by a factor of 6 if you deal with inflation and so forth. This is just, it's another graph of the same kind of thing. We just have lots and lots of and you'll notice that down at the bottom there is a graph of non-weather related events.
Pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. It's been increasing, but you know, the population's been increasing. So, and
flat.
some of those events are, well, some of those events may be second order of consequence, but
they're not weather related.
They're not weather
that's
related.
The deal.
But that increase that we've seen, I mean, in the last 5 years of this graph, every single year was greater than what happened in the previous 5 years. Any of them.
Pretty much.
So,
well, from the article, it says that people are 7 times more likely to be left homeless due to hurricanes, floods, and wildfires as they are by earthquakes and volcanoes.
Yep.
Man-made stuff versus
natural
things. Those in poorer countries who bear the least responsibility for global carbon pollution are the most at risk.
Yep.
Duh.
Right.
It's interesting how that happens.
Yes.
Well, almost 2,000 people died in Katrina, which was a disaster. But 200,000 people died in the tsunami that struck Indonesia the year before.
Well, another thing, you know, we're talking about the coronavirus now. A lot of stuff. In fact, there was a thing today about General Motors having General Electric having to deal with the fact that plants are closing because of the coronavirus.
So they're not getting supplied.
We're going to have, I think, probably a recession worldwide because
of this.
But, you know, we were set up for that other times too. And of course, Donald Trump isn't responsible for it. Truthfully, Donald Trump did not cause the coronavirus. And he shouldn't.
You're kidding me.
He should not be held responsible for that taking place. Although.
But it's not a hoax, is it?
No, this is not a hoax. Okay. We should probably move on.
We should. We've mentioned already, I think, Hornsdale.
Yes, we have.
So the Hornsdale Tesla battery exceeded expectations. You're going to tell us what the Hornsdale Tesla battery
am.
is.
Tuesday, March 3rd is where this came up, and it comes from Clean Technica. The engineering consultant Oricon Group said the Hornsdale battery installed in South Australia has exceeded expectations for the way it was stabilized the grid and lowered grid-related costs. It reduced the cost of regulating the South Australian electric grid by 91%.
And that's an expensive thing.
Yeah, and this was the one where they had a bunch of tornadoes in South Australia. They tore down a whole bunch of high tension lines.
The tornadoes did.
A bunch of the towers that were, I think it was something like 16 or 18 of them were collapsed. So the whole grid was down for days.
Yeah.
And you know, Elon Musk said, what you need is a battery, and we know how to do that. And I can put in a battery that'll be 100 megawatts.
Or I give it to you for nothing.
If I can't do it in 100 days from the day that the contract is signed, you get it for free. And he had it in.
Yeah.
It was actually producing power 98 days after the contract was signed. And now what they're saying is it's
working better than they
a whole lot better than expected. And the price of it was extremely low also. Okay, we should probably, we've got 5 items.
It's Tuesday, March 3rd already. We've got 14 minutes left.
We've got 5 items, though. Okay, you have anything on that?
French energy company, Neoen, which owns the Hornsdale installation, says it is adding 50 megawatts of capacity at Hornsdale this year, and has plans for a giant renewables hub, which would provide nearly a gigawatt of battery storage.
Yeah.
So they're getting on the bandwagon here.
They are. They are.
We got a picture coming up, so let's take a look at it.
This is from Sour Energy. I don't know where
Sour?
that picture. S-A-U-R Energy. Sour Energy.
Sounds sour to me.
It sure is. I don't know where that picture was taken.
Well, it says ESCO Pacific, but it's real. It's not an artist's conception.
No, it's not an artist's conception, but I don't know where ESCO Pacific
No, I don't
is.
know.
I usually look those things up, but this particular picture, I think, is just a generic picture that was thrown at an article.
It was in the article, or an article.
Okay.
Construction begins on a proposed 2.7 gigawatt Westlands Solar Park.
The CIM Group is advancing development of Westlands Solar Park, one of the largest permitted solar parks in the world, it announced. The project will be in California's San Joaquin Valley, and it could grow to over 2,700 megawatts, that is 2.7 bigawatts, at full build-out, powering over 1,200,000 homes.
Joaquin. Those Spaniards talk funny, don't they?
They do. But they have very wisely not gone the way of Rhode Island and said you're not allowed to pronounce an R. They pronounce it differently, but they do pronounce it.
Well, you said it. You pronounced this word right. It's one of the largest permitted solar parks.
Yeah.
They have a permit already.
Yes.
Rather than just permitted.
Yes.
I was thinking that as I read it. I said, wait a second. Who's permitting solar parks here?
Yes.
But it's permitted.
Yes.
It means it's on the works. It's in the works.
It is indeed. And we are, we have one more item from Tuesday. It's from The Guardian.
Do. It's from The Guardian, and it says...
This was a big surprise for me.
UK government lifts a block on new onshore wind farm subsidies. I didn't even know this was happening.
Well, they did this. We talked about this when it happened, but
I probably forgot about it.
That was probably 5 years ago. The UK abandoned its opposition to subsidizing new onshore wind farms 4 years after ministers scrapped support for them. The government will remove a block against onshore wind projects by allowing schemes to compete for subsidies with other renewable developments.
I don't understand why they did that in the first place. Other than politics.
It was people were objecting to the idea of wind farms, and some people would rather have fracking. But guess what, gang? Fracking has completely collapsed in the UK.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot, but they've got a long ways to go before the end of the road here. So.
Well, a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Onshore wind is presently UK's cheapest energy source.
Yes.
Okay. The U-turn follows the government pledge to cut emissions to virtually zero by 2050. So they got themselves painted into a corner here.
Well, they had to do something.
A feat that official climate advisors believe it will require the UK's onshore power capacity to triple in the next 15 years.
Yes, this is the thing. They've started to look at reality here.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
wind farm developers will need to comply with tough new proposals on community consent.
Well, this is the thing. They're going to have to go to the community and say, we want you to want this wind farm. And that actually has
Isn't
worked.
Isn't there a song about that?
I don't know.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you.
Oh, okay. There was a guy who came from Germany, and he was talking in Brattleboro, and he was talking about wind farms, and he put up a picture of a wind turbine.
Yeah.
And it had been taken. The
in
picture.
Brattleboro.
No, it had been taken. He gave a talk in Brattleboro. It had been taken from an apartment or something like that in Germany, looking out across rooftops, and there in the distance, pretty big, was a wind turbine. And he said, some people object to wind turbines, but, other people don't. And, and he showed a picture of the wind turbine that said, people object to this, and down at the bottom it said, their wind turbine. And he said, people accept this, our wind turbine.
Huh?
If the wind turbine belongs to a big company from some other part of the world, they object to it.
Okay.
If it belongs to the town, it's acceptable.
Okay.
You see.
Okay. Well, I can understand that.
And there are towns in Germany and other parts of Europe that own their own wind turbine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have talked about the hospital out. Where is it in Kansas?
Oh, yeah,
Where
Kiowa County Hospital, which has its own wind turbine between the parking lot and the front door.
Well, we're going to take a look at Mr. Warren Buffett.
Okay,
coming
there
up
is
here.
Mr. Warren Buffett.
In case you want to know what he looks like.
There he is.
There he is.
He looks very happy.
Warren Buffett's secret to cheap electricity.
This comes from Forbes. In his latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders, Warren Buffett touted its low electricity bills for customers. Quote, the extraordinary differential between our rates and theirs is largely the result of our huge accomplishments in converting wind into electricity.
Well, he's sort of right.
Yeah.
He bought this company that now is known as Berkshire Hathaway Energy.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's a diversified conglomerate operating in 9 states and Canada. It's a big company.
It's a big company.
It owns the means to generate, store, transmit, and supply power to its customers.
Right.
Okay? It owns 33 gigawatts of generation.
Bigawatts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3/4 of that is wind.
Yeah.
Okay? And he's got 33,000 miles of transmission line.
And where everybody else is...
You don't even know about it. This guy's a big operator in this field.
He is. And Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, has historically been known as the company with the highest stock price of any company in the world.
Is that so?
It's like, I don't know, $50,000 a share or something. I don't know. I haven't looked for years. But so I could be way off with that. But Berkshire Hathaway is run by Warren Buffett, and he makes a lot of money. He's called the Wizard of Wall Street.
Yeah, he is that,
and
right.
He is a very bright guy who has figured out a long time ago that you can make more money on electricity if you don't have fuel that costs you money. And he's been keeping prices down at a time when everybody else's prices are going up. And he's guaranteeing prices for like 20 years into the future.
Keep your eye on that, man.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You don't know what's going to happen with the price of natural gas, but you do know what's going to happen with the price of wind.
Yep, bingo.
So there you go.
Well, I've said it before. I mean, when you got a fuel that doesn't cost, when you got energy that doesn't cost you for the fuel,
yeah,
you're ahead of the game.
You are ahead of the game. Okay, we have an item now from MSN Now.
We do that. Fossil fuels for power at a turning point as renewables surged in 2019.
The use of fossil fuels such as coal and oil for generating electricity fell in 2019 in the US, the EU, and India. At the same time, the overall power output rose, a turning point for the global energy mix. The declines suggest the end of the fossil fuel era could be on the horizon.
It could be. In 2019, the amount of power sourced from fossil fuels dropped by 156 terawatt hours. Now, tera is bigger than giga.
Terawatt hour is 1,000 gigawatt hours.
From 2018, 1 year. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a rate faster than the overall growth. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a faster rate than the overall growth in power.
Absolutely.
The contribution of nuclear to the global power mix rose last year slightly.
Slightly.
And the reason for that is Japan is putting back online some of the plants they closed after Fukushima.
And the Russians are, and actually the Chinese have been putting on plants too, new plants, building
New plants. Well, in case of the Japanese, they're older plants that they shut down that they're turning back on
right.
again.
And the Russians are pushing nuclear power plants elsewhere in the world because they can make a lot of money doing that. They know that they're going to countries in Africa and saying, you need electric power. We can sell it to you. You don't have to worry about this. We'll loan you the money to buy it.
How sweet.
How sweet. Okay.
So we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is our last item. It comes from Renew
here.
Economy, and it is a mind blower. We've had a bunch of mind blowers.
Well, that's a picture of
The
Muscle Row
Wind Farm,
which is in the upper right corner of Tasmania. And
The upper
Tasmania, Yeah, if you look at a map.
Yes, I know.
And Tasmania, of course, is a state in Australia.
Yeah, which in this article is referred to as a tiny island.
Well, it's not tiny.
It's not exactly tiny.
Okay, but that's an interesting picture. It looks like a pretty place.
It's kind of like saying, well, Louisiana is a tiny state. I mean, compare it with Texas.
That's probably very accurate. Well, Tasmania sets a world-leading target of 200% renewables by 2040. 200% renewables.
They want to have 200% of their electricity.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, you're going to explain to us why it does.
While Australia's federal coalition refuses to accept the notion that Australia can reach 50% renewable energy without sorcery or total economic destruction.
Sorcery?
Sorcery, that's what it says. Tasmania's Liberal government, and we will get back to Liberal on this, has just announced a possible world first, a renewable energy target of 200% by 2040. And the reason I said we'll get back to Liberal, the federal coalition is controlled primarily by Liberals. And the Liberals are the equivalent of conservative Republicans in the United States. And but the Liberal-controlled governments of Tasmania and also South Australia are really pursuing this renewable bandwagon hard.
They look like they can make some money on it.
That's the whole point. They've got this underground, submarine cable running to the main.
They're there already.
That's already there. They want to put in a second one. They want to have. They want, in their words, to turn Tasmania into Australia's battery.
Yep. Well, Tasmania is already hydropower rich.
Yes.
It's got hydropower running.
Yep.
So they're going to double the state's hydro, wind and solar energy production.
Right.
And they've got what they call a Tasmanian Renewable Hydrogen Plan, which calls for commercially exporting hydrogen by 2030.
And they're serious about this.
Oh, I think they are, and I think they're going to do it.
2030 is not that far away. If you think about it, it kind of is it's an aggressive move to do this in 10 years. They've got to build ships to hold hydrogen.
Yeah.
There are no ships that exist today to do that. They know how to do it.
Huh?
There's nothing. They know how to do it. It would be like a natural gas tanker, but this hydrogen that they're shipping is liquid. And
so they got to keep it cold.
It boils at like 20 degrees Kelvin. And yeah, it's got to be kept super cold. Of course, they can run the ships on hydrogen by allowing the hydrogen to boil into
And they can, yeah.
They could.
Well, what they're doing here is they have a resource.
Yes.
Which is their hydro.
Yep.
And they're figuring out we can make money on it.
Yes.
And that's basically what they're trying to do.
That's what they're doing.
And my goodness, a year ago I didn't even hear about hydrogen. And now everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about hydrogen. Everybody's got new ways to get hydrogen cheaply, and base it entirely on renewable.
It's basically storing energy.
Yeah, and hydrogen can be used as a replacement for natural gas.
Yes, it can.
To a degree.
In existing natural gas pipelines.
If you're going to extend the natural gas by adding hydrogen, you can just do that.
You can mix it.
Replacing it altogether, well, you're going to have
a little tricky.
A little trickier, but nevertheless, hydrogen's a real product. It's not a. Anyway.
No, it's just that the technology is changing and people are looking at it, and hydrogen's starting to make sense for certain things that nobody ever thought of before.
Yep. And we have a message
this is the end
for
of it
you,
here.
Which is have a mysteriously felicitous week.
Mystifyingly
felicitous week. I forgot.
What does that mean?
I knew you were going to ask me. I made that sentence up. I don't even know.
Well, in any case,
felicitous means happy.
Y'all come back and see us now. You hear?
Absolutely.
Well, it's great to be back home. I really appreciate the honor of serving you in Montpelier, and there's nothing I don't like about that work, except being away from home and being away from my family and all you people. So it's great to be back home right now, see familiar faces. Now, town meeting week is about the midpoint of the legislative session, and it's a week away from what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to make it from the House over to the Senate or vice versa if they're going to be considered by both chambers of the legislature and then make it onto the governor. It's a good chance to straddle the first and second half of the session, to look back at what we've done and look ahead to what we hope for. And one of the things I want to share is how important I feel it is. How we do things is just as important about what we do. And as we see the kind of vitriol pouring down from Washington, one of the things we're really concerned about is it not leak here into Vermont. We want to keep things civil. It's something, one of those Vermont traditions that we've always had. And to that end, I've done some volunteer work for a group called the National Institute of Civil Discourse. They're headquartered in Tucson, Arizona, and it started there after Gabby Giffords got shot, which was kind of the ultimate in incivility. And the idea is words matter, because words are the prepositions for actions. And if we can't keep it civil, we're pushing things in the wrong direction. So with that guidance, I try and bring that into the State House with everything we do. One of the important things we've done, climate change is real. Climate change is here, and everyone has to take their stand and do what we can here, even little old Vermont. Now, we just passed a bill called the Global Warming Solutions Act. We've been following other states, and Vermont's been the last on the list in the Northeast, but this is an important thing. It's an important thing because it's up to us to leave the planet better than we found it. And as someone who just became a grandfather, I'm well aware that it's important to leave a legacy of a cleaner planet. Now, the old saying is the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. And the second best time is right now. The same thing with laws like the Global Warming Solutions Act. A lot of this stuff we should have done 20 years ago because people were saying 20, 30 years ago, this is what we're going to be looking to. The second best time then is right now. So that's why we're getting on with this. We're dealing with a lot of other things in the legislature. There's 25 committees between the House and Senate that are working every day. And for a more extensive look at this, we have a website, wyndham4.net, and you could look and get a little sense of what's happening in just about every committee here. One of the things I want to mention also before we leave, though, health care and access to health care is going to be a concern we have, and it's another situation that's right here, right now, something we need to deal with. There isn't a hospital in Vermont that's not being challenged right now. Access to health care is, especially in rural areas, is something we need to be intentional about moving forward on. Maybe some of you have followed that earlier this year, at the start of the year, the Brattleboro retreat made the news in a way you don't want to because they're having some struggles. And what I would say is, what's happening for the retreat is no different than a lot of other rural hospitals. The reality is the cost of services is not being met by what they're getting paid for with providers. And that's one of these things we're going to need to look at in the near future and on ahead. Lastly, I want to say something else about health. Now, is Bob Nassau here yet? Bob called me yesterday, and everybody who's got a young kid here might have seen Bob Nassau when he was a practicing pediatrician, but now he's retired, and he's only practicing a little. But he made sure to call me and say, you know, we have a public health crisis in this country. You may have heard of the coronavirus, COVID-19, and the reality is it's a public health issue that we need to face right square and head on. And we are. All hospitals regularly have infectious disease protocols, so they're ready. But on top of that, the governor has appointed a task force to make doubly sure that they're ready. So there's a lot of things we can do as individuals. We're talking about make sure you wash your hands a lot, and if you're feeling poorly, stay home and don't share the joy. But we want you to know this is something we're paying attention to. It's important to us, and together we'll get through this just like we do anything else. I think next on our list is my district mate, Nader Hashim. I just want to say Nader's doing a great job. He's in his second year, and it's been great to work with him. He's a smart guy, he works hard, and he's been a great addition to our delegation. So thank you very much.
So thank you for that, Mike. And hello, Putney. It's good to be back down south. So I wanted to say that the Wyndham delegation right now is down a member. As many of you may know, former Representative Trieber resigned to pursue his career. And I have to say I miss him a whole lot because he has this way of being critical of just about everything that comes in front of him. And, you know, he really taught me a lot in how to analyze a piece of legislation regardless of where it comes from. And so his voice is definitely missed in the State House. And I just wanted to start real quick with just a quick little story about last year. So as a freshman legislator, I had a few different assumptions about how things happened in our State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of those assumptions I had was that in the General Assembly, Democrats sit on one side and Republicans sit on the other side. And that's how it's divided in Congress, and I just kind of assumed that's how it happens up here. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators go to their old seats or pick new ones. So on the first day I received my seat, I went and I sat down and I looked all around me and I didn't recognize anybody. And I realized I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. And so I thought to myself, hold on, did somebody make a mistake, or did I make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out it was not a mistake. And in our State House, legislators are mixed and interspersed regardless of party affiliation. And I was a little bit nervous at first, but I'm actually really glad it's set up that way. And the reason is that because over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the variety of perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are carried out with mutual respect and honesty. It's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture in that right here in communities like Putney, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you a brief rundown of some of the legislation that we've worked on. My district mate touched on it. He talked about the Global Warming Solutions Act. As you know, this passed about 2 weeks ago with a strong showing of tripartisan support. And some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope, got to move this around? More into it? Okay, is this better? Sorry about that. So one of the indicators of hope that I saw when this was being voted on was the general tripartisan agreement among folks that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as people living in poverty. And this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just a few days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate Bill also passed in the House. The reality that we all know is that cannabis has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. And the lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I'll support legislation that prevents money from going to people who are also trafficking other drugs in Vermont as well. The role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. So as a former trooper in DRE, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. I know highway safety is a very important topic for a lot of members in the legislature as well as right here in our communities. And overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products, and it will bolster our tourism economy. And the licensing options also provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And so that's just a very small window of the work I've been doing. As the session goes on, things get a bit more frantic and fast-paced, but regardless of all that, it still remains an absolute honor to represent all of you, and thank you for the opportunity. And so I believe I'm handing off the mic to my friends in the other body, which is the Senate.
Hello, I'm Becca Ballant. I'm one of your 2 state senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, though I did live for a while on East Cemetery Falls Road, and I have a special place in my heart for Putney. I'm the majority leader in the Senate, and I just want to say, I want to start with talking just generally about democracy. As I've been traveling around to meetings in the last couple days, I do feel this heightened sense of anxiety among all the constituents that I talk to, regardless of political party. There is a sense of anxiety of where are we going in this country and how have we ceased to be able to talk to each other across the aisle. And to echo the sentiments of Mike and Nodder, this morning I was working out at a gym in Brattleboro, and the woman who hopped on next to me used to work in Phil Scott's administration. She was the Commissioner of Housing. And she's one of my favorite people. And we do not agree politically on many things, but we spent a good 40 minutes talking about housing policy in Vermont and how to get it done together. And I just want to assure you that we are working together across the aisle and keeping the best interests of Vermonters in mind. I wanted to start with the health of democracy and now shifting to the health of our people. And Mike touched on coronavirus. I just want to give you one number that I would like you to call if you've been traveling out of the country. The health department put out an alert last night, and the number is 802-863-7240, and they're asking you to call if you have been traveling outside of the country. I know that my own children have been asking me, well, what's our role in this? We don't seem to have coronavirus appearing in Vermont yet, but we have a case in Hanover where all the states surrounding us have had cases. It's just a matter of time. If you've been traveling outside the country, please call the health department and let them know so they can talk you through whether you might be at risk. The health department lab now has tests from the CDC and can do tests here in Vermont. So I just wanted you to know that. Once again, the number is 802-863-7240. So I sit on 2 committees in the Senate. One is the Economic Development and Housing Committee, and we passed a very large housing bond last biennium, and we're seeing the fruits of that bond. We were able to parlay $37 million into over an additional $100 million of investment, which has meant over 800 new housing units for Vermonters. We have an incredible shortage of housing across the geographic spectrum in Vermont, and we know that many of our employers are not able to bring workers here to Vermont because there is no housing. So to continue with that thrust, we've been working very hard on passing something that we're calling mini TIFs, which is tax increment financing, and I won't bore you with the details. But generally, it's a way to make local investments when you don't think you're going to be able to float the bond with the resident taxpayers that you have. And so a way to get a boost from the state to do that. These TIF districts generally are in larger towns and cities in Vermont. And it has meant like places like Putney and Townsend and Jamaica are not able to take advantage. But we're hoping in this year's omnibus housing bill, there'll be a mini TIF option for towns such as your size to get infrastructure investments in water and sewer to make it more possible to build housing in your designated downtowns. So I wanted to let you know about that. The other work that I do is in the Finance Committee, and although we deal with taxes, we also deal with pharmaceuticals. And one of my proudest moments so far this session was shepherding a bill through the Senate which will cap the amount of money that diabetes patients will be charged for their insulin. I don't know if you've been following this, but insulin prices have skyrocketed in the last decade. Vermonters in some cases are paying $1,600 a month for insulin that will keep them alive. This for a drug, when the patent was sold, the doctor sold it for $1 to the University of Toronto because he said nobody should be making money off of this. So here we are. We have patients in Vermont who are putting off taking their insulin. They're getting very sick from it. Many of you know it's life-threatening. So this bill that passed unanimously in the Senate has been sent over to the House, and I'm hoping that my counterparts in the House will be able to shepherd it through over there. It says that diabetes patients in Vermont cannot be charged more than $100 a month for any amount of insulin they may need, even if it's multiple drugs. I wish, yes, it's good news. I wish it could be less than $100. Even $100 is a lot for many people, but this, I can get very emotional talking about this. We saw a chart in the Finance Committee that took the 3 most popular insulin drugs and tracked their prices over the last decade. And there is no other way to look at this than it is price fixing. There is no other way. And so our hands are tied in terms of what we actually can do. A lot of this work needs to be done at the federal level, but until that time, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that life-saving drugs get in the hands of the Vermonters that need them. The other thing that I'm very proud of that I also worked on in the Finance Committee was a bill to regulate student loan servicers. So student loan servicers are basically the middlemen between borrowers and the institutions. And what we learned is that a lot of student loan servicers are taking advantage of borrowers to the tune of billions of dollars of additional interest in this country. So again, bipartisan support in the Senate passed unanimously to start regulating these servicers in Vermont. Just a little snapshot, most Vermont borrowers who are borrowing for college are now paying $31,000 of debt, which is a $200 payment every month for 13 years. And those folks are not investing in homes, they're not investing in their health, they're not investing in purchasing power, transportation. So we're trying to, again, make the limits that we can within the law, but I hope the House is going to be able to get that over the finish line. The last thing I want to say to you is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to serve you in the Vermont Senate, and I am so grateful that I get to have that job. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am one of the other 30, and I represent you, and it is truly an honor to represent, be one of, okay, better? Thank you. It is truly an honor to be one of the people that represents Putney as we serve all of Vermont, and I thank you for that opportunity. So, as Becca said, in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees. I serve on Judiciary in the morning, and then I chair Government Operations in the afternoon. And in Judiciary, we have been working on looking at our whole justice system. And in 2010, we worked with the Council of State Government around what we call justice reinvestment. And at that time, our trajectory told us that if we stayed on that, or the projection showed us that if we stayed on that trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. 2,700 people in prison is a lot for a population of 620,000. We were the highest per capita in the nation. So we worked with them and did a lot of innovations, and as a result, we have not completely dropped, but we're at 1,700 now, so we have changed that chart. We are now going to Justice Reinvestment 2. We're starting on that, and we're looking at other ways to look at our justice system. And kind of the two main areas of focus that we have is how do we look at what crimes we have, and are they really the crimes that we think we should have? Or so lessening the number of crimes that we have, and then looking at alternatives for dealing with people who do go afoul of the law. Prison isn't always the best. In fact, it's probably never the best. But there are people who are there, and we're looking at alternatives. So that's, and I just should say that even though we're focusing on a couple different things that we're working on here, at the same time we're working on lots of other issues in all of these committees. So government operations, which I chair, sounds like probably the most boring committee in the world, but I love it. It is what I think of the foundation of democracy. We deal with elections, we deal with municipal issues, we deal with the structure of state government, we deal with law enforcement, the military. So it kind of provides the basis for everything else, I believe. Some people don't think that. They think that being sent to government operations is punishment, but I don't. So one of the things that we've done is, I served on the select board here in Putney for 9 years, and I see that the municipalities, towns really have very little power and authority. We are what is called a Dillon state, so it means that you in Putney can do only what we tell you you can do. In other states, towns can do anything that you're not prohibited doing by the state. So we are looking at making some tweaks in that, and last year the Senate passed what's called a limited municipal self-governance pilot plan. It would allow a certain number of towns to have more authority and more power. You wouldn't have to go to the state for every single thing you needed to do. So we're hoping that the House will take that up this year and that it'll pass, and it'll be limited to 10 towns in this pilot, but they're going to have to be geographically diverse, small towns, large towns, towns with town managers, towns without town managers, so we can get a sense of how this might work. We're also dealing with our EMS system and law enforcement, because we know that both of those systems are, EMS is suffering from lack of funding and from some pretty bizarre credentialing requirements that the state has put on them in the past, and we're trying to deal with that. I want to say that I want to say a word about our appropriations and how we deal with the budget. Everybody needs more money. We know that. Every group comes and needs to have more money, and that is a given, and we need to put more money into climate change. We need to put more money into public transportation. There's a lot of needs out there. And our Appropriations Committee, I believe, is the chair is from St. Johnsbury, and she knows state government, she knows health needs, she knows human service needs, and she has a way of balancing them, and it's not going to make everybody happy, that's true, but there is no way ever, I believe, of making everybody in the state happy, because the needs are so intense. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the Appropriations Committee and the way we deal with the budget, and then the entire Senate does that weighing when we vote on the budget. The last thing I'll say is, this is the year that we're going to start the census. And it is absolutely important that everybody respond to those census surveys. We get billions of dollars from the federal government, and it's all based on the number of people we have. If there are many communities who are and I don't mean communities like Putney, I mean communities of people who are leery of the census for one reason or another, or people who just think it's a stupid thing and don't want to fill out that survey. But we stand to lose billions of dollars coming into Putney if we don't answer those questions into Vermont. And so we need to make sure that, so here in Putney, make sure you have everybody register and fill out the survey, and you have friends in other places, promote it, because it is absolutely important. And there is no citizenship question on there, and I know that was a huge scare for people. But so anyway, that's all I'll say, and if you have any questions, and you can contact us. I'm just going to say our legislative website, as Mike said, is very good, and not only are the agendas on there for each committee, but every every time somebody submits a piece of paper as a witness or a testimony, all of that is on the website. So it's a pretty complete, you can see what is really happening up there, and you can get a recording of it if you want. Thank you. What?
Sorry. Elizabeth, just because we do not have any runners today, we don't have a traveling mic. We have set up, Steve has set up a standalone mic right there in the center. So if you want to ask if you want to make a comment, because no one will be able to hear you unless you, and this is a heads up for everybody, there will be no runners. You'll need to use the standalone mic. The mic isn't on, Steve. Oh, now it is.
Sorry. One thing about the census, I was at a recent census person meeting, and the one thing he said that was surprising to me, but I think it's really important, is that you will get a census form in the mail, but it is written to box holder or occupant, and a lot of people tend to throw those things out. So please notice, if you get anything to occupant and it's in the post office, please check, but it's very likely mid-March to be your census form. And we really need you to fill it out. And you can fill it out by phone or online. Easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks to our elected officials. Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to start the formal meeting because I haven't done that yet. This was all pre the meeting. The 2020 town meeting for the town of Putney is formally started. I was going to have some announcements, and then it seems like somebody has their hand up. My name is Meg Mott, and I'm your town moderator. I would like to invite to the stage Kim Monroe, who is going to be taking our minutes today, and Karen Astley, who is our town manager. So hearing no objections, I'm inviting our two key players to the stage.
Can you just tell people that Jeanette and I will be back with you
Just so you're clear, Meg, Kim is our assistant town clerk also.
And Kim is the assistant town clerk. Sorry about that, Kim. And Select Board, would you be willing to introduce yourselves?
Yes. Hi, I'm Josh, Select Board Chair currently.
Hi, I'm Laura, Select Board Vice Chair. Oops, very loud, scary microphone.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
Great. I have a couple of announcements, and that is, if anybody has parked in the Horseshoe, would you please move your car so that if you're staying here for the meeting, the parking is over there behind the school. If you're just coming in to vote, you may park in the Horseshoe. So that's what the Horseshoe is all about, that drive in front of the school. I am assuming that everybody who is sitting here is a Putney resident. The chain that is sitting right there is for people who are not Putney residents to observe the town meeting. We're asking everybody to please check in the back. That way we'll know who's here and that you're a town resident. So if you haven't already done so, please check in behind. Great. We will be taking a recess around noon for lunch. I will try and make that happen around an article. It's always inconvenient to stop deliberating in the middle of an article, but I'll be keeping track of the clock, and we'll probably take a 45-minute break around noon. The town meeting is run by Robert's Rules of Order and also by Vermont state statute. You can change Robert's Rules of Order, however, that will take a 2/3 majority to do so. You cannot change the state law that has to do with the town meeting. There's information about Robert's Rules. I've been working with Howard Fairman this year, Laura Chapman, and I think it was Laura Casey. Putney Huddle started a great initiative a few years ago, and that was to make sure that the voters of Putney understood how Robert's Rules work. And so every year we've tried to give you more information. This year I was working with Howard Fairman, who is very good at chapter and verse for Robert's Rules. So you will find that on pages 70 to 71 in your town report. And I'm just going to go over a few really key provisions. Every article that we discuss must be moved and seconded. I will state it in its entirety, and then it is under your consideration. You all control the conversation. Articles may be amended, and we may consider one amendment and then an amendment of an amendment, but at that point, we have to stop. After you've spoken on a particular article, I would ask that you don't speak a second time until others who are waiting to speak have a chance to do so. We're going to be using voice vote. If, when I call for the ayes and then I call for the nays, if it seems as if it's too close to call and you want a division, then somebody just needs to say division and we'll get a hand count. It takes 7 people to call for a paper ballot. And the order would be first voice, then division, and then paper ballot. Debate can be cut off by a call the question. It's going to be my job to try and get the debate moving. We'll hear people in favor, people against. And if I start to feel that there aren't new arguments being made, I will start to let you know that I'm going to be moving to a vote. The reason I'm doing that is so that we can avoid calling the question. Anybody at any time can call the question, but it's a move to stop debate. It requires a second, it's non-debatable, and it takes a 2/3 majority. So I try and avoid calling the question because I'd rather have people actually deliberate the articles rather than we get into procedural problems. Right. So we are only able to discuss articles that have been warned. Any amendment that starts to move an article in a direction that the original language didn't warn will be considered non-germane. And reconsideration, which is when an article has been voted on, and somebody wants to go back and reconsider it, you may not do that once I've moved on to the next article. So we're going to deal with one article at a time, and it can't be reconsidered once we've begun discussion on the subsequent article. It's my job here to help you do the business of the town. So I may be asking you a question. If you're making a comment and it begins to look like an amendment, I'm going to ask you for very specific language, whether it is an amendment. And really the whole beautiful thing about Robert, Mr. Robert, Brigadier General Robert, is that he gives us the mechanisms to talk about one thing at a time and to hear the minority point of view. There are other ways of reaching decisions, and some of you may participate in groups in which consensus is the way to reach a decision. I don't want to say that Robert is anti-consensus, but he's very interested in giving us an opportunity to hear dissent. So unlike a consensus model where we're trying to reach the same opinion, in this procedure, I'm going to be saying, is there somebody who wants to speak against the amendment? And that's important for us to actually deliberate. I'm assuming, as I said, that everybody who's sitting here is Putney residents, and great, and that you've all been marked off, because when I call for a vote, it is only Putney residents who are allowed to do that. So before we get started with the articles, was there any questions or concerns? Yes, and we're going to have to use that standalone mic. Thank you.
Ruby McAdoo. I wanted to ask this question of our legislators, and so I don't know if they're going to be around at the end of the day, but essentially I am the clerk of the Putney Central School Leadership Council, and the co-chairs, Liz Adams. This is so annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to lift this up. So Liz Adams and Jamie Contois are the co-chairs. They're also here. We have a table in the back. The reason I'm standing up and what I'd like to hear from the legislators, if they can speak to it, is that there's a lot going on both in our local school board. I've been attending the merged school board meetings, and it seems like there's a lot of special ed funding decisions that are coming down the pike, and I would like to hear what's going on in the legislature. I'd also like to just urge everyone to stick around after lunch in the other business portion, because I do think the Leadership Council would like to engage with everyone and let everyone know what's going on in the school and in the district. But anyway, so that's what I would have liked to have asked the legislators.
Two things, and one is Mike Merwicki will be returning, and I believe Jeanette White will as well, so they will be around later. I'm not going to be able to allow for other sort of announcements and that sort of thing. We'll do that towards the end. But if there were any questions about Robert's rules at this point, otherwise, I think we're going to get started. So, this is the 2020 warning for the annual meeting. The legal voters of the town of Putney are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Putney Central School in Putney at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, to act upon the following articles. Polls opened at 10 a.m. and will be open today until 7 p.m. The first two articles are going to be decided by Australian ballot. The first one, Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected at the annual town meeting. We will not discuss Article 1. It will be decided by Australian ballot. Article 2, the town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The language on the Australian ballot is included in Article 2. Although we will not be deliberating Article 2, we may ask questions, and the Select Board is here to answer any questions that you may have about Article 2. Are there any questions for the Select Board? Yes. And when you come to the mic, if you would just state your name. Thank you.
Alan Blood. I'm sorry I haven't been paying as much attention as I should. I assume that this is to replace a truck that we have that's falling apart, but maybe somebody could give a sentence or two on that.
Select Board.
Tom was here a moment ago. Do you want to speak to this article, Tom, or? Yeah, why don't you?
I don't know if I need a microphone or if everybody can just... Yes? Okay.
Yeah, and you can always pull it out, and Steve has provided handy wipes in case for concerns about, and are we going to worry about feedback, Steve? Okay.
Will we good? Yep, we are. Okay. To give a little bit of history with this, the truck that we're looking to replace is a 2006, one of our two primary engines. Excuse me. And we're actually looking to replace this engine early, 4 years early. The truck's not due for replacement for another 4 years, which means in reality we wouldn't see a new truck for 5 years because there's a 9 to 12 month build time. The reason that we're bringing this forward now, early, is simply because of the cost savings associated with this project. Unfortunately, given the situations that we're in with different tariffs, just the general costs associated with fire trucks and emergency services apparatus today, we're looking at costs that we haven't seen before. Typically, we've been very used to cost ranges of $230,000 to $280,000, and now, like you're aware, we're at $550,000. We have no control over that. The truck that we're speccing is nothing more than we've ever had, than we're used to. There's nothing extravagant about this truck at all whatsoever. It's built to work. It's not built to look pretty. So that's where we're at with that. So again, the truck that we've got that we're going to be replacing is a 2006. We're starting to see some issues with it, some electrical problems. We just had to replace a computer in it to the tune of about $3,200. There will be more of that coming. I'm certain. We're looking at some mechanical things that are going to be creeping up on us. So again, all of it put together, that's why we're coming early. When I mentioned the cost savings associated with buying this truck now versus waiting 4 years, the cost that we're looking at, the money that we're looking to save, in reality is just over $200,000. So that's why we felt it was appropriate, as well as the select board, the town manager, felt it was appropriate to bring it forward now, knowing that we're going to be actually saving that kind of money over the next 4 years. If we wait 4 years, then we're going to be looking for $200,000 plus more. So that's where we stand.
So just a couple of the drivers behind that, not the wrong term, but mincing my words. Sorry, Meg, is it all right if I comment also?
Sure.
Thank you. The cost for the truck itself increases on an average of 3 to 4% per year. So that's just a projected cost. So when you take the truck value before trade-in of $650,000 and increase that by 3 to 4% per year, that ends up being over $100,000 there. The other savings that we think we would realize is that the truck that we currently own has a trade-in value probably in the ballpark of $80,000 to $100,000, and in 4 years it's projected that its trade-in value will be more like 20 or less. So those are two of the components. And then also interest rates right now. One of the reasons that we are asking folks to do this, to vote on a bond issue, is because the interest rates for bonds are incredibly favorable. Right now, they are projected as 1.45%. Can we guarantee that that would be the price we would get if this is approved and we go forward? No, because bonds are issued twice annually by the state of Vermont, and that shifts day by day as they go. But, we all are aware that interest rates could be dramatically higher in 4 years, and that's something we can't predict. But it's some of the thinking behind why we're looking at this now instead of 4 years down the road.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes.
So is the trade-in value going to be put against this $550,000, or is that?
That's included in that
It is
500.
included.
So the actual, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, the actual cost of the truck is closer to $650,000, but we are considering a range of, we are, as the article is written, we would not be borrowing any more than 550, and that reflects a trade-in value of roughly 80 to 100 on the truck.
And
So-
just a reminder, if people could state their name, that was Janice Baldwin. Are there any other questions about Article 2?
Lionel Chute. I was just wondering, I assume there's some sort of a capital reserve, there's some kind of a dedicated fund for fire truck replacement. Is that true? And if it is, then how does the borrowing of the $550,000 relate to whatever kind of a reserve may have been accruing over this time for this purpose?
So we do have a fund. It's called the Public Safety Reserve Fund, and in it today is $65,669.75. That being said, the Select Board could utilize part of that. The other thing too, money goes into this reserve fund from contributions from the private schools every year. So there is about $56,000 that's added to that as well.
So the answer to your question, I guess, Lionel, would be that there is not a large reserve fund, obviously. No. It hasn't been our practice in recent years, and we've been having recent discussions about whether we should be looking. We have a capital plan that lays out the time frame for how we would purchase, et cetera. It hasn't made, from my perspective anyway, a whole lot of sense, given how favorable interest rates have been over the last number of years, to be putting reserve funds aside, because we are not eligible to benefit dramatically from having that money as far as interest rates are concerned. We are limited to our investments are governed by statute. So when we put money aside, it's not a big money earner for us, and with low interest rates, that has not, the Select Board has not taken that path. We're currently discussing whether we want to, over the next handful of years, shift in that direction to create a larger capital fund, partly in anticipation of likely higher interest rates going forward. But it's always a trade-off whether there's value in having significant reserve funds for something like this or not, and we just haven't been following that path, but are open to considering it and are considering it.
Any other questions about Article 2? Yes, we have one in the back.
Hi, Craig Goldberg. So brief comment and question. Comment is I assume that you all have a reason why we're voting prior to having discussion on this article. But my question would be, would it be possible in the future when we have large ticket items like this to vote on that we have discussion like this first? It's really helpful for some of us that haven't maybe heard about what all the reasons are ahead of time for making a purchase like this. And this has been very interesting discussion to hear both from the fire chief as well as from the Select Board about why this truck is needed. So I would just ask that in the future, please consider that we have this discussion first and then have the vote afterwards. Thanks.
As per statute, all right, if I respond, Meg?
Sure.
As per statute, we had 2 public meetings related to this article. One 10 days ago.
February 12th
and then again.
February 26th.
They were well posted as best as we could. We had a very small number of people turn up for them, so I would just, in response, encourage people to pay attention when town meeting is 30 days out to things that are coming up that will be open for discussion prior to an Australian ballot vote, because we are, again, required by statute to have those public hearings related to that.
I assumed that you did, even though I was not able to attend them. And as you mentioned yourself, those meetings were poorly attended, whereas this meeting is usually better attended. So that's why I would make the comment. I'm not saying to not have your public meetings and those, but just at least consider that this is the place where more people will attend and more of us can hear the issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes. We have a couple more questions.
Hi, my name.
Wait.
Hang on one sec.
Respond to, I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. We're required by state statute to do this vote through Australian ballot because we're going out for a bond. So we could not have had this discussion and not put it on the Australian ballot. Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Marmion. I was just wondering about the specific vehicle you chose. For me, fuel emissions and looking at alternative energies is really important, and especially because we're buying it early or looking into that. I'm really curious about how you made the choice and how climate impact has been considered in choosing this specific vehicle.
Do we have an answer from the select board?
Yes. This came up, you may or may not remember, from last year's town meeting, this came up as a question related to highway trucks. We have had that conversation both in those public meetings and also in regular select board meetings. We are not yet at a point where that technology is, for our size and needs of a town, appropriately applicable. The first hybrid electric fire truck was just introduced recently in LA. First one introduced in this country. They're becoming more common in European countries, but are not yet widespread here. The nature of a fire truck is such that it has to be able to go out and work for many, many, many hours at a time. So that is not conducive to a fully electric, but it is conducive to hybrid. We had that discussion. The one that was purchased by LA County, my understanding, and this is strictly anecdotal, was $1.2 million. We are definitely cognizant and watching as that technology, I mean, my guess is that in the next 5-ish years, there will be, for fire trucks, they fit into a category that's a little tricky because of that specific need. So a hybrid might make sense. A full electric, not so likely, I wouldn't think, in the near future. But with highway trucks, a higher likelihood of that. And it definitely is a topic of discussion that we have regularly. And actually, Doug Grant has been taking us to task on that and making sure that discussion continues. So we've considered it not yet a financial reality, and in fact, I think not really a reality, just practicality-wise yet for us. But thank you for the question, though.
Any other questions on Article 2? We have one in the front and then one in the back. Yep, if you could state your name.
Patricia Blum. I'm just wondering, I assume you broke this down per capita, how much it's going to affect the tax of each household. Do you know the cost annually per household?
Give us a few minutes. We'll try and work through that. We have presentation as the total annual cost, but we haven't broken it down as far as effect on tax rate. So why don't we take some other questions and we'll try and get back to you.
So there was in the back, yeah, Elizabeth.
Morning, Elizabeth Fox. Wondering about the longevity of fire trucks. This one seems about 14, 15 years currently. Is that the same for the upcoming one? And also you mentioned that this is one of 2 primary trucks, so when might we expect the second one to go?
So I'll actually start with the second question first. We've got a total of 8 fire apparatus. Wait a minute, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the car that's assigned to me. 3 of those vehicles, my car, the squad, and our brush truck, those overall are at the time they would ever need to be replaced, are very low-cost vehicles, especially when we purchase off state bid, which we've started doing. We started doing that 4 or 5 years ago now. Our ladder truck, we bought secondhand, however many years ago, a few years ago now. 10 years ago, Chris, thank you. And that truck will last us a very, very long time. We were fortunate to find that truck at the cost that we did. We take care of it. We keep up on the maintenance for it. And again, that truck will last us a very long time. None of us at the department ever foresee the town of Putney or the Putney Fire Department having a brand new aerial ladder unless something dramatic happens with ours and insurance pays for it. That will never be our intent, and I certainly don't foresee, again, unless something catastrophic occurs with our existing ladder, I don't foresee us even needing to talk about buying another ladder for 15, 20 years at least. The next truck in line is the tanker. We've actually changed over the last 10 years the way that truck operates. That truck now simply shuttles water. That's all it does for us, and it does it well. That truck was built, and you'll hear this term come up again shortly, that truck was built heavy, which means it's got a large motor, large transmission, large front end, large rear end, so on and so forth, and the truck was built right for us, and that truck will last us a long time. We have absolutely no plans, again, assuming nothing catastrophic occurs, we have no plans on replacing that in the near future. The two workhorses of the department, those are the two engines. Very similar, people will remember about 5 years ago, our engine 2 was due for replacement. When that truck was built new, that was intentionally, by the department at the time, built again heavy. And what that means is that a heavy front end, heavy rear end, heavy transmission, big motor, so on and so forth, all the way from the tires right up through the truck, everything was spec'd heavy duty. So what happened with that truck is we ran it for its 20-year lifespan. We took a very, very close look at it. We opted to refurb it at about a quarter of the cost of a new truck. And we're going to run that another 20 years. It's worked very, very well. Same concept with this new truck. Our goal, and what we have spec'd out thus far, is the truck will be built heavy. We'll run it 20 years, and we'll do a moderate refurb on it. Again, at that point, what we can forecast is being about a quarter of the cost of a new one.
We seem to be having some feedback issues on that mic. Yeah. Are there any other questions? Sure.
Another detail, the current truck was built light, and that's why it can't be, sorry. The current truck was built light, and that's why it's not being rebuilt. Does that?
Can I expand on that?
Yeah.
Just to expand on the reasons why. When that truck was built or new to us in 2006, we knew that it wasn't the truck that we wanted it, and we knew that it wasn't the truck that the town should have. However, our backs were against the wall. When I say our backs, I mean the department as well as the town, because we had just come off of the pool.
No, the library, the fire station.
The firehouse construction, the new water system, and a pretty significant wastewater upgrade, if I remember right. So all those things added up. The select board, and I respected their decision at the time. I understood where they were coming from. They said, you have X amount of money. Don't ask for any more. You're not going to get it. This is what you've got to get your truck. So what that forced us to do was, and we didn't have any choices at that point. We needed, our old engine 1 had to be replaced. It was dead. So at that point, what it forced us to do was get a lightly built truck. So instead of building everything heavy, this is the lightest weight stuff you can get. And along with that comes downgrades in all the wiring, all the computers, so on and so forth. So we know it just isn't going to work. Just to add on that a little bit, we did look into refurbing this truck that we've got, and honestly the best way to have that done is for the manufacturer to do it. So that would involve our truck going down to Ocala, Florida, for a refurb. The manufacturer said we will not do that because it's not cost effective. it makes no sense because there's nothing to work with. Everything is lightweight, everything is light duty, there's just nothing to work with. So I hope that clarified a little bit.
Are there any other questions? I don't see
Meg,
any.
can I go back to the answer to the question here of how it would affect tax?
Great.
This is a little bit of a round number because we don't have all the details until it happens, but be roughly an increase of $25 per $100,000 of value on your home per taxpayer. So if you own a $200,000 home, it would be an additional $50 per year that would go towards paying the bond and the interest on this. Over 10 years.
All right. So it sounds like all the questions have been answered. We're not waiting on any other answers. I don't see any other hands up. And as I mentioned, Article 2 will be decided by Australian ballot. We will now move on to Article 3 to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting. You can find that report in your on pages 65 going forward. Do I have a motion? Kathleen, Kathleen, what is your last name? Kathleen O'Reilly, thank you, has moved. And do we have a second? Elizabeth Christie has seconded. It has been moved and seconded for Article 3. Is there any discussion about the report? Any corrections? It looks as if we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the town report, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3, the town's report has been approved. Article 4, to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. You can find that on pages 19 through 28. Do I have a motion for Article 4? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do I have a second? Janice Baldwin. Sorry, I don't know your name. Anyway, second, Janice Baldwin. It has been moved and seconded to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. Are there any questions or comments? It appears that we're ready to vote, right? We've had a motion and seconded. All those in favor of the reports of the town officers, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. And we have heard and acted upon the reports of the town officers. If you notice, I'm looking down at the front row here periodically. That's Howard Fairman, who has agreed to be the parliamentarian for this meeting.
Meg?
Yes.
Could I maybe quickly do Community Service Award?
Oh,
at this
I'm
stage?
so sorry that I forgot that.
That's
Absolutely.
okay.
Thank you very much. My apologies.
Before we move on to larger, greater town business, wanted to make a statement about Community Service Award. This year's nominee was brought forward by Jonathan Johnson, who's our town clerk. And statement reads, the town of Putney provides a location where residents may drop off their Vermont returnable bottles and cans. The proceeds are designated for the Putney Pool. Before the bottles and cans can be picked up by the Redemption Center, they must be sorted to separate bottles and cans and to remove non-returnable items and trash that people drop in the bins. It is important that the work be performed on a regular schedule so that the bins don't overflow. The sorting work has always been done by volunteers. In the past, when the volunteers didn't show, town hall staff performed the sorting and cleanup as needed. Since last spring, our volunteer has been Julian Lavoie. Where previous volunteers would wait weeks before coming to sort, Julian comes every week. Moreover, I frequently have an email from Julian when I arrive at work on Monday morning informing of how full the bins are, he checks them on Sunday, and when he will be in to sort. Recently, Julian has taken over the responsibility of scheduling the pickup from the Redemption Center. Julian has done a great job in keeping the drop-off area clean and safe. So far this year, Julian has sorted well over 30,000 bottles and cans to the tune of $1,500 at 5 cents a piece for 30,000 in a cheerful and capable manner. Julian's hard work and dedication makes Putney a better place to live, and the Select Board wants to say thank you by awarding Julian Lavoie the 2020 Community Service Award. So, thank you so much.
Excellent. That makes me so happy to know you're doing that work every week. Thank you. We will now move to Article 5. To elect 3 trustees.
Sorry, Meg,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Julian just notified me that only his mother calls him Julian. He really goes by Jules. And I also just want to encourage people, not that we want to make his job harder, but remember when you're taking your bottles and cans that there's an easy place to drop them in the shed behind in front of the shed behind Town Hall, and that no liter bottles, no water bottles, but otherwise it's all going towards the Putney Pool, so a very good cause. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
All right. We can now move to Article 5, to elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board. I believe that we have somebody who has some names. Yes, Meredith Wade.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Meredith Wade. I feel like I should face this way and not to you all.
Yeah.
I'm Meredith Wade. I'm the current chair of the library board, and I want to first say thank you to our very dedicated director and staff of the library for all they do all the time. Thank you. They work every year to identify new products and services and support for this community, for the very diverse needs of the community. And I think we really appreciate all that they do. And I also want to say thank you to the community, because it's because of all of you and to serve all of you that we exist. And feel like we're an important part of the community because of that. And the nominees who we have for trustees for 3-year terms are Kevin Champney, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon.
Kevin, can you say that one more time?
Kevin Champney, Rebecca Nixon, and Amber Paris.
Amber Paris, okay. Are there any nominations from the floor? It looks like our 3 nominees are Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon. I'm going to propose that we vote on them as a slate rather than running each name forward individually. So hearing no objections, we will run these names as a slate. All those in favor of Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon to be the library trustees, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. It appears that the ayes have it, and those 3 members are now part of the trustees. Thank you very much for doing this. We will now move to Article 6. To see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, lot 070339, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1st, the town report, and other information on pages 63 to 64. Is there somebody who wishes to move Article 6? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do we have a second for Article 6? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded for Article 6. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf? Yes, and are you not a Putney resident? Could you just tell me your name? James Olmsted. Hearing no objections, I would like to invite James Olmsted to speak on Article 6.
Hi, I'm James Olmsted. I've been a resident in the area all my life. I grew up in Dummerston, just down the road.
And you can take the mic out of its stand, yes.
All right,
thank you.
how does this sound? Better, I can hear myself now also. Just to give you a brief history, there is a little write-up in the town report, but Putney Gun Club was founded in 1951. Its purpose was to promote competitive shooting with small bore 22 caliber rifle. There was a Cheshire Wyndham Rifle League was formed with 5 teams in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, and Wyndham County, Vermont. And it's been running ever since. Excuse me. Our Rifle League runs from January to March in the wintertime. And the rest of the year, the club is pretty much not used, except for perhaps, and in the past, Boy Scouts have used the range for merit badges, and hunter safety has been held there most every year for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, our shaker and leader of that has moved on. He retired, Mike Colson moved to Island Pond. And we're looking now for someone to take over and head up that program. I've got somebody I'm going to contact, and hopefully they will steer us in the right direction, get us a hunter safety instructor. Most of you probably know, but hunter safety instructors have to take a course with the Fish and Game Department in order to become certified to teach hunter safety courses. And now anyone that buys a hunting and fishing license, not a fishing license, rifle license or bow license must pass a hunter safety course. As I say, Mike moved to Island Pond. Another man, Dave Smith, he was very instrumental in the running and upkeep of the club. He unfortunately has some severe health problems now. And we're hoping to get the club moving in the right direction and have a little more activity in it. Any residents interested in improving their marksmanship, we can work out something. However, we don't want any just, as I call them, prayer and sprayers up there shooting up the rifle range. It's designed strictly for 22 caliber. The range is 50 feet long. The building is cement block. We have a steel backstop. So the noise level, you can hardly hear a shot go off when you're outside the building. The rifle bullets themselves are contained within the building, so there's no danger to the public, there's no noise. We like to say we're located right opposite the ball field on Sandy Hill Road. And the parking area is there. If there was an overflow, we wouldn't mind someone parking at the range facility. Let's see what else. I guess that about sums it briefly. So any questions? Yes.
I've supported this over the years. In fact, I brought 5 years ago up for tax exemption, and now I don't support it. And the reason I don't is, we're talking about January to March. Not many people, it's not used that much. You're not giving us any statistics on how often it's used. You haven't said how many people use it. I know The last time I heard from you all, it was that all the towns around use it. So I would like to see them chip in and pay the taxes on that and not go ahead and be tax exempt.
So I'm going to jump into this. What we heard was an argument in favor of Article 6. We've now, and then Eva Mondin gave us an argument against Article 6. I'd like to hear from other people. So if you don't mind putting the mic back into
No, I just have one thing. We are a IRS 501(c) nonprofit organization.
Great. Okay, thank you. Is there somebody else who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? Yes.
Hi, I'm Kathleen O'Reilly, and I do want to speak in favor of it because of the hunter safety and bow certification that they offer. They plan on continuing to offer it, and right now the nearest place...
We have some feedback.
Oh.
Steve's working on it.
Is in Winooski. Closer? How's this? Okay, feel like Goldilocks. So let's see. Yeah, I want to speak in favor of it because it does provide hunter safety. It also gives people a place to come and ask questions. I know that Dave Smith was very instrumental and very warm in opening to people. He's not from Putney. Many of the people who have been involved in it are not from Putney, but the goal moving forward is to get more people involved. I spoke to Jim prior to coming here today, and I encouraged there being a board, there being open house nights, and there being an opportunity for people to just come ask questions. I mean, it's not about firearms, good or bad, it's about safety. And I am a great believer in that. So I'm in favor of it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against who has not spoken? Alan Blood.
Alan Blood. Excuse me. It seems to me that in the years past when we've approved this, it's been primarily because of the hunter safety issues. And I may have misheard it, but my understanding is there is no hunter safety course happening there at the moment. They don't have an instructor. My suggestion would be that we decline their request this year, and if they have an active program next year, that we reconsider it at that point. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? In favor, yes. A question?
Janice Baldwin, I have a question. How much money are we talking about here?
It's in our town.
Yeah, we're trying to find it, sorry.
Where's Jordy can answer that question?
Yeah, Jordy, are you here? Do you know that one offhand?
$87,000.
$87,000 is the value of it. That's not what we're talking. So the tax implications of that
would be the non-residential tax rate, I think 238 this year.
Jordy, can you use the mic and say your name, please?
Jordy Heller.
Thank you.
The $87,200 value would be the value based, and then the non-residential tax rate, which I think this year is $2.38 per hundred.
About $2,000, 2070.
Yeah.
Can somebody say that with a
it's
mic?
about 2070, you said, Alan? Yes.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak? I'm sorry, I lost track of where I was. I think Janice asked a question, so we're looking for somebody who will speak against. Is there somebody who has not spoken who wishes to speak against? I don't see any other hands up but Eva, so I'm going to say Eva can come back. Oh, I'm sorry. You. Would you like to take the mic? We have a question.
Robin Ekstrom. I just had a question for the gentleman who spoke for the gun club. How many folks are actually using it during the season of January to March currently? Thank you.
Would you mind answering that? Can you get a mic? Yep, you can come. You can come forward and get the mic.
Probably holler loud enough. No? Okay.
Besides, it's exciting. Maybe you'll get some feedback and everybody will wince.
We have 6 people on our team.
6 people on the team? Yes. And so is that the 6 people who are using it during the season?
For our home team, yes. There's also 2 other clubs that come on a rotating program for the Rifle League during the winter.
Great.
And can I ask a question, Meg?
Yeah.
And can you just comment on historically the number of hunter safety courses, the number of students? If you,
I know I wasn't involved with the program while Mike was teaching it. I think that I've heard the figure 40 thrown out, and that I'm quite sure that he had to turn away people because they just couldn't handle more than that. There is a huge demand for hunter safety, and like I say, I'm going to get together with other members, the people that helped Mike run the course, and try to get a program going for this year. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'll need to call on. We have somebody coming forward to speak against? Oh, are you coming to ask a question? All right, I think I'm still on against, so we'll just, is there anybody who wishes to speak against? Eva?
I think it's time that this organization, what they're offering in the community, come to an end. I've never seen them advertise the hunter safety program. It's advertised in Guilford. It's advertised all around. I used to hunt. I know it's a wonderful idea, the hunter safety program. It's never been advertised in Putney. And so towns that advertise it, you can go from Putney and take it. I don't know about the Boy Scouts using it, but I don't know about the Boy Scouts either. And so I really think that it's time to lay it down. Really do. I'm the one that proposed and harassed. In fact, the guy who used to run it, he was a friend of mine, and I stood up for this whole process and harassed y'all to get nonprofit status. But it's over. I think it's over. Thank you.
And we have somebody who wants to speak in favor. Is that all right? I'm going to go to the first. Sorry.
Deb Stetson, I'm in favor of it. I believe in this day and age. All right. I think we should be supporting the gun club and the hunting program, and I think if you build it, they will come. I think we need to give them a chance to try to get it active again. It's recently been very active. There have been 40 people that have come even without advertising, as you might say. I don't know, maybe they did, but yeah, I think we should support it. And it's only $1 more in your taxes, something like that, if it's $2,000 a year. So I think it's worth it, especially in this day and age where people are going out and needing to get their own food.
Great. So I have a question from the floor. I'm sorry, from the select board.
I'm curious if we can amend, can everybody hear me? I'm afraid to use this. I'm curious if we can amend this for a period of 1 year in order to give them time to kind of get it together through these transitions and come back to us and show us a new plan.
So Laura, are you amending? So the amendment, if I'm hearing you correctly, Laura, is for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA section. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I have an amendment, but I need to get a second. Sorry. While we have the amendment on the floor, I need to get a second. And the second is Lionel? No. I'm sorry, can you remember? Lawrence. What was the last name? O'Neill. Lawrence O'Neill. So it has been moved and seconded to amend Article 6. We are now discussing the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment?
I'm not sure we are allowed to do that statutorily. I'm not sure we aren't. I don't know whether, Howard, that's anything you can figure for us quickly, but my recollection, and Jordy, maybe you know, that this is 3 years or 5 years typically, and maybe 1 year is acceptable, but...
Jordy Heller, a couple of years ago for Putney Cares, we did it for 1 year.
We did? Okay. That's, as long as it's statutorily allowable.
So we are now debating the amendment, which is for 1 year. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? A question.
Lisa Papazian. I guess I would like to know what voting no, or what the $2,000 would mean to the Gun Club in terms of its budget. It seems like it might kill it altogether. So I'm just wondering.
I'm going to take that as a question, even though we really are going to be deliberating the amendment, but I'm going to take that as a question. Do we have an answer? Yes.
You can take it off. Important not to point it at.
Okay. One thing I'd like to clarify that it was unclear on before, with the figure 40 I threw out, that was for 1 year's training, not total. And right now, our treasury has about $1,500 in it. We have limited members. If you tax us, someone else is going to own the building, probably the town. So $75 for membership. That's for anyone.
So we're not hearing these questions, so I'm going to have to ask you, either use the mic.
Okay,
but just
the question was what a membership cost.
Okay, and the answer was?
$75.
$75. And just to remind us all, we are still deliberating the amendment. So is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment? Robin?
Robin Ekstrom, I would just encourage the town to vote in favor of this amendment. It gives the gun club a year, which seems like a reasonable time to find somebody who's willing to take on the responsibility of teaching a course in gun safety, which I definitely feel strongly is a very good thing, hiking the woods and around here. And if at the end of that time they've been unable to take up that role, then I think it would be plenty time enough to consider terminating the tax relief for this organization at that time. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be able to vote on the amendment. All right, we are voting on Article 6 as amended to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road. For a period of 1 year. See, I was just the amendment. So but I was reading it as amended so people at least knew what it was that we were voting on. for a period of 1 year beginning April 1st, 2020. So we're just voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. We are now discussing the article as amended. Are there any questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the article as amended? Anybody who wishes to speak against the article as amended? It looks like we're ready to vote. We are now voting on Article 6 as amended, to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, Lot 070339, for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832(7). All those in favor of the article as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. Article 6 passes as amended. We are now moving to Article 7. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department, to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Robin O'Neill, is it? Ekstrom. Robin Ekstrom. Do we have a second? Could you give us your name? Melanie Fletcher has seconded. Article 7 has been moved and seconded. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 7? People are looking for Brian.
Brian? Brian's not here. Okay, so I'll speak a little bit to it. This is the, as per our capital plan that we talked about earlier, this is the sort of regular rotation of a truck being rotated out after 10 years. Experience has shown us that the 10-year ballpark tends to be a marker for when maintenance costs start to increase, also tends to be a marker for when turn-in value starts to drop off pretty quickly. Again, I will just say that given the discussion from earlier about capital planning, that it has been a topic of discussion amongst the Select Board as to whether we are going to continue in this vein of borrowing for vehicles at 10-year increments, whether we can look at different ways of modeling that as far as either holding on to vehicles longer and or financing them differently or putting aside reserve funds for them. So, but again, it's sort of replacement. I don't remember which. It's for the replacement of number 5, I think. But it's replacing a Mack truck, which I believe is the 2010 Mack, which I believe is the last. We've gone mostly over to Western Star. For a couple reasons there. The dealership is right here, and we've gotten good value out of them and had excellent service, and it's right nearby to get servicing, which is a benefit to us. I believe this is our last Mack, and we will be, if we go ahead with this purchase as proposed, it would be a Western Star to replace it also. So our whole fleet would then be Western Star vehicles.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Gail Haynes, and my question would be the one that was raised earlier about, you spoke of trying to think about energy efficiency and things, and I consider energy efficiency both the use of the energy, but also this question that you said you're thinking about of how to keep things alive longer in this motorized world.
Do we have an answer?
So what you're referring to is the embodied energy that goes into the construction of a vehicle. And these are vehicles that when we sell them, they go on to further use elsewhere. So it's not like that truck is getting thrown away. And I'm not trying to sort of explain that away, but just a fact related to that is they don't just disappear. They do often get bought by smaller or less used operators who use them less and are less dependent on them on a regular basis. But in the same vein as the conversation before, we're keeping our eye on the availability and price point of potential fossil fuel replacement vehicles, not yet a reality for us as far as that's concerned. They are, all of these vehicles that we consider, and this was part of a discussion we had the other night, they are all governed by federal emissions laws. So they are the cleanest vehicles that are readily available to us within those constraints. And Vermont is a little bit lax on that, but it's mostly governed by federal. So they're as clean as we can get. I think, sorry, I can't. Boy, I really don't have an answer to that one for you. Sort of scarily low would be my guess, just because they're surprisingly large vehicles working hard. And then also, as we all know from our own practical use, when they're doing stop and go and short trips, it also goes up. So, you know, we could probably sort of figure that out based on our annual usage of fuel, but we haven't looked at that. So, you want to comment, David?
I wanted to ask,
Microphone.
sorry. I wanted to ask Karen something about the program to replace trucks. This truck, we're heading to a time when the
10
trucks...
years.
10 years, okay. So we're heading towards a period of time, my understanding is that we won't be replacing another truck next year or the year after. We're actually heading to a window of, I thought maybe you could speak to that. Thank you.
I believe our next replacement of a truck is 2023, I think. 2013 was probably.
It is 2023, right?
Is when another one would come back up
Yes.
for replacement. Yeah.
Yeah, because the grader and the backhoe, our final payments will be in fiscal year '21. So those are going to go off in '22. And then, yeah, we're going to need another dump truck at that point in '23. So the way the cycle is, because of debt service, because we're borrowing, we're trying to look ahead to see if it makes more sense to possibly buy it outright. But we got to plan for that, and it's going to be about timing. So, but the future is looking a little bit better, where we're going to be seeing some things drop off, and that includes the fire station, like in 2027. So, as Josh pointed out, though, the rates are so low right now that we're still taking advantage of that.
Are there any other questions? Would somebody wish to speak against Article 7? It looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. We've heard we've heard somebody speak in favor. We've had questions answered. I think that yes?
It's Alan Blood again. We're doing the fire truck by Australian ballot and this one by a vote here. Is that just because of the size of the amount?
It's partly the size. It's also we're going to bond for the fire truck, so it's a requirement that it's bought by Australian ballot. That's partly because the rates were so favorable on that.
So bond means it goes through the state system,
municipal
and otherwise
bond
we're just
system.
borrowing from a bank?
Exactly.
Right.
and it's less expensive. We explored that for the fire truck, and it's less expensive for us to do it through the bond system, but it's a cumbersome process for one, and also I believe they don't offer 5-year bonds. Is that correct? So it would draw. I might be wrong about that, but this is a 10-year bond that we're looking at. I think that's the shortest bond they offer, isn't it?
For the fire truck?
I don't think they offer bonds for less than 10 years.
No, they can do a 5-year
Oh, they can.
bond too, but the process is tedious, and you would have to have Australian vote, 2 public meetings. So for the 190,000, we can go to a bank and get a pretty good rate.
Are there any other questions about Article 7? It looks like, oh, we have one right here.
Lawrence O'Neill. You said for the truck, we would be going to a bank for a rate, and we've talked about the bond rate being 1 point something.
4 or 5.
1 point. What's the differential there? What's the difference? I mean, it's our money we're spending.
Yeah.
If it's cheaper to go to a bond, how much more expensive is it to go to a bank?
Banks usually we can get between 2.5 to 3. It depends. It depends on who we look at, but we do go out to like 4 or 5 different banks. So we'll go with the lowest rate. But at 1.45 also, let me just check one thing, Larry, okay?
For example, in exploring the fire truck option, Lawrence, we were offered rates about 3% from banks. So it hovers.
It does.
You know, the other thing is that 1.45% is not guaranteed, as I said. So you know that as the Australian ballot states, it's at a rate of up to 2%. We sort of basically figured that was kind of the cutoff where we felt we were likely to get a bond issued, and or where the cumbersome aspects of financing through the bond bank, and it entails expenses too. We have to have legal counsel when we go to the bond bank, et cetera. So I don't have the math on that as far as this truck is concerned, but the thinking was that we were likely to just not realize a whole lot of savings for a short-term low-interest bond or a short-term low-interest bank loan on a borrowing of this size.
Larry, I did request that information too from Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, you know, on 190,000, and I have it in an email, so I will forward that information to you. And I don't remember what the rate was, but I think it was higher than the 1.45%.
As it would be for a shorter term bond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that answer your questions for now? And right. Are there any other questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? It appears that we may be able to move towards a vote. We are now, yes? A question?
My name is Amanda Perez. So this is related with this truck and the purchase of the fire truck, which is separate, but it seems like there's a capital plan for replacing vehicles with new vehicles, and that there seems to be a plan in place that is requiring the board to replace these things on this specific timeline. And then there also seems to be the question that you're holding in the back of your mind about changing that plan. Yep, because maybe to get some more longevity out of the vehicles and things like that. Yet we seem to be moving forward with the plan without looking at that. And so I'm wondering, what is the board's timeline for looking at those plans that are driving these mandates for buying new vehicles?
Somebody who can answer Amanda's question?
Well, I can't answer the question of what the timeline is, but we've been talking about it a lot. I know, I think it's part of a bigger question. I think the town of Putney and the people in it have gotten used to a really high level of services, and our taxes are really high. I know I pay a ton of taxes, so I'm wearing two hats right now. I'm on the select board, and I'm a taxpayer. And I wish Brian was here and he could speak to the condition of that truck so we could more accurately assess whether or not we actually need one right now, because I drive a 94 Toyota pickup with over 300,000 miles, and I haven't made payments on it in a really long time. So I'm in favor of keeping everything as long as we possibly can until the maintenance and repairs are less than what it's going to take to replace it. But that's going to require people being okay with their roads not being plowed right now if one of the trucks goes down and they don't get their road plowed for some hours, or it doesn't get sanded, which I'm fine with, but I'm not sure everybody else is. So we're looking at that. How is it going to work? How long is it going to take for us to save money to be able to outright buy a fire truck or outright buy the next replacement town truck? I don't know. It certainly would require the budget to stay the same, and whatever money we spent towards payments would go into a capital fund. And like Josh says, we're not making any money really. We can't really invest it in a way where we make very much money, but my opinion is I would lean in that direction. But like I said, I wish Brian was here to talk about the condition of that truck so he could answer those questions. I don't know what the timeline is for changing that. I know I think about it every day.
I would say the timeline from my perspective would be, as we just mentioned, the next truck coming up in line for replacement is 2023. So that gives us a 3-year window to look at, and that's also probably a reasonable window, as we were talking before about interest rates. You know, just looking at sort of the financial picture right now, it doesn't appear they're going to jump right away, and in fact may decrease for a period of time in the short run, but in a 3-year window they might well start climbing back up. So I guess I would propose that as a timeline, that within the next 3 years we're looking at this. You know, as David pointed out, and I've said this in the past too, we can make that choice to have potentially less services for less money. That's a voter choice, and I don't think anybody opposes that on this board, or probably anybody in town, but it's also a reality that we've come to be used to. I mean, you know, as soon as a road isn't sanded, we start getting phone calls. So, you know, that there's a balance there for us as to what we do. The reality, I mean, there's two components in my view of the thinking behind why we replace trucks on the timeline that we do. One is their trade-in value, and two is their dependability. You know, could we extend that to 12 or 15 years and not suffer dramatically in that realm? I'm sure the dealerships would tell us no, but you know, that's something we could experiment with, and maybe that would make sense for us to experiment with. Is that going to save us a fortune? No, but it will shave down the expenses on a capital plan. So I would say a 3-year window to look at that and see before we come before you with another truck is probably realistic.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? Then it looks like we may be ready to go to a vote. We are now voting on Article 7 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. It's now 5 noon. It might be time to take a break, I'm thinking, for lunch. If everyone's all right, I propose that we take a 45-minute recess. We are returning to Town Meeting 2020. Maybe once again we could just introduce who is on the stage.
Okay,
Just because if they start to hear official voices, they may return. Karen, would you mind introducing yourself once again? I was just going to go down and ask people to reintroduce themselves.
Oh, yes.
Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Josh Laughlin, Select Board Chair.
Laura Chapman, Select Board Vice Chair.
David Babbitt, Select Board Clerk.
And to my left, we have Kim Monroe, who is Assistant Town Clerk. I'm Meg Mott. I'm the moderator.
We're going to need to get them to shut up right there.
Okay, we're going to begin with Article 8 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 13 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Alan Blood. Do we have a second? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded, Article 8. I gather there may be a amendment?
There is.
What is your amendment?
Actually, can you maybe you can't because you're not a resident.
Right.
So, sorry.
Right here.
Okay.
So we're waiting to hear what
Sorry.
the amendment
So
is to Article 8.
The amendment, Article 8, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8, it should read 8, not 13, emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be paid.
Do we have a second for the amendment? The second is Alan Blood. It has been moved and seconded, and we are now discussing the amendment. Would somebody like to speak on behalf of the amendment?
It's
Tom?
Well, it was just a mistake. We had it as 13. I mean, the way these systems work is that there's basically a central exhaust fan unit, and then they have what are called drop downs, which are pipes that come down and plug onto the exhaust systems of the vehicles. And we don't need 13, so that might be excessive.
That was my error.
But we do need 8, and that will improve safety in the fire department dramatically for all of the folks who work there, spend time there.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be, yes? We have a question or a speaking against? I don't know where our microphone went. The stand,
Right here.
do we know where it is?
Right here.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you to Steve Voorhees for providing sound year after year after year. Thank you very much. And for coming up with the solution now that we don't have runners. Yeah. Things have changed, people. It's 2020. It's not on, but Steve seems to be working at the back. Can we try it now, Steve? Oh,
Yes.
Yep, it works. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that there are 2 reasons for the, I wasn't able to get the microphones running, but I've been worried about microphones being passed around as a vector. We do have handy wipes here if you're concerned about touching surfaces. It is flu season. It's not just the Coriolis virus that we have to worry about. And these are things that I hadn't really thought about until 2 mornings ago, and I woke up, what about and I was listening to the news, and I started, maybe I should be a little bit more conscious. So anyway, you don't have to touch this, but if you are willing to and pick it out, if you're tall, as I am not, you may take it out. Handy wipes there if you want to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Put the debris on the chair.
So the debris from the handy wipes should just go on the chair next to the handy wipes. Okay. So we're discussing the amendment, and we have a question or comment?
Yes,
Question.
I'm Kate Dodge. I'm just wondering if it's 8 instead of 13, does that bring the price down?
No.
No.
No, it was just a mistake on the.
Okay. Darn.
Yes. And the other thing I'll say, just so people know, one of the discussions that came up when we were talking about this was whether there was grant money available towards this. And the answer is no, there is not grant money, but we did explore it. But Tom is fairly confident that because the state of Vermont houses a hazmat response vehicle in our department, that the state is likely to contribute the cost of one of those drops for us as we go forward.
So we're still discussing the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Yes, Robin. Question? We'll take that to the mic.
Robin Ekstrom.
Why does that happen? I never understand.
Okay.
Gun shy?
Did you hear that, David?
I just wondered what the existing system is. Thank you.
As it is right now, we have, I believe, 3 fans, Tom, that are mounted basically just as fans for the whole space that get turned on as exhaust fans. Not really a system. Something that is better than nothing, I guess, but really doesn't remove specifically exhaust. It just pulls out all the air. It's expensive to run something like that because it cools the whole place down. The idea of these is that they really pick it up right at the source and take it right out.
So I'm going to say, yes, let's resolve the amendment issue, and then we can have a broader discussion. So I'm going to say, are we ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, which is inserting 8 where it did say 13, all those in favor of changing the language to 8 emergency vehicles, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it and the amendment passes. We are now discussing Article 8 as amended. Are there any questions or comments about Article 8 as amended? Yes.
Alan Blood. I just need a clearer picture of the purpose. My understanding so far is this is so they can run the vehicles inside without asphyxiating themselves.
Correct.
And they really need to run the vehicles inside.
Well, the way the system I designed, in a variety of instances, yes, for maintenance purposes, particularly in winter. I mean, you don't want to take one of those vehicles out, park it outside in the winter and run it. But also the way, I believe, Tom, this has automatic drops, is that right? So that essentially it's connected to the vehicle at all times. You start the vehicle, and as you pull out, it automatically sort of spits the tube off the exhaust, so that you're really minimizing as much as you possibly can. Because as you know, I mean, if not all of them, almost all of them are diesel vehicles, and even just starting a diesel with an engine that size in that space. And Tom did some non-scientific research by placing gear out and keeping an eye on the volume of particulate that was adding up on it, and it's not good. And the data is very clear that this is very helpful in keeping interior spaces, but also from a maintenance issue, just the ability to do maintenance on the vehicles and run them inside is important in the winter. So,
Do we have any other questions about Article 8? I don't know if we actually had somebody speak on behalf of Article 8. We moved quickly into the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 8?
I would just say that from safety of our public safety personnel, this is an important thing for us to do. You know, again, when you start those engines up in that enclosed space, it's not good for anybody. I think that it's a relatively small price to pay to keep the environment for the firefighters and emergency medical folks to have a cleaner environment inside the station.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8? The motion on the table has happened. It was moved and seconded, and then it was amended. Thank you for that question, though. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8 as amended? It looks as if we are ready to move to a vote. We are now voting on Article 8 as amended. I will read it. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 8 passes. We are now moving on to Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting-related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Josh.
Do we have a second? Melody. I should know your name. Sorry. Do you have her last name? It has been moved and seconded with Article 9. Does anybody wish to speak on behalf of Article 9?
Do you want to address it, Karen? No? Okay. Either of you guys want to talk to this one? Basically, it's going to cost us in the realm of $60,000 every 3 years. Is that right? Per town. I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe we're looking at. Well, this is the total for the 2 towns over.
No.
That's ours over how many years?
5.
In a 5-year period, every 5 years, we will be looking at roughly $90,000 in expenditure for blasting purposes, and that is the town of Dummerston would also be paying that equal amount, so $180,000 every 5 years in order to basically remove the amount of ledge product we need to allow it to be processed for our needs for road work. So this is just a way to, instead of having a $90,000 whack every 5 years,
Right.
put in $18,000 a year into a reserve fund in order to prepare for that.
Do we have any questions? Does anybody wish? Any questions? Yes, in the back, let's say.
Hi, Lisa Papazian. I'm just wondering how many years we expect to have in the gravel pit with the blasting schedule.
Yeah, a lot. 30 plus years. I mean, the break where we start to come out ahead is where we currently get our sand from, which is the Carpenter Pit. When we retire the Carpenter Pit, then we will stop paying out as much money for gravel-related product. I mean, that's sand, not gravel. But at that point, our payment decreases because it doesn't decrease, but we're paying, instead of paying it for sand to an independent private owner, we're paying it into our own system. But we anticipate at least 30 years. That's a conservative estimate. Depending on how we use ledge product and availability of other sand, it's very hard to define exactly the parameters of the stone within the gravel pit. But we actually think probably if we do it well and we're able to lower the pit floor in the future, which is an amendment of Act 250, we're probably looking at more like 50 to 60 years of use from the gravel pit. So blasting would be, we won't do that any more than we have to, but we're assuming that we'll need blast product every 5 years.
Are there other questions? I think Lawrence, did you have your hand? You're fine. Eva.
Yes.
Something like that.
I'd like to thank the select board for bringing the idea of buying that gravel pit, which there was a lot of discussion about at town meeting, was brilliant, and all around the towns are suffering now. In Westminster, there was a major fight. They don't know what to do. So I want to thank you all for the good work you put and the way you educated us about getting that gravel pit from Renos with Dummerston. So thank you all.
We hope that it will be a wise investment.
It will be.
Are there any other questions about Article 9 on the gravel pit? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 9? It looks like we may be heading towards a vote. We are now voting. Oh, Elizabeth, did you have a question or no? All right, so we are going to vote on Article 9 to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 9 passes. We are now moving on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. It appears that that language is true. Do I have a motion? Lawrence. Do we have a second? Melody. Article 10 has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 10. Does somebody wish to speak in favor of it?
I will just comment that, as is sort of implied, but just so it's completely clear, the establishment of a reserve fund means that that money can only be used for the purpose that it's designated for. So that was the reason we have two articles, is one, to establish that we are going to have that fund. Two is to put some money into it so it actually has money to be spent on that purpose.
Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Alan Blood, can you just explain why this is a good source of the money from the capital fund rather than raising new money or taking it from somewhere else, taking it from the highway capital budget?
Does anybody have an answer for Alan?
Very basically, we had somewhat of a highway surplus last year, so it's money that's available to us without taking it from elsewhere where it would add to taxes. So that's about it.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Do we have any other questions with respect to Article 10? Does anybody wish to speak against Article 10? It looks as if we're about to vote on Article 10. We are now voting on Article 10 to see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 10 passes. We are now moving to Article 11. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. You can find that information on pages 46 to 47 in your town report. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Melody's motion. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin, second. It has been moved and seconded on Article 11. Would somebody now speak on behalf of Article 11?
I just want a point of clarification. This does not include, if Article 2 is approved by Australian ballot, it does not include a payment towards that bond. That is because the way the cycle of bond funding works in the state, we would not have a payment due on that until fiscal 21-22. But it does include the $103,000 that we voted on in Article 8, which, yes.
Are there any questions? Eva? Sorry.
Supposed to be added to it afterwards, I think.
Turn to page 46, yes?
Once again, I question why CERVA, or whatever it's called, if you look down on page 46, Intergovernmental Agency Assessment, and then you look across the way at, let me see, not across the way, where, yeah. Where are the, I didn't bring my glasses up here. The money that's spent for community projects, what's it called?
CEVEDS.
Yeah, no, but in comparison to what the community center gets or the food shelf gets, why is it that they get so much more money and they don't draw money from all the towns around? They do a few towns, but not all the towns that they serve. And it used to be, it was in the articles, and then last year it popped up here stated as a permanent kind of, let's give them 8,000. No, let's don't give them 8,000. Let's give them half that or less. If those organizations in the community should have the 8,000. I mean, I'm totally opposed to this. I was last year and I carried on for half an hour. I want to sit down now. But think about it, folks.
Eva, do you want to make an amendment?
Yes, thank you for your help. I'd like to make an amendment that we cut that in half.
So we're now, if everyone is looking at page 46.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure that we follow this through, and I need to get a second as well. So, so the amount that is currently listed there is 8,106.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so, Eva, would your amendment then be for 4,053? Is that correct, Eva?
Sounds good to me. My glasses are back there.
Yeah, sorry, we're having to do this. So
okay.
We have an amendment on the floor. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin has seconded Eva's amendment. We are now discussing the amendment, and that would reduce the overall amount by $4,053.
This is not to be confused with SEFCA. This is another organization that bloomed some years ago, and I question their ability to do the job they claim they're doing.
So we have the amendment on the floor. Is there somebody who, and Eva just spoke in favor of the amendment, is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? We got a second. Yes, and I think it was Janice Baldwin. So we are discussing the amendment which would reduce the overall budget by $4,053, and this is by cutting in half the CEVEDS appropriation.
Can I make a suggestion, Meg? It seems to me that it would be appropriate to have a discussion about CVEDs and the service they provide before we have a discussion about an amendment, because otherwise if we amend it and then have a discussion, my recommendation would be we table the amendment, have a discussion about CVEDs, the organization, and why we contribute money to them, and then we go back to the amendment.
I'm not sure we can table, because we have our amendment on the floor and it's seconded. I'm going to refer to the parliamentarian Howard Fairman. Do you need to go to the mic, Howard?
Probably not. Discussion is in order. The discussion we proposed is in order as part of the discussion of the amendment.
Okay, that's the other way we can do it. I just think it would not do service to the greater discussion of the article if we amend it without there being discussion about the article itself. So as long as the moderator applies that.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is we are now deliberating on the amendment. As part of the deliberation against the amendment, a person could argue in favor of the full amount for 7. So I think that the amending process will allow for the kind of conversation we want to have. I have a hand from the select board.
I would like to hear from Karen Astley, our town manager, on what services CVEDs does provide to us and how useful she has or has not found them over her tenure with us.
Well, I can answer. They're a great resource for our office. I thought there was going to be somebody
There is,
from
RT.
Would you like to?
And RT, am I saying your name correctly? Yes. RT, and you're not a Putney resident? Correct. Well, hearing no objections, I am going to allow RT to answer that question about what are the services that CVEDs applies. Yeah, but Alan Blood is asking to go back to Karen. If you could fill out the information and then...
Sure. So again, I reach out to CVEDs along with BDCC, and they're very instrumental with economic development and also placing kids into work programs. Being up here for my second year, I've heard from folks in town where both organizations have helped them tremendously. So new businesses, small businesses, this is the type of resource that we can tap into. And $8,100, it is, a lot of money, but the payback's going to be even greater. So whenever I have a question or I need something, I pick up the phone and they're right there. And I also recommend property owners with businesses, vacant buildings, to contact them directly and work with them, because they can support them with grant money and other businesses to possibly come into Putney. So they are a good resource.
Because I had asked hearing no objections to inviting RT in, I want to make sure, Alan, was that an objection to inviting him in, or are you? Timing-wise, okay. So if I hear no objections, then Artie, if you wish to come forward to the mic to describe your work.
Thank you. Hi, folks. I see some familiar faces. It's good to see you. I want to start by thanking the Select Board for the good work they do throughout the year, for the moderator and the town manager. My name is R.T. Brown, and I'm here to talk about the organization Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, or CVEDS. So CVEDS leads with strategy and insights. It's an organization made up of volunteers who serve on a board, and it's charged with creating the region's economic development roadmap. And it's a federally approved document called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS. We love our acronyms, so if I use one, please stop me. So the SEDS is created through a series of public information sessions, and that helps inform its strategies, goals, and objectives. SEVEDS then contracts with the BDCC, or the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, to operationally fulfill those objectives and strategies by developing and building programs, and then going out and seeking funding for those programs. So that's why I'm here today. SEVEDS requests municipal dollars and uses them as leverage to gain more funding from state and federal sources to extend the impact. So why $3? So we request that $8,100 comes from a $3 per registered voter request. To be honest, this is my 4th year being here. I think early on the organization didn't quite know what to ask. But now we're a bit more mature, and through modeling, we have come to understand that $3, it's like the cost of a breakfast sandwich and a coffee. It's really a sweet spot, because we take that $3 and we leverage it and get, we quadruple it, really. So anything less than $3, we're not as able to extend our impact. Anything more is probably just too much. The focus is regional. For example, around 700 people leave the town of Putney every day to go to work. People need employment opportunities so they can pay their bills. They need to be able to put food on the table. They need to pay taxes. They need to be able to go to the general store. They need to be able to patron anecdote books, and to support the other dearly regarded human service organizations that support the town. Meaningful work in the region is paramount. We have programs in the high schools that help kids understand what opportunities are here. We help them with resume writing, mock interviews, and help them understand the skills that are needed to work at some of the region's employers. Since September, there have been 10 field trips, dozens of classes, and work with 300 individual students. That program is a perfect example of how municipal funds are leveraged to build a program. Our internship helps connect college-enrolled students or recent graduates with paid internship programs. My area of focus happens to be entrepreneurship and small business development services. And we have a program that helps bring training and professional development to town leaders and nonprofits. On Saturday, I was in Westminster. They elected to reduce the funding. I'm a little bolder. I'm a little older. I'll tell you that the result of that, the reason why that happened is somebody stood up and, I would say, mischaracterized our work, our level of engagement. And I was sitting next to Christy, my colleague, who does that work, and she literally started to shake. And in this type of setting, it's very difficult to refute that kind of information that's put out there. So they elected not to fund us. Last night, I was in Rockingham. SEVEDS was funded fully, and today, as far as we know, as far as I know so far today, Newfane, Londonderry, Guilford, Weston, and Grafton have approved full funding for SEVEDS. So that comes to about, last year it was about 75% of the region has supported the work. So previously I mentioned, providing support by building vibrancy in businesses. Oftentimes people need sort of a dollar for dollar understanding of what's the impact for Putney. So this year alone, our projects have provided grants to businesses. It's associated with a revolving loan program. One of them is the Putney General Store. So Mike is here. Not to put him on the spot, but he'd be happy to talk about what we've done to support that transition. But total in grant technical assistance dollars was $6,500. So we're asking for $8,100. We put $6,500 back to area businesses. And then that doesn't even include my time with business advising or the tools that I provide to businesses. So if I look at that, we're probably easily at the ask that we're making today. Towns can't do this alone. The good people behind me have a bunch of things to do and to think about. Economic development may come up from time to time, but that's not their primary job, and that's the role of CEVEDS. It's similar to the Wyndham Regional Commission. It's been funded by municipalities for decades. So I want to wrap up by quoting somebody at the Westminster Town Meeting. And the quote is, "There's only one county in the state, Chittenden County, where births exceed deaths. We are losing population. We must do work to at least maintain where we are now. We must attract millennials who are looking to move out of cities. We must attract new Americans. We must help businesses so that residents can pursue opportunities to positively impact their lives, to pay local taxes, and we must do the work in our schools so that young folk know opportunities for good paying, truly interesting jobs do exist in the region." So thank you for your time. I'm happy to respond to any questions when and if appropriate, and Mike is also here to talk about his experience with us.
Okay, thank you. So that was hearing against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? No, that was against the amendment. The amendment is to reduce the amount paying to CEVEDS by $4,053. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Mike Mrowicki, yes. Can you go to the mic, please? I can't hear what you're saying.
Mike, you still live in Putney? Do you need to be invited into this part? Do you still live in? I do. Okay, sorry.
This is called like after lunch, everybody's being the
You were sitting over there, so I wondered why.
Okay, Mike, we're focusing on you.
So,
you live in Montpelier now, don't you, Mike?
Just to...
Sorry.
I'm not going to argue how much we should give them or not, but I do want to share that there's a lot of work that they do that's valid. And one of the things that was brought up was the idea of economic development. We're one of the few small villages now that still has a village center. And it's some of the work of CEVEDS and BDCC is why it's happening. The other piece that I want to add is looking ahead to what they're trying to do. Now, many of you are aware of the Community Asylum Seeker Project. This is a group started by Steve and Laurel Green to help people get out of the detention centers on the border. And they need sponsors. And what CASP does is it brings people, finds sponsors, and raises the money. Why this is getting to be an involvement of CEVEDS is we need workers in Vermont. We need population. And we're looking to try and create a collaboration so we can bring people, new Americans, skilled people, people ready to work to Vermont and get them out of the detention centers, what they call the refrigerators. This is a project that's happening now that CEVEDS is putting themselves into, first of all, because it's the right thing and there's some economic benefits that can accrue out of it. So that's just another thing. They do some good work here. I'm not going to argue one way or another how much you want to fund them, but I think it's a good idea for us to fund them.
Okay, so that was another against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment, or yes, or has a question? Yes, a question.
So this is listed under BDC.
Can you just say your name again?
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Kate Dodge.
Thank you.
It's listed on our annual report under BDCC rather than CEVEDS.
No.
No?
No.
That's what it looked like to me.
No.
Page
46.
What about 54?
It's a line item. 54 is probably the social services budget, I would guess.
Yeah, but if you look at their annual, report, I get it. But their report on page, 35, says Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, right here.
Right.
They're affiliated with one another.
Well, here's the question is, so is this money going through BDCC? Is that why, or does it go directly to SEVEDS? I'm not sure I understand that. And the reason I'm asking that is that we as Putney Mountain Winery have been very much helped by BDCC before SEVEDS existed. So my guess is that some of that has gone into SEVEDS. I'm not sure we'd be in existence without them.
Is it all right if he comes forward to answer that question? Yes.
Thank you for the question. The relationship is confusing. So SEVEDS has a board but no staff. It's a volunteer board and contracts with the BDCC, I think I said earlier, to operationally fulfill those goals and objectives. So SEVEDS sort of sets the roadmap. BDCC then says, okay, well, we need to develop this program and this program and this program. So all the activities pretty much at the BDCC are informed and steered by the work of SEVEDS.
Okay, great. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? In favor of the amendment? No. Do you have a question? Sally.
Hi, my name's Sally Fletcher. I've lived here for like 15 years, and I understand that SEVEDS and BDCC are really looking to like bring young people into Vermont, which I totally support, and I get that they're working with like kids who are like about to enter the workforce, but I'm just kind of wondering what supports that like corporation or whatever and Putney as a whole are really like offering to young people who are already in the workforce, because it seems a little silly to me to be like trying to draw people from outside when Vermont is losing a lot of its young people because these opportunities aren't really being made to us.
Would you like to answer that question? Great.
Yeah, I think I neglected to mention one of our programs. It's the Young Professionals Organization. So my colleague who runs that likes to say, you know, you may have a bunch of friends, but if you don't have a job, you're probably not going to stay. Or if you have a job, but you don't have any friends, it's probably not likely that you're going to stay. So the Young Professionals Organization sort of combines that professional aspect along with the social aspect. There's a gala that's coming up in early April. I recommend that you go. There's like 300 people that go every year, and I'm amazed when I go because I look around and say, where did all these young folks come from? So, you know, young professionals do practical workshops, like, and there was one in Putney, I think a home buying seminar, but then they do every month a social thing throughout the region. So we do have activity. You know, the program in the high schools is really to try to connect students that, whether they're leaving for college or not leaving for college, you know, we just want them to know that there are really interesting jobs here. If you're an engineer, a mechanical engineer, a chemical engineer, those jobs exist here, but oftentimes people don't understand it and understand that they exist. So that's hopefully answering the question about how we serve the folks that are here.
RT, can I ask you to just clarify, if somebody who was in Sally's position was looking for assistance from you, did she contact you directly? How would that work?
She could contact me, and I would connect her with my colleague Sarah Lang, who runs the Young Professionals Organization.
So young individuals are able to contact SEVEDS directly if they need individual help. Thank you.
Okay, we're discussing the amendment. Is there anybody who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? Maybe we're ready to vote on the amendment. This is just going to take a little bit of math on my part. The amendment would reduce the amount to be raised and appropriated from what's stated right now, 1,415,587, and we would need to subtract 4,053. My math tells me that the amendment would drop the number to 1,411,534. Does that math correct? Okay. So we're going to vote on the amendment now, which would now, I'm going to read it as the amended article. So I'm going to read the article with the change. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,411,534 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment does not pass. We are now going back to Article 11 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. We have moved and seconded that, so we're fine on that score. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak to this motion? Article 11. Lawrence.
Lawrence O'Neill, I have a question with regard to the general fund notes. It is unclear to me what reflects increase, open parentheses, Tom Goddard, close parentheses, elimination of 80 hours per year compensation time. We're increasing the elimination of something?
And that is on page 47 of the town report?
47, mid-page under general fund. Doesn't make sense to me.
Is there anybody here who can answer Lawrence's question?
I can clarify that for you, Lawrence. So Tom is a salary employee, and so any overtime was being compensated, and he could only earn up to 80 hours per year for compensation. So the amount of hours that Tom actually puts in, there's no way he was using the compensation, nor was he able to use his vacation time that he was accruing. So we took the 80 hours at his hourly rate and we put it into his salary. So he is no longer accruing 80 hours a year. The other thing with that accrual for the compensation time, he was going to have to use that by the end of the year or he would have lost it. So it actually didn't make sense for him to be doing that.
Does that make that clear? So essentially what we had was a budget item that allowed us to pay Tom for 80 hours of comp time.
Correct.
We eliminated that part of the budget and just added that number to his salary line item. So you're right, the wording is awkward, but it's actually accurate that it does reflect elimination of 80 hours, but that relates to an increase in salary. Is the net effect zero? Because we've increased the salary line items as well. So
right. So it's $2,180.
Is what we eliminated?
Yes. No.
That's what we added to his salary.
Correct.
Correct. So is it actually zero? I'm not sure, but that's the thought behind it. Yes.
Correct.
Can you just could somebody restate Lawrence's last question?
Lawrence stated that we were eliminating payment for comp time, and that is correct. But we are increasing salary in return for that, essentially. It's a way to ensure that Tom gets paid for the many hours that he spends that he can't otherwise necessarily get paid for as reflected in comp time hours.
And it also gives him the opportunity to take his vacation time, which I encourage very much.
Are there any other questions about the general fund budget? Janice?
This is just Janice Baldwin, a general question, and maybe if I studied the budget more carefully, I could answer it myself. But I noticed that some town budgets, some departments have a surplus, or they didn't use all the money that was allocated to them. I'm wondering what happens to that extra money that the taxpayers have been taxed on. Does that just go into a general fund, or does it go back to that department, or whatever? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that?
Does anybody have an answer for Janice?
I do.
Yeah.
So surplus funds, and we're talking about general fund right now. So rule of thumb is to hold between 8% and 12% of your operating budget, okay? So from the audit from this past year, we do have a surplus of $80,000, which we added to a previous surplus for the general fund. So right now we have a surplus of about $125,000. Now, if we had an emergency, you know, we could use that money. So if we start putting it into reserve and something happens, we may not have it. So that money it's there for emergency, but again, rule of thumb is between 8 and 12%.
So just to add to that, the other thing we could do with that money is put it back into the budget, not as surplus, and it would then defray or lower the amount of taxes needed to be collected in the next year. It's essentially a small savings account. We tend to historically run a small budget surplus. That's not true every year, but it's true most years, and we tend to let that build just so that we have a little bit of a buffer. But we could choose also, it's at the select board's discretion to choose how we spend that money in any given year. This year we chose to keep it as a reserve fund, essentially.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. Are there other questions about Article 11? Yes. Kate.
Kate Dodge. I'm just trying to remember, I was looking at the social services budget. How do we determine B and C? Is that evidence-based, or is that just we think some are more important in Putney than others?
The way the social service budget, B and C, is volume, sorry, A, as you know, is Putney-based organizations. B are organizations that provide a certain, I mean, it's evidence-based, but it's evidence-based on the information that they provide to us. So it's level of service, essentially, is the difference between B and C. And, you know, we certainly have access to information that would allow for accountability if we needed it. But basically, they provide us every year with a report on the volume of service, and that determines level B or level C.
Can I add that?
Yeah.
Can I add that the select board has been talking a lot about this formula this past year, and going into the future, we're going to continue revisiting it and possibly revamp it.
And one of the things we've been talking about, as you all may recall from last year, was the fact that Putney Community Cares was formed, and they used to be two different entities that got two allocations, which is why they have two allocations in Section A this year, because the level of services that they provide. Our policy on social services distribution does not allow for that. So that's something we've been discussing, trying to figure out how to change that. So we will probably move to some form of volume of services provided allocation within Section A or something. We're not quite clear on that, but it's in discussion.
Any other questions on Article 11? In the back, Ruby. And then Lawrence.
Ruby McAdoo. I guess I had a question. I have two questions, actually, and I'm assuming this is for Karen. On page 46, I didn't understand, or I don't understand what the recreation coordinator is. So there's that. That's question A. And question B has to do with the pool revenue and expenses. And I guess my initial comment is that I recognize, and I've always recognized as a Putney person, that the cost of running that pool exceeds what you bring in. And as someone who is a parent who is at the pool every day in the summer and also sees how many people benefit from that, I've always appreciated that this town supports young families, also people who don't have kids, who do laps in the evening. There's a regular usage, and that's a resource in our town that is immense. So I guess that's my comment. My question is that I see that there's a pretty substantial increase in terms of the pool fees and membership. Do you have a plan to increase how much is asked per family or per person, or what is that variance?
So we just had an increase last year, Ruby, and we don't intend to increase it again. So what we're going to do too is take a look at, and you're absolutely right, because the revenue that's coming in doesn't offset the operation of the pool. But as a resource, we plan on looking at that and evaluating it. And there are grants out there that we can improve. You know, we talk about the slide. It's working so far, but that's a $12,000 ticket, So we're going to go and reevaluate the pool this year. The thing with the pool too is that because of minimum wages keep going up, and we don't really know how many lifeguards we're going to have and how many hours they're going to put in. So that's always a bouncing ball, but I'm just happy that we can get lifeguards, and Beverly Wright does a wonderful job coordinating all of that. Plus the swim lessons too. It's very important for families. So we're going to be revisiting the whole pool, and give me a year, okay? Because yeah, it does need some TLC.
And the recreation coordinator, what's that one?
So the recreation coordinator right now is a vacant position. There is a rec league committee, and so they coordinate like soccer tournaments and the baseball, and the snack shack out here at the school. So
so that's the Putney Rec League. That's
correct.
What that represents. Okay.
And they get a stipend too to coordinate all that. So it's just basically for recreation for the community, so families can have a place for their kids to be active. So
Great.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? We had Lawrence had his hand up, and then Jamie Quantra, or Jamie, do you want to come up front? Yeah.
I'll also just put in a plug again for your returnable 5-cent bottles and cans to go to work for the town for the pool budget down at Town Hall.
Jamie Comtois, Putney. I just wanted to say Karen has seen me, I think, when did you first come on staff?
I've been here 2.5 years, 2 years in the front office.
So I think your predecessor and now you every year have had me visiting you because I knew my 6-year-old was going to want to use that slide at the pool.
It was unsafe.
And at the time, He was 3 when I started asking because I knew this day was coming.
Yeah.
And so Karen knows that I'm ready. I know Ruby's ready. And so all of you in town should be ready for a GoFundMe to go out because $12,000 plus, I think Karen said last time we chatted, there's other updates that need to happen.
There are other improvements.
Other
yes.
improvements. So the price tag will be over $12,000. So for those of you who don't want to wait till next town meeting, expect to get a GoFundMe request so that we can get our pool up to date, so the kids can go hog wild all summer, and you have happy local Vermont kids who want to stay in Vermont. And so anyways, we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence, did you have your hand up? Just a reminder that we're discussing Article 11.
Lawrence O'Neill again. Karen, I guess this question is for you. The surplus you talked about running between 8 and 12% is the thumb. It seems we're running at about 8.5%, somewhere between 8 and 9. And you made a differentiation of the difference between the surplus and a reserve fund. Are they accessible differently? Are they earning different money? If that reserve fund, is it sitting somewhere earning differently than our surplus is earning if it's sitting in an account somewhere?
It's basically still in the general fund, Lawrence. So we do have a sweep account too. So we only hold so much in our actual checking account, and then the rest is up in the sweep account where it's making interest. So that money it's there. It's just kind of free floating. But the reserve fund though, that's designated monies. And as we just voted on the article, that's specific for some purpose. And the surplus money, as Josh stated, we can take a certain, amount and designate it as well. But right now, in the general fund, that money is in the checking account, in the sweep account, earning interest. It could be, but it would have to be discussed by the select board and approved.
And can you just restate Lawrence's last question?
The question was whether that money could be used for any purpose. So yes, it's not a designated fund, which is, as far as sort of emergency uses is concerned, is desirable to us.
Correct.
But we do keep it in the account. I mean, sort of needless to say, for an emergency situation, that money needs to be very liquid for us. So we keep it in an account that is minimally interest bearing, because that type of account is minimally interest bearing, but it's readily available at any time if we were to need it.
Are there any other questions or comments about Article 11? It looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. We are now voting on Article 11 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor of Article 1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 11 passes. We are now moving on to Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,218,594 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the Highway Fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. You can find out more information, pages 48 to 49 in your town report. Does anybody have any questions about Article 12, Highway Fund? Yes, Lawrence.
Can everybody hear me if I stand up here?
That it's actually, if you could come forward, is because the television cameras.
There's plenty of empty seats in the front.
And I'm so sorry, I was just reminded, do we have a motion for Article 12?
So moved.
Lawrence moves it. Do we have a second for Article 12? We have Alan Blood, second. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Elizabeth, apologies for climbing over you again. I was just wondering if this budget for the highway fund includes the service on the loan that we just voted on.
For the truck?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I couldn't find it.
Any other questions concerning the highway fund? It looks like we may be ready for a vote. Having moved and seconded and discussed Article 12, we are now ready to vote to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,218,594 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the highway fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. Article 2 passes.
Article 12.
I'm sorry, Article 12 passes. I think I need some tea. We are now moving on to Article 13, to transact any other town business that may legally come before the annual town meeting. These are non-binding resolutions that appear at this point, and I have a stack of resolutions that have arrived. So I was going to deal with these in the order that people have brought them to me. So the first resolution that I have is from the Select Board. Sorry. Do we have copies of the different resolutions available for people?
Not this one, no.
Not this one. And I know you gave it to me just a little bit ago.
Do you want me to read it, Meg?
Here we have it. So the first resolution, I have a hand up first, yes.
Those of us who organize around the school, I just wanted to make sure people could hear some information about the school before we lost more folks. And I didn't know how long resolutions were going to take. Is there any way to have the school piece? Because there's just a couple pieces of the school piece.
So this is a great question. Jamie is asking about what we're going to do about the school information session. My inclination was to go through town meeting because right now we are on a specific article, and an article that was warned. At the end of Article 13, we would then adjourn town meeting, and immediately I would describe how there's an Australian ballot today that has to do with the Wyndham Southeast School District, and as part of that, we were going to offer for information about what's happening in the school and that. So that is why, because I'm still needing to move with the articles that were warned, I was going to postpone until after I adjourned town meeting to talk about the school. Yes, Jamie.
I was told there could just be announcements and other business, which I thought was Article 13.
Oh, okay.
So, Meg, I did tell her that, but as the moderator, I do believe you're...
Parliamentarian, yes.
This is a town meeting, so it's town business.
Yes.
The parliamentarian says it's a town meeting and therefore it's town business, and that actually completely conforms with my understanding as well. As you remembered from in the past, we adjourn one meeting and then we begin the other meeting. So that's my plan, is as soon as I can adjourn town meeting, then I will open it up for a discussion around school issues. So, here we go. The first resolution in front of us, yes, it is a non-binding resolution to be considered under other business about town-owned property, Putney Mountain. Would somebody on the select board be willing to read the language of the resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is that it? Yes, that's it. Yep. Go ahead.
Non-binding resolution to be considered under other business, town-owned property, Putney Mountain. Resolved, the Town of Putney Select Board seeks a non-binding consensus from the electorate on the questions of whether the Select Board should consider a gift or sale of approximately 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline, Putney Mountain, and be it further resolved that the Select Board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community, and be it further resolved that this resolution does not bind or legally obligate the board to gift or sell this property.
So I believe I need a motion. Is there somebody who wishes to move this resolution? What is your name at the? Oh, Jordy Heller, of course, sorry. And do we have a second? Nancy Storrow. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Does somebody want to speak in favor of this resolution?
Richard Fletcher was going to speak.
Richard Fletcher? And then we'll get some other comments.
Richard Fletcher, and I'm a board member of the Putney Mountain Association. And the reason I'm also one of the committees I'm on is acquisition. So we've been approached by the Select Board several months ago about the possibility of us acquiring this acreage up on top of Putney Mountain and down into the Brookline area. So that's what I'm going to speak, and hopefully that we are very interested in this. This article is to investigate the worth of this property, and hopefully they'll feel that our organization is worthy of receiving this property. When I heard about this, heard about the Putney Town Forest, because I have not been here that long, only 34 years, and did not know what the Putney Town Forest was. A lot of people thought it was the school forest, and I think I did too, so I decided to do some research on this. And in 2005, there was a history about Putney Mountain Association, and it includes, talks about the Putney Town Forest. And so I'm going to give you a little brief history of that. And at the turn of the century, somebody owned this property, and it was bequeathed to the two daughters. And the two daughters split this 134 acres in the top of Putney Mountain, split between Brookline and Putney. And in 1930, one of the daughters gave half of the property to the town of Putney to do whatever they want with it. That was 1930. World War II came, and after World War II, 1946, the Putney Mountain Association was formed. And in 1947, the Putney Mountain Association purchased Flagpole Pasture, which is now the summit of Putney Mountain, and we call it Putney Mountain Summit. But that was purchased. There used to be a flagpole up there many years ago. It was purchased by the Putney Mountain Association in 1947 for $500 with $22.50 in taxes. And it's 40 acres, and we own that property. In 1949, because of failure to pay Putney taxes, the second daughter relinquished her property to the town, most likely in lieu of those taxes. And so now the town of Putney has owned 134 acres on top of the mountain. Putney Mountain owned the top of the mountain, and to get to the top of the mountain, we had to travel through the town forest. Now, the town forest includes the whole parking area on top of the Putney Mountain parking area, the area where the kiosk is, the beginning of the trail, and some part up, going up the trail is all owned by the town forest. So shortly after, in 1949, the Putney Mountain Association started taking care of and managing, building trails, putting up kiosks, maintaining the driveway and the parking lot. And so we started, right when it was the same year that it was the whole parcel was owned by the town of Putney. Putney Mountain Association was involved. There's a couple of quotes. Well, one quote from 1949 by the town. It says, "The town forest, including the parking area and trails, have been maintained by the Putney Mountain Association with occasional assistance from the Highway Department." And that was from a town quote that was in this historical. So we have continued to do that all these years. There's been fundraisers. There was some reports in this history that there were 200 people up on top of the mountain and having picnic. There were barbecue pits and all sorts of things up there, all for the enjoyment of the people of the town of Putney. And Putney Mountain Association was involved with that. Years went by, and we continued to maintain that and be stewards of that property without any costs to the town at all. Later on in 1984, there was another quote that said that the town was happily accepting the Putney Mountain Association's role as manager of the Putney Town Forest. So we're dedicated. Many years we've been doing that, and hopefully that this will go through. We'll find out what the due diligence means. I guess I have one question of what the Select Board hopes to identify from this due diligence examination of the property, and what do you want to do with that information? So,
yeah,
because this is an article for you to research. It's nothing. This is not a transfer of property or anything like that.
Yes, I think that a couple things came up that drove us to. I mean, there has been a movement by the Putney Mountain Association we first raised it. I know Richard and I had a conversation out of a meeting about it at some point. I think that was after it had already come up.
I didn't know how much I wanted to say. Supposed to say about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Richard, do you mind putting the mic back just because it's much easier. We just have one person at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, a couple things that currently happen with it, just so people know, Putney Mountain Association, as Richard has accurately described, does maintain that parcel, or the portion of the parcel that requires maintenance. The rest of it is largely just untouched forest land. One of the due diligence questions that has come up to the Select Board is whether there's value in the timber stand that's there, and we recognize clearly that the value of standing trees is not insignificant in today's world. But as far as due diligence is concerned, if there's a large valuable stand of timber there, should the town consider that in their consideration of transferring the property? I think the general consensus on this board, and I'll speak for myself, but we've had this conversation in open session also, is that we think the Putney Mountain Association would be a great recipient for this. But we also have an obligation, fiduciary and otherwise, to the townspeople to do any due diligence that we find appropriate before we were to make a transfer for that, like that. So it just basically, it's come up and moved forward quickly enough so we could have put it on this year as an article for the town to approve, but we don't feel like we've done our homework yet. And so we wanted to have a resolution that made it clear that this was our intention to move forward with it. And we think and assume that the Putney Mountain Association would be the logical recipient. That's also been recommended by the Conservation Commission, but until we've done our homework, we don't want to say we're absolutely going to do that, thus the nature of the non-binding resolution.
So can we get some more voices in here, like to see if there's any questions from the floor?
Just add one more thing that remind people that in 1950, in 1998, and 1999, the townspeople have voted not to log that property.
Okay, great. Are there any questions? Yes, Alan.
If we approve this resolution now and through your due diligence, you think it's a good idea, you'll act within the next year before the next town meeting, do you think?
I think it's certainly possible. One thing that hasn't come up that would be true if it were gifted is, as it currently stands, we pay the town of Brookline taxes on the portion of parcel that exists in Brookline. We basically even that out by having an agreement with them to maintain some roads that belong to Brookline that happen to be on our side of the mountain. But we do actually have to write a check for taxes, and then they write a check back to us for highway department services. If Putney Mountain Association were to purchase it, it would go back on the tax rolls, which it hasn't been since it was originally taken over by the town, so it hasn't been on the tax rolls for 70 years. They would pay that. That would all be in current use, so it's a fairly small chunk of money, but it's a little bit of money that would be coming into the town in lieu of the fact that, as it is now, we actually pay some money out from the town. So that would be a clear benefit of Putney Mountain Association as far as the fiscal responsibility of the town is concerned.
Any other questions? Yes, Anne?
I'm Ann Carey with the Conservation Commission. I'd just like to confirm that for 20 years the Conservation Commission has done no work on the town forest at all. All the trails, all the maintenance is done by the Putney Mountain Association. And no money, no nothing. You're a ballgame. My question is, will due diligence include an evaluation of what these trees are worth as carbon sinks and what the undisturbed forest floor is worth as a carbon sink?
Do we have anyone who can answer Anne's question?
I think it would. I mean, I think that, again, my feeling is the consensus of this board is that we don't want to log the land. We're not interested in that. But if we had $350,000 worth of timber up there, which I'm pretty darn confident we don't, hang on a second, then, you know, we would need to take that into consideration. It would be our responsibility to take that into consideration. My anecdotal experience with logging is that if you're a private landowner and you do the logging yourself, there's some pretty good money in it. If you are contracting out to somebody for what more than likely is moderate to low quality timber in that location, just given the nature of the topography, et cetera, its value from my perspective is much higher as standing trees than it is as timber, but until we know that for sure. So I think that, you know, could we put a value on that in? I'm not sure we actually could, but it's definitely in our thinking. And we don't, you know, we certainly aren't looking to scrape $2,000 out of it for the town by scratching the trees off of it and then handing it over to somebody. But again, we need to know what the answers to the questions are. So
we have a bunch of hands up. Lisa in the back. Lisa.
Lisa Papazian. I'm not exactly sure what I was going to say, but I feel like even if there's $350,000 worth of timber on it, if the town maintains it as a town forest, its highest and best use to the town is as a forest, not as a cleared piece of land. So it surprises me that that's a consideration, since it seems to me that the conservation, when I was on the Conservation Commission, and the town's ownership of these various pieces is to conserve them for the town. And this is an incredible opportunity to partner with an organization that is way more active than the town in managing and allowing people to access those in a meaningful way. So yeah, that's all. That's just my comment.
And again, I think
maybe Josh, for now, if you could hold off, because there's a bunch of other questions coming up, and then you could just answer all of them, if that's okay. Because I saw Janice Baldwin had her hand up, and I think Ann had her hand up again. So maybe we could just get the questions, and then we can have a...
Janice Baldwin, just quickly, and who would conduct this due diligence for on this kind of piece of property? I have no experience knowing how that would happen. Would you bring in, another organization who would do that? Would the select board do it? Would the conservation collaboration? How would that happen?
We could have a committee.
And Ann, do you want to... You had your hand up as well, Ann?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get some answers then.
You want an answer
Yeah.
to that? My hope would be, Janice, sorry, that we could find somebody local who has the knowledge to give us a reasonable, we don't want to spend money to do this, and we're not looking to spend money to do this. So I think that, there are a number of talented and capable loggers and or foresters in the area who could say, you're way better off leaving it as trees. But until we have somebody who's qualified to tell us that, I think, again, anecdotally, that's what we all believe. But I think if we were to come before you, say, a year from now, as Richard accurately pointed out, it's been voted 3 times not to log the property.
Right.
If we were to come before you a year from now and say we've decided to give it away, and somebody else stands up and says, wait, there's $500,000 in logging on there, then that's a discussion we need to be informed about. So,
May I add something?
Sure. There's 2 hands up, though, just if it's brief.
Okay, so I have reached out to 3 different forestry companies, local, and I'm going to work with them. I'd like to have somebody walk the property. The other thing, too, is this property is a valuable asset, whether it's the timber stand or conserving, because we definitely don't want it developed, and for recreation. And it's also now considered a valuable wildlife corridor, okay? So this whole board, including myself, all agree that this property has value. Now, in Josh's comment about the timber, if we don't know what's there, we don't know how valuable that land is. And we may want to retain it as a town, because when we borrow money, they look at stuff like that. So that's part of that due diligence review that we need to be able to do. And we'll consult with legal counsel as well, and we can work with VLCT because they have a whole legal department. So they'll be able to work with us and direct us as well. But there are questions that are not answered yet, and we need professionals to do that.
So I'm going to call on Lionel, who hasn't spoken on this issue, first, and then Anna's also waiting.
Lionel Chute, I have to respectfully disagree with the approach of the due diligence. The assumption that the value of the property rests in its timber is really very reductionist and is not accurate. There are a variety of values on any property, and somewhere like the Putney Mountain would include certainly wind resources. You have mining resources, you have minerals, you have biological diversity. There are definitely a variety of natural plant communities. There's the potential for rare plant species that may well be there that a forester will not know about, will not have the training and the skills to identify. And to have a forester come in and evaluate the timber resource without having these skills. Other resources that come up are water resources, hydrological resources, wetland impacts from harvesting, siltation and erosion. There are many considerations when you're looking at a forest, and simply to hire a forester to come in and do an old school timber cruise, spin the prism, tell you, oh yeah, this is how much you got. Well, that's not taking into account the deleterious effects of the management, which frankly a forester's not going to be as thoughtful about. And so I have concerns about the approach that's been described so far as how to do due diligence. If you want to do real due diligence, then you do have to take into account what Ann was talking about. There are carbon effects as well. We know that more carbon is emitted into the atmosphere from disturbing the soil than from taking the trees away. That there's a tremendous amount of carbon in the organic layer of the soil that once you drive tractive machinery over, it goes up into the atmosphere. And so I just want to share those thoughts.
Okay, thank you. A response, and then to Ann.
So, thank you, Lionel. I appreciate that perspective. I think we all appreciate that perspective, and I think that this was just one example of due diligence. Right. And we would definitely consult folks like you that have these expertise that can bring us more ways that we can explore this and suss it all out before making any decisions. And I don't think anybody on the select board discounts the importance of carbon sequestration. So it would definitely be a major part of our consideration, I'm sure.
I would reiterate that and just say, I think I was pretty clear in how I made the statement that we're looking at this as due diligence overall and not specifically as a money-making thing.
Right.
It's my assumption, again, that any forester is going to walk in there and say, don't cut these trees, but I could be wrong. I mean, I know foresters come from all walks, but the people we're going to consult with are going to be people who are involved. They're local Putney people. They may well already be involved with Putney Mountain Association. You know, we're looking at this also from a very nuanced perspective. So I want to make it perfectly clear that sort of generalization of as what I was referring to as due diligence is not complete for what we're thinking of doing. So
Ann has her hand up and has been waiting, and then we'll go to Lisa. Lisa?
I think I'm already behind the times, but I did want to let you know that in 1992, Bill Gunther, our then county forester, did visit the town forest. At that time, Bill Gunther noted that the forest had little potential for quality saw logs and other uses should be sought. And no forestry plan was devised. And I would also like to say that even though they're wonderful people, our local foresters will probably want some money for doing any kind of in-depth evaluation, and that Sam Shinesky, as the current county forester, could just give you a quick sense, probably for free, of what the land is like up there. And he may be very sensitive to things other than just saw logs. Not as well as Lionel would do it, but I just wanted to give that piece of information.
Great, thank you. Lisa.
Lisa Papazian, I finally figured out what my question was. So this is a question for the Select Board and for the Putney Mountain Association. Could you, something Karen said about that it might be valuable to have it in the town's asset column for the other purposes. Putney Mountain Association has been generously maintaining it for many, many, many years. Could you clarify what the advantage of transferring it to them would be? What are the pluses? Why would we and why wouldn't we? Trees and carbon aside.
I guess I have two answers to that. One is the answer, which I think I said already, is the tax purposes, which are obviously very limited. But still, taxes coming in are better than taxes going out. The other thing I would say about it is that it would, not that I think Putney Mountain Association is going anywhere, but it's assurance of a good steward. And I think that that's on any land that's conserved. Stewardship is very, very important. And we as a town don't take that on, as you sort of implied. Putney Mountain Association does take that on. I guess from my perspective, I don't see any downside of Putney Mountain Association holding that land for all practical purposes as a town forest for the town of Putney, but in their name. I mean, I think that if anything, it gives us almost more security than the town itself holding it, because the townspeople could choose to do things differently in the future, and the Putney Mountain Association has a very clear mission, well laid out, and a very proven track record of stewardship. So that would be my feeling.
So I don't see any hands up at this point. I'm wondering if we might be getting, oh, Jamie.
Jamie Comtois Putney. I just wonder if there's a way to bring Lionel's point of a comprehensive analysis in addition to the timber mention into the resolution. Is there a way you could just
Do you have
add
an
that
amendment?
in? Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, so just meaning mentioning the need for a more comprehensive evaluation of how we analyze beyond the name timber. Because I think that's, you could actually...
Well,
Timber's never mentioned.
Yeah, timber is not mentioned in the resolution.
I
And
didn't
also,
see it, yeah.
this is a public meeting. We have stated, I think, as clearly about as we could, that that would be our intention. So I guess I wouldn't feel that would be necessary in a resolution. But
Okay.
You all have heard my opinion and their opinion, and I think that that's our intent, is to do the due diligence that we feel is necessary, whatever that looks like, in order to feel comfortable with this being proceeding forward.
Okay, so there's no way to add language that said
Absolutely, you
something
can do
very
it.
specific that said we would look at the value of it and we would look at this kind of expertise to help us figure that out.
So all I need is some language right now. The language says, the sentence that could be helpful is, be it further resolved that the select board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community. If anybody wishes to amend that language, Doug has his hand up.
Lionel says it's all good.
Lionel says it's okay. So,
Okay.
So you're not going to make an amendment, Jamie? Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Never mind.
All right. Thank you. It's always good to think about an amendment. I'm not opposed. Robin, do you have something you want to add? And then Doug, it looks like.
Robin Ekstrom. I just wanted to thank the members of the Select Board for the manner in which they're dealing with this. I think the clear sentiment that I'm hearing is that you feel that the best use for this land is to turn it over to the Putney Mountain Association, that they would be more focused on stewardship for this piece of property, that all other considerations are secondary, and that in due diligence and mentioning timber, that specifically that you're really just thinking that as people who are responsible for the finances of the town, you owe a certain responsibility to the taxpayers to say, before we give this away, it does have a certain value. We think it's a good idea to give it to these people, but we have to report this to you. So just to clarify that and to thank you for the fact that you are being proactive and looking for the best use for this very valuable resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Doug has his hand up.
Doug Grant. So this last summer, I spent every Sunday hiking up there to tend the rams, and it was a great experience. But I had one incident that raises a question, and that is who carries the insurance and would cover an accident. I happened to catch my foot on a root, and in catching my balance, I started to stumble against a rock. And I could see myself coming down and cracking my skull open. So I had a near casualty experience. So my question is, who covers the insurance? And would that, is there insurance now to cover an accident like that?
Yes, currently our general liability policy covers it.
Okay, now, so in your consideration, you're doing your due diligence, maybe that would be a consideration on the positive side of transferring it to somebody else who would cover that liability?
Yes, our policy is set up in such a way so that I'm always amazed by the very, very limited difference. You know, we pay sort of a big package to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns that covers virtually everything. And more often than not, when we look to add or subtract something like this, they say, yeah, you know, that'll knock off $22. So, you know, it's not something we haven't considered, but it's a very, very limited. Small portions of our policy seem to have very little effect.
So then maybe my suggestion is maybe there should be a sign that says if you get hurt, talk to them.
Risk. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Are we getting to move so we can consider voting? I'm seeing some interest in moving towards a vote. We have one hand up though from Anne. And then I'm going to suggest we move to a vote.
My suggestion is, do we want to amend this to include perhaps not a big committee, but a small committee that would look into the due diligence issue and the items that we might want to cover in that? And maybe
do you have some language?
Oh, I was thinking Lionel on the Conservation Commission could help. Be on that committee. No. Okay, then Lionel doesn't volunteer for that role.
Okay.
But that's, you know, we would love it if you would stay in touch with the Conservation Commission going forward.
Okay, great, thanks. So it looks like we're ready to move to a vote. I'm going to read the resolution so that people know what they're voting on. Resolve, the Town of Putney Select Board seeks a non-binding consensus from the electorate on the questions of whether the Select Board should consider a gift or sale of approximately 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline, Putney Mountain. And be it further resolved that the Select Board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community, and be it further resolved that this resolution does not bind or legally obligate the board to gift or sell this property. All those in favor of this resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the resolution passes. We do have a number of other items on other town business. One, I have in front of me, and this does not include the school portion, which we'll get to as soon as I adjourn, just to let people know what's on the list here. Animal control ordinance, Janet Goldstein. Are you here, Janet, to do that? Excellent. So you will be next. Then we have a broadband communications union districts information on the floor. Then we have a solar exemptions discussion. And finally, there's any other business, and I know Alice has something under that. So that's what we're looking at. And if your moderator needs to take a quick recess, depending on how long this all takes, I'll let you know before we have an emergency. All right, so now we will turn to Janet Goldstein. Thank you.
I'll try to talk fast. Hi, I'm on the Animal Advisory Board with Abby Jacobson, Bill Grant, Kathy Rounds, and Janet Langdon. We've spent the last 2 years revamping the animal control ordinance and looking at how we would like to conduct our business in the future with dealing with animal complaints, domestic animal complaints. I'd like to thank Josh Edmond for his work this year as our animal control officer. It didn't last long. It's a very, very, very involved job. You get calls all day, all night from people, barking dogs, stray cats, dogs at large. And as many of you know, we've had a lot of problems. We've had some problems, not a lot, with animal attacks. And we have to figure out a way to deal with this. And we decided that revamping the ordinance was our first thing that we were going to do. One of the things that I would like you all to know is that we have no animal control officer. So don't call Josh anymore. He's not doing this. If there's a problem, it's the Putney health officer, the Putney deputy health officer, the Putney town manager, the Windham County sheriff, the deputy Windham County sheriff, or it could be anybody elected by the select board, but we don't have anybody elected by the select board. So if there's a problem, you need to call one of these other people. A couple of the biggest points that we changed in our ordinance is that we added, the way the ordinance used to read was that there was only liability if an animal hurt a person, and now we are having the ordinance say that if an animal while running at large causes reasonable fear of bodily injury by attacking or threatening to attack a person, a domestic pet, domestic animal, or wolf hybrid, or deemed dangerous by the ACO. So that's a big deal for us because, as we know, we've had 2 dogs die in other dogs attacking them in our community, and there was no recourse for these people really because the dogs didn't attack a person, they attacked an animal. And so that's a big change that we are making in our ordinance. We've defined our control area, animal control area. All dogs need to be on leash on all public roads with the exception of legal trails. So if you're walking your dog on a dirt road you've always walked your dog on, and the dog has been off leash all these years, and now somebody comes by and makes a complaint, you'll have to leash your dog. Having them under voice control isn't going to be good enough. It's leash law. In the past, there were only certain roads in the village that were required to have leashes. Now it's everywhere in the village and in the town, except on these trails. And there are only like a few trails that are pretty far out in the woods. But you will also be liable if your dog does any damage.
Janet, can you stop for one quick second?
Yeah.
Do you think we could get the people in the back of the room to quiet down? It's a little hard to hear Janet describe our animal control situation. Thank you.
So another incident, the first incident where a dog was killed in an attack, there was a lot of question about who the owner, what ownership of the dog was, and it wasn't clear in our ordinance because it was the owner, the person who was paying the bills for the dog. We're changing that to say any person who has actual possession of the animal. So if there's a dog walker walking somebody else's dog and that dog attacks your dog, they are still liable. The owner, that person, is still liable for damages. So we've gone through, we've made a more substantial violation, financial responsibility for people between, most of the fines are between $50 and $500. And this is really what's in line with other communities. And we've talked to people all over the state, and everybody's struggling with how to move forward in our new way where people's dogs are just running at large. So our ordinance will also talks about what is it to be running at large. If your dog is running beyond the control of your own property lines, your dog is running at large, or your cat is running at large. It's gonna be very clearly defined. We've sent our ordinance to the lawyer, and he's gone through it and made changes, and this is just a draft. So we're gonna put the draft up online for everybody to look at, and we'll have a meeting where we'll go through everything line by line and answer questions before we adopt this into our law for our town. But I do need to tell you that there is a meeting coming up with the town of Westminster, and we are going to talk with them about joining forces in getting an ACO for both communities. If you look at our budget for this year, there's $300 allotted for stuff for dogs, like the license fees and the paperwork and the tags, and $1,000 allotted for to pay an ACO. And
Janet, when is your meeting going to be?
It's on April 2nd.
Okay.
And it's going to be with the town of Westminster representatives. Karen and I are going, and the Sheriff's Department will have a representative there.
And what time did you say?
I didn't say a time because I don't know.
It's not a public meeting,
But
though?
it's not a public meeting.
I see.
So, but just to say that it's going to happen, we're talking about it. If that happens, this is all going to have to get changed because we're going to have to adopt something that'll be easier for an ACO to look at. But please, I urge everybody to go online, look at the ordinance, make comments, for yourself, make your notes, and when we advertise when the meeting's going to be, to please show up and give your input.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Janet.
Important issue.
Can I just make one comment, Meg? And that is that in order for the town, the select board, to approve an ordinance, there's a requirement for 2 public meetings. So there will be 2 public meetings held, more than likely at regular select board meeting times. So if this is a topic of interest for you, please keep your eye on select board agendas.
Great. The next thing I have listed here is the broadband communication union districts. Is there somebody here who's going to present information on that for the voters?
Meg?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that there is a broadband grant out there. Wyndham Regional Commission was granted $60,000 to do a feasibility study and possibly a business plan to see how many households out in the community, in the county, are underserved by fiber optics. So there's hard copy surveys up front with Alyssa Harlow. They're also online. We encourage everybody to go online and participate in the survey. It's 1 per household. And you can go to Wyndham Regional Commission's website, and that information is with Alyssa as well. There's postcards with a little OCR that you can scan, and you can do it on your phone. But it's really important to see if there's a viable solution to get fiber optics into Putney so people can have better broadband service.
And just to add, if you already have accessibility issues, the library has computers and good access that you can use to do that survey.
Great. Does that conclude that?
Yes.
The next item I have is solar exemptions discussion.
So we're not really prepared to have this discussion yet. There are a small handful of solar exempt solar arrays in the town of Putney. As most of you know, those with less than 15 kilowatts, i.e. a residential system, are governed by statute anyway as to what you're eligible to or required to pay taxes on or not paying taxes on. Larger systems, we voted a handful of years ago, I would guess 5, maybe 6, to exempt, I think it was 3 or 4 systems in town. And so the rules, the state rules have changed surrounding that. So we want to have an ongoing discussion about whether we as voters would continue that exemption, but we are not sufficiently prepared to really have that discussion at this time.
Okay, so we now move to any other business to come before the voters. Alice?
I'd like to have this resolution passed by the town of Putney. Be it resolved that the town of Putney requests of the state of Vermont that a state-owned bank be established following the model of the Bank of North Dakota. My reasons. When we had the recession of 2008, North Dakota was able to weather that recession better than any other state because it had its own state bank. And online, they say, Bank of North Dakota creates financial solutions for current and emerging economic needs. We may or may not be there may or may not be a recession soon. There always is one in the future. Today, we have talked a great deal about funding various items for the town of Putney. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to know that we will always be able to get funding at a reasonable rate? Thank you.
So we have a resolution on the floor. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin is second. Any discussion? Janice, could we have the language? I'm sorry, not Janice, Alice, thank you. The top part. Are there any questions? No? Then I think we will move to a vote on the resolution. I'll just read it again. Be it resolved that the town of Putney requests of the state of Vermont that a state-owned bank be established following the model of the Bank of North Dakota. All those in favor of this non-binding resolution, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please say nay. It appears that the ayes have it, and the resolution passes. And that's all we have. So I think, I have one, Laura Chapman, and then the town clerk.
So I would like to propose that going forward, we invite one of our school board members to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. As a guest speaker.
Is this a resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a resolution on the floor. Could I get that language? And do we have a second for this resolution? Lots of hands up. Ruby McAdoo, second. Are there any questions about this resolution? Thank you. I'm going to read it just one more time. To invite one of our school, it is resolved that, what are we going to say? That
I'm sorry, I just scratched it out.
That the town of Putney Select Board resolves to invite one of our school board members to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings.
Howard.
So questions? Yes, Howard. Can you use the mic? Thank you.
Ms. Moderator, it appears that the resolution on the floor is a binding resolution, but at this point, state law restricts us to non-binding resolutions. Now, of course, it could be an expression of a preference.
Right. So are you suggesting that I should not be asking for what all the other resolutions were non-binding? So we could still pass a non-binding resolution.
Yes, I'm just saying that at this time it can only be a non-binding resolution.
Right.
But my impression from now, my impression from the way Select Person Chapman phrased it was that she may have considered it to be a binding resolution, which it cannot be per state law.
Correct, correct. Yes, thank you for that reminder. Would be a non-binding resolution. Yes, do you want to take the microphone? Liz.
It came up at the WSESD meeting that a school board member cannot do that because they would need a quorum. You might want to consider, I don't know if they're going to be able to straighten that issue out in the future, but that's why there's no school board here. And they handed it over to the leadership councils.
Okay, so I'm willing to change the language to a representative from the Leadership Council.
Okay, so we now have an amendment to the non-binding resolution, which is to change, to invite one of our, could you give me the language again?
I don't know what the language is.
One of the members of our leadership council.
Thank you.
To invite one of the members of our, is that?
Of
Putney's.
Of Putney
Central Schools Leadership Council.
Leadership Council. Do we have a second on that amendment? Gail. Did you get that? So we are now working on an amendment, which is now it's going to say that the select board resolves to invite one of the members of the Putney Central School leadership to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. Is there any questions about the amendment? We're just talking about the amendment now. It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. So we're now voting on the amendment, which is to remove school board members and insert members of Putney Central School Leadership Council. Thank you. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. So now we're back to the resolution. Ruby? No? Does anybody have any questions about the resolution as amended? It looks like we're ready to vote. Be it resolved that the Putney Select Board will invite members of the Putney Central School Leadership Council to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. Are all those in favor with that amended resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it, and the resolution passes. Any other town business? Yes, Ruby. Did you get that?
Ruby McAdoo. I wanted to thank the Putney Central School, the Putney PTO, and the town office for coordinating childcare. And I wanted to just report to everyone who doesn't have a child here that it was very well received. There were a lot of kids there coming in and out. And I think we can improve it every year, but if it really means a lot to families who are working and who need that support. And I wanted to thank all of those parties.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ruby.
All right. So I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn, knowing that once we adjourn, we're going to then jump into the school section. But first we have comments, an announcement from our town clerk.
I just wanted to publicize the town of Putney now has an equity and inclusion committee. We meet the first Tuesday of the month, 6:30. First Thursday of the month, 6:30 at Town Hall. And the mission of the Equity and Inclusion Committee is to identify and advise the Select Board on addressing inequities and encouraging inclusive practices in town services, programs, human resource practices, and decision-making processes. So we welcome public in attendance at those meetings. They're always posted online and posted in the normal spots around town. See you Thursdays.
Okay. So, all right. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. Ellen, I knew you. And do we have a second? Elizabeth Christie. So it has been moved in second to adjourn. All those in favor of adjourning 2020 town meeting, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the meeting is adjourned.
So welcome, and why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and then we would like to hear your testimony.
Good morning, Kevin Mullen, Chair of the Green Mountain Care Board, and
Susan Barrett, Executive Director of the Green Mountain Care Board.
And I guess we'll just start.
We have your PowerPoint.
Perfect. Yeah. So I understood there was some testimony last week that talked about the creation of the Green Mountain Care Board, and just to clear up a few things, that it wasn't solely about trying to create a single-payer system, and there was a lot more to it, and we can go through the statutory requirements of what's there. And many people say that Vermont has failed because they were unable to get to where we thought we could go in 2011. And I would say that we haven't failed, that we've pushed the rest of the country to still have that conversation. And we're seeing that conversation occur every day at the national level. And what we were able to do in the state of Vermont was, once it became clear that there wasn't an appetite to fund the proposed Green Mountain Care healthcare, that the state negotiated with the federal government to agree to an all-payer model. And in some respects, it touches more lives than what we would have been able to touch if we had been successful in 2011, because we never would have been able to touch the Medicare lives under the proposal that we were considering at that time. I would say that Vermont hasn't failed. We continue to be at the forefront nationally in trying to reform healthcare with the triple aim of not only trying to control costs, but to make sure that citizens have access to care and that the care is quality care. So I just wanted to clear up that from the testimony that was reported back to me that you heard.
Thank you for having us here today. And before I review our value proposition, I did want to introduce folks that you're sitting there to Elena Barabee. You may have seen her face here following testimony, but just as a formal introduction, she came over to the board about 6 months ago from the Department of Education. She worked in finance over there. She has a long career, well, not that long because she's not that old, but she has much experience in finances and academia, in strategy and lean improvement. So one of the things that she's been working on, and we'll get to this later in our presentation, is streamlining the ACO budget and oversight process. She's leading up the team that regulates the ACO and implements the all-payer model here at the board. So just wanted to call her out.
Glad you're here.
So I think it's also really important to follow Kevin's slide about the role of the board in terms of cost containment, to just highlight what we see as, what I see and the board sees as our value proposition. So I like to bucket it into 3 different areas. We are holistic, we are transparent, and we are independent. And when you look at the holistic nature of the board looks at a broad range of healthcare activities. We look at healthcare spending, we look at insurance rates, we look at healthcare delivery system, and that allows the board to make decisions both in its regulation and in its innovation and evaluation across the entire, well, I shouldn't say the entire, a large part of the healthcare landscape, and that's quite a benefit. The board's transparent. I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it again. All of our meetings are held in a public setting. Most of the work we do is done in a public setting. We are allowed to deliberate both for certificate of need as well as for rate review, but that's a very small amount of our work. We accept comments from stakeholders, the healthcare advocate, I see they're here today. We have 2 robust advisory groups. We have the general advisory, and then we have the primary care advisory group.
You heard from the Primary Care Advisory Group a couple of weeks ago on workforce issues, and they've been wonderful to work with. So transparency is key to our work. I would say if my job would certainly be a lot easier if I didn't have to do everything publicly, working with the 5 board members in a public setting as opposed to doing it behind closed doors. But I do value that, and I think it's a huge advantage for Vermonters. And then, of course, we're independent. The board is appointed, board members are appointed by the governor with your approval, of course, and then we are an independent board from the administration. And then I'll just close by saying, as it relates to the all-payer model, the all-payer model that we have in Vermont would not be in existence without the Green Mountain Care Board. If you look at the all-payer models throughout the country, all of them in the states who have them have, and there's only 3 right now, so there's not a lot, but they have a strong, 3, yeah. They have a strong regulatory board. And they want that because they need that assurance that there's that regulatory board in effect that can actually either step in the shoes of Medicare, which we do when we set the benchmark rates for the ACO, or also if costs do go out of control, that we're here, the board is here to push back on those costs. So I wanted to highlight that too.
What is the third state?
Right now it's Maryland, Vermont, and Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I always forgot Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're doing a rural model, and I know
It's actually a pretty interesting model too, because I don't know if you remember, but a few years back, when I was in this body, Senator Ash and I were trying to get through a pilot proposal. Rutland had agreed to do a global budget for the hospital, and it was actually the state Medicaid office that couldn't perform the necessary tasks in order to go live with that test project. So it'll be interesting to see what they do come out with in Pennsylvania for results, because that's something that, at least I've always believed, that global budget really
Well, you have a lot of support in here for that.
And I know in Pennsylvania their board is not as robust as it is here. They're having some difficulties getting their legislature has the authority to create a board, but they've been really slow doing that. So we'll have to see what happens there. And then we have a couple of slides on the ACOs.
yeah, I'm just going to
go, and then we'll get to the meat of the 290.
Because
yeah.
really they want to get into 290.
Yeah.
But just to remind everybody that there are multiple signers to the all-payer model. It was the governor at the time, the chair at the time, and the secretary of AHS at the state level, besides the federal signatory. And this slide just gives you an idea of the different roles that are performed by the board and by AHS. And the next slide just gets into the regulation. And unless there's questions, I'll just
One question
okay.
that is, I think, more of a clarification. So the benchmark setting that you do is written within the waiver itself.
Yes.
So the role that you play is how many of those old checks under the U are related to the waiver for all payer? Okay.
Yeah, some of them are through state regulation too.
All payer ACO model and ACO regulation.
Yeah, so they're number 4.
Oh, thanks.
We can add another column to differentiate, but I think for the all payer, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like two-thirds or over
It would
half.
be helpful for us to know that.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
And then, so we're now going to get into the meat of S290. What we've done here is given you a high-level overview of where we're coming from in the different sections. We've also shared with Jen some very detailed thoughts on, what could happen, some rationale, and I think she's better suited to go through those when you're ready, or if you're ready. But high level for sections 1 through 3, the criteria for the ACO oversight that are expected to measure ACO activity we think would fit more appropriately in the budget section. And then any requirements due to any requirements that monitors the ACO efforts to collaborate with other entities, like for instance the Department of Health. We would suggest that maybe that could go into the contract language between the different payers. And we have this all detailed out for Jen, but we just wanted to give you a high level. And then a lot of the annual reporting outlined in section 2 is already collected through the budget process. We gave Jen a very large spreadsheet of a crosswalk of what we collect in terms of certification and budget and how and under our rule. So that's very much detailed in those materials, and we already collect virtually all of the things that were listed there. And then the 2-year budget, we can continue to think about this at this juncture with our reporting requirements for the federal government. They ask for things every year, so that may be a challenge in our view. Anything else?
Well, I mean, the question I would have is how long does it take to get to a 2-year budget? So
okay.
The prematurity is doing it, but
right.
Maybe
that's actually a good question.
The key point, though, is that so much is in flux. So, for example, this year with the budget that came in, there was the anticipation that state employees and teachers would be involved, but they're not. And if you had gone through a 2-year budget process, you would be using numbers that would be pretty far out of whack going forward. Obviously, anytime you can extend the length and create some more long-term planning versus short-term, it's good.
Yeah.
So we understand where you're coming from. It just may not be practical at this point in time. No.
We rehearsed.
I didn't even realize you were finished with that.
Oh.
So basically...
Are we on section 4?
Yes, page 7, slide 7, is it?
Yes.
So Susan already touched upon the fact that how transparent everything is, and actually one thing that could be done that might actually help us do a better job would be to allow for a couple things to be a little bit less transparent. And I'll give you an example. In the recent budget orders, 6 of the hospitals were required and are required to present to us sustainability plans. And why was that? Well, what we've seen, if you take a look at the environment in Vermont for healthcare with the hospitals in particular, if you do a 5-year CAGR, 8 of the 14 hospitals have a negative operating margin. So it is not a healthy environment that exists currently. And while the vast majority of hospital boards are incredibly tuned in, we've seen at least one situation where people have become complacent as board members and weren't following things as closely as they should have been. They took the CFO and the CEO at their word for what the true picture was for that institution.
You're talking about the hospital board?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so a couple of things that in our efforts to try to make sure that doesn't happen again, we're actually working on 2 fronts. One is we're working with VAS to develop a board education where this really goes back to, I guess it was over 20 years ago now that I was on a school board. But back in those days, Wynton Goodrich from Vermont School Boards Association would travel around and he would meet with all the boards in the state and basically go over with them what their obligations were. And it was very, very helpful because it gave everybody at the local level the tools to understand how important their job was. And so we're working with VAS on that education plan. But the second piece is the sustainability plan, which has already been ordered in the budgets. And since that time, it's become clear that hospitals are a little bit reticent to divulge some information because of the fact that what they deliver to us becomes a public record. So if you're even considering the possible elimination of a service line at a hospital, you wouldn't want your employees to know that until you actually pull the plug on that decision. Or if you were negotiating with another hospital or a group of hospitals to do something contractual in alliance, you also can't endanger that relationship. So it would be very, very helpful if there was something that could just be in session law that would allow for sustainability plans required by the Green Mountain Care Board to be allowed to be kept confidential. Because the real fear is if we can't get that confidentiality, we're still going to go forward with requiring them to do a sustainability plan. But one would have to beg the question if they were truly transparent in that plan, or if they intentionally were a little bit opaque because they had to protect the interests of their institution.
Right, so you never get the real picture.
Right. So that's the case where it would be very, very helpful. And you talked in here, I think, about 3 specific, if there could be some flexibility on more than 3, that would be helpful. Also, it might be helpful if you actually studied what the impact on the 0.5% increase might be, because the administrative burden might be fairly high if you set it at that level. But it also brings up the question of something that would be truly helpful, is that if during the hospital budget process we had statutory language that enabled us to pierce the veil of the contracts that are between carriers and hospitals as far as reimbursement rates. So in the hospital budget process, we have 2 primary levers. One is to restrain the growth of overall expense through the net patient revenue side, which is basically a revenue cap. The second lever that we have is being able to set a cap on the increase in charges that a hospital can raise their prices on. And the problem with that is that we're not truly getting to the bottom of what the reimbursement rate is. So, for example, you could say the hospital A charges $3,000 for a colonoscopy, hospital B charges $1,500 for a colonoscopy, but without knowing what the reimbursement rate is to each of those hospitals, those charges don't really mean anything. So you can't just automatically assume that hospital A is getting twice as much for that procedure when they get their reimbursement. And we've seen some pretty varying degrees of percentage off of charges that hospitals and carriers negotiate, and yet we can't have all that information right in front of us to make the truly best decisions. So that would be something that would be extremely helpful to us.
And we do have language that we can share with Jen.
That would be
also on
helpful. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm trying to get at. Good.
Okay, the next section of your bill deals with designated agency budget review, and we will do whatever you ask us to do. That's perfectly clear.
Wow. I do know that section will change pretty significantly.
I just want to point out, and I pointed this out in House Appropriations, that I worry, based on what transpired last year with our budget, with the move to no longer fund pieces of the budget with global commitment dollars and a move to increase bill back, that I'm worried that it may not be this legislature's intent to have designated agencies pay for this review, but it could easily change in the future. And I start to get nervous about doing that. And when you ask us to do designated agencies, if you ultimately decide to do that, you really have to decide how thorough of a review you're looking for. The hospital budget review is extremely thorough, and that would take at least 2 more positions at the Green Mountain Care Board. If it was a cursory review of the budgets, that would probably only take a half of a person to 1 person. And at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself if there's enough value there to pay for that review. I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, but I'm assuming that AHS is reviewing these budgets now, and I'm not sure if we would add that much more value to that process. At the same time, I understand how pressed the designated agencies are, and I look at, you know, they can't compete as far as the workforce because, you know, a school can pay higher, a hospital can pay higher. So I understand all the challenges, but at the end of the day, we may come in with something that you can't afford to pay for.
Right. I think it just depends on what it is.
Exactly.
And it's, I
and
think
we don't
more,
know what it is yet.
More of a, I would see it more as a program review than a budget review, to shed more light for the board as we're looking across healthcare systems. And it certainly, as Kevin said, we have to see how many levers we had on that. I think it would more likely form an option to have more transparency on the system, as we are seeing with the Brattleboro retreat and the
as that language shifts and changes in the bill, it'd be important to have your feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Just one comment about that. As we take the ACO rules in to do more things that book traditionally human services like, and they use surplus monies or monies coming through that. I think the concern comes, who's looking at this in the overview? And who should look at it in the overview? And if you're not the place, because we're using healthcare dollars to do basic.
So the value,
absolutely,
as I see it, I got dragged into seeing some value of us doing this. And Representative Hooper said to me, because I didn't see that there was a lot of value in what we presented as a review of the 3 years of financial statements for the Brattleboro retreat, but she found incredible value in that. So I think the value is for people making decisions on monetary expenditures.
Yeah, but I don't know if any longer what we do in the traditional human services sense bumps up against what the direction that the ACOs move in, and what our designated agencies are doing, and
it definitely gives you a more holistic approach to the healthcare system. It may just be a lot of frustration on our end because we may see that holistic approach but not be able to do much about it, but that's okay. We're frustrated a lot.
But we're not we get frustrated, but we're not overwhelmed. We have a really dynamic team and
great people.
Yeah.
Okay, we should probably keep going.
Yep. So, as on section 6, board membership, we've talked about this in having a practitioner on the board. Oh, sorry, that's Kevin's. I'm stealing his thunder. We're neutral.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to say that.
We're neutral, and
you said it so well.
I publicly said that when I was invited to go to the Green Mountain Care nominating committee before the last nomination, that I recommended that they send up names of providers. At the same token, I would love to have a provider on the board. I just worry if you're limiting it to the next person that you're tying the hands of somebody sending the best absolute person. I did notice in the effective date section that you excluded someone. The next person that is whose term is expiring is Dr. Holmes from Middlebury College. And if she wishes to keep doing the work, I would hate to have her pushed out. And it's clear from the effective date language that that would not be the case.
Right.
So it's...
We get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're neutral.
Neutral.
Okay.
Switzerland.
Yep. So provider rate setting, as it was laid out in the bill, it would be next to impossible to accomplish what's laid out, to have full rate setting in place by July 1st, effective January 1st with pricing. I can tell you that one of the most frustrating things for somebody going onto the board was my first year. I tried to implement what I thought was rate setting ultralight, and quickly the staff pulled out a study that showed a $2.3 million cost for rate setting, and without getting more help from other members of the board at the time to pursue what I thought could have been done very, very cheaply, I let it go. I still think there's ways to do this without full-blown rate setting that could be very, very effective. And
do you have suggestions for us for language?
Yes.
I think really what might be best on this section is a study. I would be speaking.
Getting a lot of studies.
I would be speaking on my own if I gave you a suggestion, because I'm not sure that I have.
That's what we're recommending, is replacing this with a study. Yep.
Okay. Offline.
Yeah.
So fair contract standards, that's you.
Neutral. Neutral on that. That was me. And then employee attribution.
Oh, that's the
public employee.
That is the study.
That is a study. It's AHS's study. I mean, that we'll let them speak to that, but we do have a slide in our deck that looks at the attribution now. I mean, we feel that this is also very important. So it may not have to be a study. It may be a discussion. It may.
Right.
But talking about it is very important. We agree with that.
Right. So we're neutral, but to be clear, the language in the bill, I think, could possibly delay attribution for a whole nother year, and that is not something that I think is what you intended.
Right.
So I think that has to be looked at. So it's not that we're truly fully neutral.
Okay, so we're semi-neutral.
So I guess the question is that we'll be asking folks when they come in to talk about this is, will attribution naturally detract from or cause a decrease in benefits? That's
a great question.
For me, it's a silly question.
No, but I think that's a great question to ask. And I think the ACO can talk about that more.
It's more than, their concerns are more than just a decrease in benefits. What they're, at least as they were relayed to me when I met with them, is the state employees have been very successful through wellness initiatives to keep the benefits from climbing, and in fact have actually received, I don't know if you would call it a repayment or a rebate, basically, for their initiatives, and they wanted to make sure that that wasn't taken away from them in this. I think that, and I'll try to say this politely, but it's going to be difficult. If the state's true vision for trying to get healthcare reform as it stands now is enunciated in Act 113, which was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, it's kind of embarrassing that the state's own employees aren't part of trying to make this effort successful. And the only way that you truly get to a determination of whether or not this will be successful is if you build enough scale to, so that when you, why? I'll answer the why. The why is that when you walk into your doctor's office, you want that doctor to be treating all the patients the same and treating them on value versus volume, and you don't want them treating Dick differently than they would treat me if we both walked in that same day. And it doesn't truly change their patterns if there's not a large enough part of the population that is attributed in participating in the model. So that's the why.
But we
for whoever asked
yeah,
it.
we would welcome a discussion. I think it's great that you put this in here for.
Well, I think it's an important conversation. I'm hoping that we can have that conversation in here with the interested parties and see if we can put something in that helps move forward.
We don't have anything else. We just have some appendices, and feel free to look at those at your leisure. But we do have the very detailed suggestions that we shared with Jen, and I think she's the best person to review that with you at the appropriate time.
Okay, so but
Yeah, there was actually one other thing I wanted to talk about, and that was, and I'm sure that the ACO will speak for themselves, but a couple things. You had one provision that basically was pitched to a 15% administration.
Okay.
Their current budget is at 1.4.
No, we understand that. That was just like, that was like, thank you. Great.
I don't want people out there to think that they're getting these ridiculous administrative fees, because they're not. And the other thing that you had in there was saying that nobody at the ACO could receive
salary unless it was demonstrated.
Right, and I could understand where you may want to hold the leadership accountable, but when you say nobody at the ACO, if you're hiring somebody into an entry-level position, you would want them to be able to improve, and you wouldn't want them, once you've got them up to being a very productive and efficient employee, to be leaving to go elsewhere because they were unable to get
That's a
an
good
increase.
suggestion. Thank you.
So,
Okay, I don't have anything else.
do you have any questions for us?
I do have one question, but just to clarify, so you, as we had discussed earlier, you are sending some suggestions to Jen, and then we'll be able to review those at some point. But I do have a question about your preliminary scale estimates based on the 2020 budget submission. And I see some negatives in there on population.
Those are approximations. I'm sorry. It's a squiggly line. It's an approximate.
Oh, it's supposed to be.
It's a Cedilla.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I got it. We should change that. Thank you. Yeah,
What's
that's a
going
great
on that
question.
we don't know about?
Approximately. And these, just so you know, and I think the ACO could talk more about this. I know, really. This is part of their budget submission, so these are approximations, and they can update you on where they are with scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should point out in the different appendices that you have, there's resources that you can click on and so on. And before I get out of the chair, I did want to just highlight the fact that some people have asked about whether or not regulatory review has created any true effects on costs in Vermont. If you look at what was the case between 2000 and 2009 with the increases in hospital spending as opposed to this previous decade, it's been cut in half, the increases.
So yes, thank you. This is helpful to have available. And the hospital rates have gone down as compared with it nationally. We're lower. The concern is that the out-of-pocket co-pays and premiums that we're seeing haven't been commensurate. So
They are increasing.
One thing that's not in this bill, but I'm assuming that there's some type of relationship going on between the House committee and here, that somebody will be working on a drug bill. And
on which?
on the drug bill, I hope.
Prescription drugs.
Drugs,
Yeah.
right.
So what I did send to the committee yesterday, and I'm not sure if it got distributed to everyone, but it was just showing you the extremes that states have had to go to because of federal inaction. And the state of Utah is actually paying for plane tickets for people to go down to get very expensive drugs in Mexico for a 90-day basis, and it is so much cheaper adding in the costs of the flight, and they have someone that marshals them through the border, and they pick up the drugs and bring them back, and it's a real travesty. And if you take a look at Blue Cross Blue Shield this past year, 7.9% of that increase was specialty drugs, which are the really expensive drugs.
And then the hospital review as well, that was a large cost driver, the hospital.
And as it stands now, there's nothing that they can do about that. Why is there nothing? Because, well, to be blunt, the federal government doesn't want to do the same things that governments in other countries have done to
keep drug costs low.
Keep drug costs low. I mean, we're one of two countries that allows you to see Phil Mickelson promoting Embro every other night as you turn on the TV. We're a country that still finances, even though it's not as much as it used to be, through the National Institutes of Health, a lot of R&D costs, and yet we allow a lot of those R&D costs, the remainder of them, to be amortized just over the U.S. market. Other countries are willing to negotiate for market share, and if there's a group of drugs in a given class, pick statins, for example, they'll negotiate and they'll give the market to the one that gives them the best price. And the trouble with us as Americans is we want the lowest costs, but we want absolute choice. So we're not willing to give up anything to get those lower costs. And those are the type of things that have to occur. If we can't just say that other countries, and there are other countries that are getting better health outcomes at half the per capita costs as the U.S., we can't just say that we're ever going to get to that point if we're not willing to make the same hard choices that they've made.
So to answer your question, we are very concerned about drug costs, prescription drug costs in this room. And so we're going to continue to follow up on our importation law. So, at least I have been staying connected with the administration as that work goes on. And you'll notice that when the current president talks about that program, he always references Governor Scott of Florida and the work that Florida is doing. Vermont is kind of not in that discussion yet. We've really, I believe, has started that. If we had a more assertive support at the federal level, this would have happened a long time ago. I mean, the rules are, I don't even know if the rules are finished being written yet, so that's scary.
And we're also
Huge
working
concern.
with NASHB. We meet with them regularly to hear about what other states are doing and be informed on that work so we can keep
We'll
this
have
going.
NASHB in again.
We also have regular calls with the congressional delegation, members of their staff. And I can tell you it's not for a lack of trying by some. They're just as frustrated as everybody
Totally
else.
frustrated.
So,
Can you email me that information? Because
The Utah stuff?
yeah, what other states are doing, because I think so.
And I can give you the list.
I sent it to your committee assistant and hopefully that it got
I
forwarded
will
on.
just transfer it over. Finance has got a couple.
We all have it.
Just limiting out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, right.
But
Yep.
it,
Like the insulin bill. And
Yeah.
I can send you the link to NASHB.
I mean, we haven't made,
Your biggest problem with some of those bills is going to be that the way the federal law is established, you have an actuarial value to meet,
yeah, no,
meet
we've
the
already,
metals.
Yep.
yes, we know this. It's frustrating.
Yes.
But I'm ready to start taking on the pharmaceutical companies again. It's been a few years, but we used to do a lot. And if nothing else, we can make enough noise.
Well, our bill that we passed a few years ago, the importation bill and the transparency bill, and I reported on both of those at the national NASHB meeting 2 years ago. Those are still bills that are held out as the progressive prescription drug bills. And so anything else that finance does will be great.
The healthcare advocate came in, and I guess Thursday was the last day we met. About 5 o'clock at night, suggested that we require hospitals to sell at the
340B.
340B.
We had that bill on our wall.
420 something else.
That one I just want to tap.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you both. You've got us off in the wrong direction. No, it's the right direction at the wrong time. All right, so the list that I have is not in any order. So what I'm going to do is ask Devin Green and then Helen Laban. I put an order to this. So Devin and then Helen, and then we'll move on to the insurance companies, and then we'll go to the ACO, and then we'll go to Ina Backus. So you know when you're up. That makes sense. So Devin, welcome.
Sorry.
Paul's kind of quiet right now. Why don't we leave the door open?
You want it open for air?
Yeah.
There was a little.
And if it gets noisy,
It was a real nice feeling to have air.
Just need to open, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Because we're crushing a couple people.
Good. Welcome.
Hi. Devin Green, Vermont Association of Hospitals and Health Systems. Before I dive into S290, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the current status of hospitals and both healthcare reform, where we look nationally and internationally. So,
Yes. It was great while it lasted.
I could yell, maybe. So just a little background on Vermont's hospital system. As you know, we're a completely nonprofit hospital system. But what you may not know is that according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Vermont is the second most rural state in the nation. So Maine is number 1, Vermont is number 2. We always think of places like Wyoming or North Dakota as more rural than here. But the reality is that in those places, a lot of their population is centralized in their cities. So what this does in Vermont is it creates a difficulty in providing access to care. We have to spread out our services a lot more. It's more difficult to be efficient. Critical access hospitals, just by their very designation, are supposed to be inefficient. They're more about access. They're not about big money savings. They're about making sure that care is there in the community. At the same time, you may be surprised to learn, you had some national experts coming in talking about the state of hospitals, how they build up and they build up and they buy each other and they jack up the prices and there's no Medicaid cost shift. That is not the case in Vermont with our nonprofit hospitals. When you look at the number of beds per 1,000 individuals, we are 39th in the nation for the number of hospital beds that we have, which is shocking to me because we are always number 1 when there's a per capita measurement, right? Like, we always come in as number 1. We are not only 39th in the nation, but when you look at DC and Wyoming, DC has a similar population to Vermont. They are more than double of what Vermont has with beds. When you look at Wyoming, which is also a similar population to Vermont, they are many beds as well. And then if you look internationally, we're actually below the UK, Canada, Denmark, and Sweden when it comes to the number of hospital beds in Vermont. So this is not a situation where we are building up tons of hospitals, tons of inpatient, inefficient. If there's any inefficiencies, it's just due to the very nature of our rural state. While we have that, Vermont's consistently ranked high as best in healthcare in the nation. So in the top 5 in Kaiser Health, number 1 for United Health Foundation. So hospitals really are doing a lot with very little. And I just want to make sure you get that perspective. We are different than the rest of the nation. And we're also different.
Goodness.
I know. And we're also different when it comes to our healthcare reform. And again, this is another situation where we're doing a whole lot with very little. So California is looking to do a very expansive social determinants of health, looking at housing, looking at all the social determinants of health and helping people in that way. Vermont is trying to do that as well with OneCare. The difference here is California has $1.5 billion in federal funds to apply to that effort.
Where, how do we get that?
I know. Well, we did have access to $209 million, and we haven't gotten that.
Million.
Yeah, 1.5 billion would be great. And you think, oh, it's California, that's why they get 1.5 billion, it's more people. But when you look at it, they're actually looking to help out 300,000 individuals. So not so different from Vermont. That's just the scope of what it takes to create this change in the social determinants of health. 1.5 billion to help people with housing, to help them with mental health services, to get them coordinated care. It's a staggering number. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, as you heard, they are doing a rural hospital program. Right now they have 13 hospitals in that program. Again, pretty similar to Vermont. They had $25 million available for their startup costs, which included overseeing the model, aggregate and analyze data, compile and submit reports, propose and administer the global budgets, and approve the rural hospital transformation plans. So those are all $25 million just to do those sort of arguably administrative things. It takes a lot to change over to this healthcare delivery system reform before you even get into the social determinants of health. Meanwhile, again, Vermont is doing a whole lot with very little. We receive some startup funding from the federal government, not the same amount as the $25 million that Pennsylvania is getting. And as I mentioned, we did have $209 million available to us, but we have not been able to tap into that. So that leaves us with a healthcare reform that needs to be very efficient and streamlined. And when we started out with that healthcare reform, the legislature here laid out a very comprehensive framework to oversee the all-payer model, ACOs, the agreement for the all-payer model, and ACO budgets. And that was found in Act 113. And usually this is the part in the testimony where I would say, oh, you have it in your slides, just take a look at it later. I'm not going to do that today. I want to go through this because it is comprehensive and it's worth looking at. So with the all-payer model agreement in Act 113, Act 113 required that the all-payer model the all-payer model agreement, so this is just the agreement between the feds and Vermont. The agreement has to be consistent with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. It has to preserve consumer protections under Medicare, including maintaining Medicare-covered services, Medicare cost-sharing, and Medicare appeals process, allow providers to choose to participate, give patient and provider choice, and include outcome measures for population health. The Medicare payments go directly from the federal government to the ACO or providers, not through the state of Vermont. The state of Vermont was very adamant when it set up this system that they did not want Medicare payments going through. Now the federal government is not going to say, yeah, we're going to do deals with every provider in Vermont. That's why they want the ACO. The next piece of Act 113 pertains to the all-payer model. So under these requirements, the all-payer model must be consistent, again, with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. The Medicare payments have to go directly from the federal government to the ACO providers, not through the state of Vermont. You have to maximize alignment between payers, which is one thing you're trying to do here. Strengthen and invest in primary care. Incorporate the social determinants of health. Adhere to mental health parity and integrate mental health and substance abuse treatment into the healthcare system. And include a process for integration of existing community-based providers into a fully integrated care system that may include transportation and housing. Integrate approach to data collection and analysis, exchange and reporting. Evaluate access to care, quality of care, patient outcomes, and social determinants of health, arguably what you're trying to see happen in this legislation. Require shared decision-making, support coordination of care, and work with the healthcare advocate to ensure robust grievance and appeals process. So that's a lot of protections in there. Then there's ACO oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board. So we have our hospital budget oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board where hospitals provide detailed information on their budgets. This is ACO oversight of the ACO, which includes the hospitals. So it's a little bit like double oversight. And in here, the ACO governing body has to have governance, leadership, and management that's transparent and represents ACO participants and providers. It has to have care coordination, including blueprint. It needs to have mechanisms for receiving and distributing payments to providers. It needs to have no discrimination against providers, evidence-based healthcare, coordination of care, electronic health records, and other technologies, meaningful participation in health information exchanges, performance standards, which again we're talking about in this bill as well. No restrictions on information and provider-patient relationship, shared decision-making, outreach and hotline to consumers, shared de-identified complaint information to the healthcare advocate, collaborating with community providers, which I know is a big goal here, so that's already encompassed in statute, patient choice, public sessions of the ACO meetings, no decrease in access to healthcare, which again, I see that in the concern for the state employees and the teachers. My understanding is that their benefits will not change, but I will let others speak to that. Public session of ACO meetings, no decrease in access to health care, and financial guarantee to cover losses. So that's general ACO oversight. Within that, there's the ACO budget. So in the oversight for the ACO budget, the Green Mountain Care Board must receive information regarding the utilization of healthcare to ensure that there's no sort of restrictions on people having access to healthcare. The goals, they have to look at the goals of the health resources allocation plan, which again gets to what you're worried about in terms of where services are located. The soundness of the ACO and its principles, the report from professional review organizations, effort to prevent duplication of services, which I know gets to the community provider worry about sort of buying, not building. So the ACO has been working on ensuring that efforts are not duplicated. Incentives for healthcare investments to strengthen primary care, which I know is an issue near and dear to the heart of this committee. Incentives to integrate community providers. Incentives for system healthcare investments and social determinants of health. Incentives for addressing adverse childhood experiences. Public comment on all aspects of ACO costs and use on ACO proposed budget. information from meetings with ACO, information regarding ACO administrative costs, effect of Medicaid reimbursement rates, extent to which costs are transparent to make patients aware of costs of healthcare services, and then added in Act 52 was the extent to which the ACO provides resources to primary care practices to ensure care coordination and community services, including mental health and substance use disorder counseling that are provided by community health teams that are available to patients. In addition, in Act 52, the Green Mountain Care Board needs to report on the manner and degree that social services are integrated into the ACO. The AHS must provide an interim status report, and the AHS and the Green Mountain Care Board must submit a plan to coordinate the financing and delivery of Medicaid mental health services and Medicaid home and community-based services, as well as future plans for integrating long-term care in January 1st of 2021. So this is the framework that we're currently working under. So when I read through S290, I kind of wanted to cry because we are doing so much with so little right now. And there's been a lot of questions of why are hospitals doing this? Why are hospitals sort of putting themselves out of business because instead of fee-for-service, they're doing these fixed payments? And I'll tell you that what our rural hospitals need now more than anything is predictability and stability. And I was reflecting on how I was in the seat 2 years ago on February 14th arguing for the same thing when we were looking at universal primary care. I was in here last year on S7 when we were talking about S7. And having consistently these sort of proposals come in year after year of trying to change the framework of this program and require more reporting and more administrative burden is not giving our rural hospitals the predictability and the stability that they need.
So what about the suggestion that Chair Mullen made about having global hospital budgeting?
You know, I would like to. I would like to.
Reserve the answer if you would, but I think that's an important question.
I think that's what One Care is leading up to, right? Like
Yes,
let's get through this waiver.
So then let's figure out how to do it is the other question. And so what steps need to be taken in order to ensure that we have a sustainable global budget, especially for the critical care hospitals?
And the steps we need to take is to make this waiver a success.
We're with you.
We need to make this waiver a success. This conversation is happening on the national level. They want to move to value-based care. If we're still under the Trump administration, God help us. They are not going to care about shifting funding to community providers. They are just going to want to cut costs. They are going to use bundle payments the way that they use Medicaid block grants and say we're limiting how much money you get. So let's do this right while we have it and set a good precedent going forward so that we can have a strong position going into our next negotiation with the federal government.
Okay. Thank you. All right, why don't you keep, where are you now? Because it's just a long list of things that I know are currently in statute and then things that are related to S290 that you shared concerns about. So.
Well, the whole long list is what's currently in statute.
I got that.
The position on S290 is that we do not support this bill. We do not support anything that adds further administrative burden or unpredictability to this model.
Do you think that the outcomes assessment and evaluation that's currently happening at the board is sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of decision making on Any DSR investments? Do you believe that those are being done adequately through the ACO process and governance structure?
Yes, I do, and I think that the other reason that hospitals got involved in this and that providers are really excited about is that this is provider-led reform. It really shifts the focus to providers and patients making decisions about where healthcare resources should be, and I think we should retain that sort of provider-led focus.
Okay, any questions? So do you have specific suggestions for change as the board is going to be making some suggestions for change in the bill, and however that might affect the sections that you're concerned about? I don't know at this point. I mean, I have an inkling, but it would be helpful to have your feedback on those changes or any changes that you might suggest as we go forward.
Good to know. And our position again is not to support the bill at all, and to not move forward with the bill at all.
Great. Okay. So healthcare reform, we don't want to touch it.
We're doing it now,
okay.
And we need to put our resources there.
And then in terms of contract transparency, and in terms of rate assessment, rate regulation of rates, you're okay with everything that's happening now?
We are doing healthcare reform now. I think anything that opens up contracts or starts a rate setting process, again, is that unpredictability that will hurt our rural hospitals.
Okay. Well, we'll have to talk about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's very helpful. You love the bill.
You sound like Trump. That's what he does. Comes in one morning, goes out tomorrow.
Helen, please.
Okay. So I'm Helen Levin from Bi-State Primary Care Association. You have testimony from me pre-submitted. It's written as if it's a script. I'm not going to actually read it. That I'll just go through in bullet points and highlight the points we would like to make. And for this, I'm speaking from the perspective of the federally qualified health centers, the FQHCs. And we, like Devin, we do oppose S290 constructively. We constructively oppose it. In a very positive way, we oppose it. I did want to put that up front, though, because I am choosing to highlight a few areas that are most concerned to FQHC, so I'm not doing a line by line of every element of the bill for efficiency's sake. And what you have at the beginning here is a discussion of FQHCs are a little bit distinct in that we respond very heavily to federal regulation, and it's a lot of federal like they wanted me to bring in the manuals but it would not fit in this room to bring in all the federal regulation.
We don't want to know about it.
We do not need to belabor that point. So there's 100 additional requirements, right? And so we feel particularly sensitive to added burden and discussion of setting up new state-based systems that are not just added administrative burden, but for us it has the potential of being, sometimes they don't sync up with the federal regulation either. So that's just a general concern that we have. And additionally, the FQHCs feel this in a day-to-day sort of way. It's on top of general concerns around administrative burden. I mean, we know that our primary care providers are spending as much time on the paperwork related to their patient as they are with that particular patient. So it all gets built into that general atmosphere of concern. So that's just a starting point of where we're coming from. And for FQHCs, we feel as if it's very transparent. So we recognize the fact that it's not just whether or not people are looking at the FQHCs individually to know that they're doing okay or that the federal government is looking at it, that it matters that the state also has that holistic view of what's happening throughout the healthcare system. And FQHCs are not directly regulated by the Green Mountain Care Board, although they do participate in the ACO, so they're indirectly part of that. And we do talk with them frequently and are part of their advisory committees. I should say that that federal information that we have out there is generally available, and we're happy to work with anyone at the state who wants to access that data or evaluate it or look at it for transparency's sake. So we feel overburdened in regulation, and we feel like we're transparent. In this bill, I will say there's one very specific area where that comes into play, which is in the section, I believe it is section 5, looking at the designated agencies, which includes that line about preferred provider organizations. And that includes some FQHCs. And so while they recognize that participating in that program at VDH, they would come under programmatic review, the idea of their entire organization coming to a separate regulatory system because of that participation is just unreasonable, and we would recommend striking that. I don't know if anyone has an issue with that.
So explicit, which section? The whole section on
the preferred provider organization line in that section.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And we also have a timing issue that I know Devin spoke to, and this is sort of a two-part or even a three-part timing issue. So we have FQHCs that have 9 of 11 of them have joined the ACO. Some of them more recently. Some of them are expanding the payer mix that they're participating for. It's a time of transition and building up to scale, and all the uncertainty in running multiple books of business that come with that. So it feels like a time of working through that that progress with the ACO. At the same time, HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Association, administration, which is our federal folks, are moving FQHCs towards value-based care as well. And they have new programs that will be going into place, different ways of evaluating and funding us. So we're also helping our members work through that period of transition. We know that the first phase of this work at the state level in the all-payer model is ending at the end of 2022. That's roughly as much as the federal government is on time for anything, that roughly equates with what's happening federally. So when we talk about changes, we're looking towards 2023. And the idea of changing midstream to a new system feels a lot like having the rug pulled out from under us. It's disheartening, as Devin expressed. So we do have concerns about the timing in that regard. I also wanted to talk about the contracting provision of this, and in this, so it's not as if our members think that all of contracting is perfect, right? I often hear from my members about the contracts. And when we hear about it, it sort of comes into one of two categories. They either have a specific problem with a specific contract that they're looking at that they don't feel is fair, and that's kind of the upside of all the regulations around FQHCs, right? It's really, there's a lot saying how you have to pay them, what you have to pay them for. So when we have a dispute like that, we will review it and we'll bring it to DFR for their review and assessment of an individual contract. At the same time, we also know that there are questions about new types of contracts. So when our members were looking at joining a next generation ACO, they said, you know, this is new territory for us. We don't know what this contract should look like. What should we be doing? So in that instance, we brought in a national firm that specializes in this area to answer the question of what should a contract for FQHCs in a rural area participating in a next generation ACO look like? What would that template be? What would be the broad recommendations?
But remember something, those contracts are quite transparent. You can look at those at any time. But there are other contracts that are not transparent, and you can't. So just
which contracts?
Private carriers.
Right. And those would be the individual ones that we would bring to DFR. So that's right. So that's another way of looking at the two different classes that we look at. Yeah. And so we understand that there's that individual regulatory, and then there's the idea of bringing in some expertise around a type of contract, and certainly we would anticipate that second area of contract to be one that will come up again as we go through healthcare reform. So it's not that we think that contracting is perfect, it's just a question of what is the problem statement that S290 is trying to solve, and are there tools in place that we have experience with that we could use to solve that problem. So that's another issue we have. And then, so there's a bigger theme, and this is, I think, why BICE is generally opposed to S290, and I think it came out a little bit in Vaz's testimony as well, which is sort of like the forest for the trees question. So Vermont is a leader in healthcare reform, but it is something that's happening nationally. We are out ahead for various reasons, including our all-payer model that brings the payers into alignment. And it feels like a lot of the questions that I hear coming up around the regulatory issue is in fact related not to something that's happening specifically in Vermont, but into it's sort of symptomatic of bigger questions of how do we regulate a different way of doing business in healthcare. So, we look at the primary care investment report and how do you look at primary care investments in value-based environment. We would look at the preventive care issue that's come up previously, right? So we're trying to make generational change. We're trying to measure it on a 1 or 2 year return cycle. That's a problem. And it came up today, the question of, we have this reform model that's trying to reduce the growth in total cost of care, but how and when does that translate into consumers paying less for their health care, right? And these are all very valid questions. But they're also national questions. They're not just Vermont questions. And so our overall concern with S290 is that we really need to engage nationally in this conversation and stand back and take a look at healthcare reform and how that interacts with regulatory reform. And to spend time right now going line by line through S290, making these small changes, it sucks resources and energy and time out of the system while leaving those more fundamental questions unanswered. And that feels very disappointing. It feels like a missed opportunity. So that is why we are speaking in opposition to S290, but as I said, constructively in opposition to S290.
So, and will you do this for us as language appears and changes are made? Will you also keep an eye on those changes, and any constructive criticism that you could give would be extremely helpful, knowing that as we have said in this room and as others have said, wouldn't it be great to have a lot of the issues that are in S290 taken outside for a broader conversation with folks who can work on those things in a little group?
We are certainly happy to. I feel like I need to say with respect for me and for my colleagues, we're smart people, but there are national experts out there. We might need some outside help from folks at Johns Hopkins, at the different states that are looking at this in detail. I'm not an actuary, nor have I built global budgeting systems, right? But there are folks who have done that, and it would be wonderful to have a way to call upon their expertise as we discuss this.
Sure, we get that. And ATROC was fortunate to have some national experts come in and talk to us. So thank you. That's where some of this is coming from. Anyway, thank you. It's good. Another person who loves mantra. Oh, sorry. All right, so I think we're going next to Sarah as Susan. So I don't know which order it's in this time. Who goes first?
I'll go first.
All right. I think you went first last time, but thank you for being here.
I think we need a scoreboard, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so Susan Gradkowski, MVP Healthcare. I'm going to limit my comments to the health insurance section, which starts.
You don't have a global response?
No. So it starts on page 17. And obviously there's a lot of existing language there. And so my first comment is going to be line 21 at the bottom of page 17.
We don't have the bill on the page.
Which page? Page 17, and the very last line, line 21.
We got it.
Yeah, so what the language says, any proposed rate increase that we would file with the Green Mountain Care Board shall be considered if the proportion, or shall be considered unjust if the proportion of the rate attributable to administrative expenses exceeds the cumulative CPI rate of inflation for the applicable period.
I think I forgot the word increase in there.
What page is that on? And that
rate increase.
coming up on mine.
I need your page again before you go ahead. I'm sorry.
17 into 18.
It's under Jennifer Carby on our thing today.
It's on Jen. Oh, yeah.
Healthcare contract review.
Okay, so if this is talking about when we do a rate filing, obviously one component is administrative expenses, what we're putting in for that. And this would limit our administrative expenses to the cumulative consumer price index rate of inflation for the applicable period. So our folks expressed concern about this. And if I can just read what I got for them, MVP manages its administrative expenses on an enterprise-wide basis, so across New York, across Vermont, across all product lines, not market by market. So we don't have a separate Vermont versus a separate New York. So it says we have been growing in Vermont recently, but we are contracting in New York, which is resulting in net membership reduction. So due to our overall membership shrinking, we've had to push our fixed admin cost onto a lower membership base, which is going to make this number look inflated. So it's not actually that our administrative costs are going up. It's just that, insurance can expand and contract and expand and contract. And, there are some admin costs that you can do things with, but there are fixed costs that we can't. So that's our concern about that. So it says this could result in rates having to be filed that do not produce a rate that is actuarially sound. So, and again, what I've seen over the years is if you have a year or 2 or 3 of rates that are not actuarially sound, it catches up with you at some point. So you're going to end up having to have a much higher rate later on. So that's our concern with that section. So now I'm going to go on. The next section, continuing on page 18, is fair contract standards. Again, most of that is all existing language. And when you get to page 20, starting at line 8, these are new proposed fair contracting standard language that is being proposed here. So the contracting entity shall provide at least 120 days for a provider's consideration of a proposed contract and for negotiation of terms. Healthcare contracts must be for a minimum of 2 years and include reimbursement amounts that are consistent with the rate parameters set by the Green Mountain Care Board pursuant to the Green Mountain Care Board section of this bill. And then this is the one that I really wanted to point out, number 3 on line 14. Prior to a healthcare contract taking effect, it shall be reviewed and approved by the Green Mountain Care Board for fairness, adherence to parameters, blah, blah, blah. So I guess, my question is, when we looked at this, is what problem exactly are you trying to solve here, number 1? So that's the first one. And then, the 2-year contract might make sense in a number of situations, but there may be situations where it doesn't. So to have to be locked into a 2-year contract, there may be situations where it is not a good thing. And then finally, the subsection 3, where the board has to review every single contract that we enter into. I was actually surprised that the Green Mountain Care Board said they were neutral on this. Because when you look at the number of providers across the state, not just hospitals, not just the ACO, not even just large physician practices, but again, the way this is written, this is absolutely everybody. So I can't imagine how many staff the Green Mountain Care Board's going to need to do this.
If there were specific items to be reviewed, such as in the case of fee for service, any discrepancies between independent and clinically or hospital affiliated providers, consideration for facilities fees in place. But some of the concerns that we hear about these contracts are the fairness of reimbursement, and then we hear about fairness around liability, and I know there's a bill in finance on that.
Well, I'm saying this is really getting into health insurance, right?
It does get into health insurance, right? So there are some things that we'll have to talk about that split off to finance, but there have been concerns expressed about the equitable nature of contracts across provider types and categories that are negotiated. And granted, everyone has a right to negotiate these contracts, and the best negotiator wins, but having those contracts evaluated for fairness at some point and equitable reimbursement at some point, I think that's what this is trying to get at. So we'll leave it there for now.
Okay, and so again, would these contracts then remain confidential between the insurer and the board? Or, do they become a public record at the board that anybody could
that is a question.
walk in?
Yeah, we've heard that that's an issue, right?
Yeah. So those are our concerns with that section as well. And just in closing, I would just like to echo Devin Green's concerns that we have been far down a road of healthcare reform.
Yes.
And, this is like adding a whole new layer on top of that. And should we give what we have in place right now a little more time to mature and, go from there?
So you could look at it that way, or you could look at it as some other step in the reform process to ensure that we have all the little pieces in place. So, but it's obviously we're not ready to jump into this. We need to take a little longer look. We get that.
Yep.
We get that. That's why it's our favorite.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sarah, thanks for being here. And the other thing I would say, well, Sarah's coming up, is we understand the commitment that the carriers have made to our reform efforts, and we're very appreciative of those commitments. Seriously.
Sarah Teachout with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Vermont. I will start out by saying that we do oppose S290. And I have some sort of overarching thoughts, and then I'm happy to walk through certain sections that we particularly oppose. So we don't believe that the state of Vermont is going to regulate itself to healthcare reform or affordability. That those things need to be achieved through the all-payer model and the efforts with payers, providers, and government all working together. But that this additional administrative focus is not going to get us there. The second thing that I have to say overarching is that this legislation is still focused on the old model. This legislation is focused on fee-for-service, rate review, and all the things that we've been doing since the dawn of time, I guess. We need to be focused on value-based healthcare reform. And this drags us back into the old fights, the old discussions, and the old way of thinking, and we really need to move forward. And then the last thing I wanted to say overarchingly, and I appreciated your introduction, is that we think that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont and our efforts that we've done this year were a huge step forward. That we enabled every single one of our customers to join the all-payer model. Whether or not they chose to is a different story, but we have come up with a way, and it took us a while, to make that happen. And we want to move forward with that effort. So I can talk specifically about some of the sections of the bill. I'm going to focus mostly on the ones to do with health insurance. The pieces on page 8 that have to do with the 3 specific healthcare services that were subject to the largest increases in commercial rates. I don't know if this is going to get you what you want. Again, it's looking at fee-for-service. It's just looking at, it could be 3 healthcare services that 5 people in the state used that had a large rate increase. There's just not enough here to really give you information, I don't believe.
So I think the board is going to have some comments on that, changes.
Yeah, and when I see the board's recommendations, I'll comment on those specifically.
And I think part of this goes to looking at the next step. The next step in all payer reform is trying to sort out what happens to specialists. Anyway, we're not there yet.
On the board membership, the Green Mountain Care Board is looking at value-based healthcare reform. We actually believe that an actuary or a health insurance regulator would be helpful in looking at that picture.
So would that mean defining board membership in a new way overall? Just think about it. It's not,
Right.
not
I mean,
it's
figuring out the right person at the right time and picking the most qualified candidate is probably the most important thing.
Yeah.
And all of these efforts lock it into this very confined process. On page 13, where you're talking about review and approve proposed healthcare contracts between a health plan and a contracting entity, we have over 2,000 individual contracts with independent providers, plus the hospitals. We believe that this would be an enormous task for the Green Mountain Care Board, and it would also be quite costly.
You heard my comments earlier, right?
And we already have sometimes difficulties getting these contracts executed on time. It's frequent that we don't execute a contract until after the first of the year, and then we have to retroactively change the way we're paying. I think this would just add to that problem. I think I won't get into much of the contract, the things with rate setting. I think the Green Mountain Care Board spoke eloquently about the issues associated with rate setting. When you're looking at healthcare contract review, I did have some questions. I'm not sure that the Green Mountain Care Board would have regulatory oversight over our Dartmouth-Hitchcock contracts.
Right.
Or out-of-state. So Blue Cross, our network contracts with providers all across the country, they obviously wouldn't get into those. And also our non-participating providers. So anyone who refuses to contract with Blue Cross and charges whatever they want is excluded from this. So it's just a very narrow set of contracts that you'd be looking at, even though there are thousands of contracts. I don't believe you're going to get the information that you need. And I also think that you will put Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont as a significant disadvantage with our competitors. If you can't look at Cigna's contracts and United's contracts and all the other non-regulated health insurers in the state of Vermont, you put Blue Cross at a disadvantage. So then, specific to the administrative rate increase section, this is starting on page 17. You're in health insurance rate review, and you're looking at the component. I would have, if you really wanted to go forward with this, I think the language needs some improvement, but comparing administrative rate increases to the CPI, a couple thoughts here. I can give you information about our administrative rate increases going back the last 5 years. They've never been as high as the CPI, so we believe this is a solution looking for the problem. Included in our rate increases, the administrative pieces are state and federal taxes and fees. That includes the costs of the Green Mountain Care Board, of which the legislature has continually shifted away from general fund to health insurer payment for rate review. That's all reflected in our administrative costs, and so that the more that the state shifts those costs onto insurers, the more our administrative costs go up. The second thing is that pieces like our agreement to take over Vermont Health Connect billing, which is a substantial operational cost, go into administrative costs. So that's another piece where state government is shifting to healthcare insurers and ultimately to healthcare payers for the cost of the system. I think you would need to look at what's defined as administrative costs. I think currently it's done different ways by different companies. I attached the L&E, which is the actuarial firm for the Green Mountain Care Board, I attached their review of our rates. They found that in 2020, our administrative costs were negative 0.1%. They also compare us to health insurers, and I can pull it up. They compare us to health insurers nationally and across the Blue system. We are among the lowest on administrative costs. So we believe this is unfairly penalizing those of us who've worked very hard to keep our administrative costs low. And lastly,
CPI could go up.
We don't want our rates to go up any more than they have. I can guarantee you. And the last piece is the word unjust in this language. Unjust is kind of an odd usage of an actuarial term. We use unfairly discriminatory in the actuarially, and that's a definition that actuaries use. I mean, maybe just unaffordable would be more direct, but unjust is a little bit odd.
And that is unaffordable for whom?
I would note that you are repealing the contractor confidentiality language on page 20 and 21 that Susan asked about. I won't get into this again, but we think that puts Blue Cross in an unfair disadvantage against our competitors. And then I think I'll let the state employees and the ACO talk about the study. We don't believe there's going to be enough data available to do this report, and that anything you do to delay enrollment in the ACO is problematic. We know, I think everyone knows, that we need to get more enrollment in the ACO in order to have a good position to negotiate with CMS in the upcoming year. Okay. And I think that's it.
Another reassuring test. Thank you. Thank you. And as I've said to others, any improvements, especially to the last section, would be helpful, because we do need to demonstrate to the state employees and others that this is the all-payer is the right direction to be going. So that piece. Welcome.
Hello. Good. So for the record, it's not snowing. It's not snowing. I know. Whenever I come here, there's a snowstorm. It is supposed to snow tonight.
Yeah, go home fast.
I will. I'll work.
This is temporary, strange club.
So for the record, Vicki Lohner, CEO, One Care Vermont, and if I could just have a moment of levity here, I think that the temperature in this room is just a strategy to have me say uncle to this particular bill. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move through it. I think that a lot of the provider associations did a really nice job talking through Act 113 and additionally Act 52. And just for context, I'm going to keep my comments strictly to those related to the additional administrative requirements for the ACO on regulation, but I'm happy to answer any questions about anything else in the bill that I'm fit to answer, I should say. I feel like we have set up a really nice regulatory framework with Act 113, and additionally really looking at Act 52, which does the integration of the social services work. We actually were on a phone call the other day with a reporter from the Valley News talking through all the work that Vermont has indeed done to really integrate social services into the ACO. This is indeed a very unique model in that sense that it does bring primary care, hospital, and the social services entities together to have a more holistic look. When we first went through this process with the Green Mountain Care Board in 2017 as our test run for our budgeting and certification requirements, I think we were still learning our ways in terms of what the requirements meant and having a lot of back and forth. I have to say that over the years, the requirements and questions have grown significantly to the ACO, which has resulted in almost a doubling projected in our bill back rates. And I have to remind the committee that the ACO's administration is funded through the hospital associations, as well as the preponderance of the delivery system reform efforts. So to date, the hospitals have funded about $44 million, about half of which has gone directly to primary care to fund these efforts. So this takes away from the ability to use money that could be delivered to primary care and other innovations and shifts it to administration. So I just want us to be thoughtful before we add additional administration to this. This is one layer of administration for the ACO that we currently have. Not only is the ACO regulated by the Green Mountain Care Board, we do our own internal regulation too. Every year we have an audit by PwC, which is a national financial auditing firm, to look at our accounting principles. We have undergone an internal assessment on our overall compliance plan because ACOs are relatively unique, so the compliance requirements are different for ACOs than they are for hospital associations. We also had responsibility to the payers, where we have to give them quarterly deliverables on how we are administering the program. So that again takes administrative time from the staff at One Care Vermont. And I would say lastly, the state has put in a framework with the federal government that every year there's an annual evaluation of the ACO and the all-payer model. So that's kind of a fourth level of oversight that the staff undertakes at One Care. This, I know you can imagine, this is timely and costly, and we have a very short time to really be able to deliver on our promises of delivery system reform. I think we have talked a lot about this as payment system reform. We can change the payment system, but if the delivery system doesn't make any changes, then it doesn't matter. And this is really hard work that our providers are trying to undertake on a statewide level, where you don't have systems that are primarily owned by one large healthcare. I mean, we had contracts with hundreds of providers that are trying to coordinate care across the state. So it's a fairly large undertaking. I would say that when we did the analysis of S290 and the additional requirements, they were indeed already covered under Act 113. And perhaps they were said in a different way, but I worry that having requirements that are similar but inconsistent don't add a lot of value and could really kind of lead us down a bad path as a system of care. I would also say, I'm sure you're not surprised by this, but we could not support making our workforce raises contingent upon shared savings within the ACO, and that includes our leaders. We need to be able to recruit leaders to the state of Vermont. And if you look at the all-payer model, as well as our overall objective as the ACO, it's not to save money. It is really to keep the growth of healthcare costs at 3.5 to 4.3. It's not to have shared savings in the model. So I just want to point that out, as that's not one of our overall goals. And as we look in the ACO, that's what the actuarial review does. That's how we take risk corridors, is to assure that there's that sustainability and predictability for those inside the ACO model. I cannot talk about outside of the ACO, but that's our goal within the ACO. And we've been very successful at that. I think even in looking at the Medicaid budget last year, we had $1.5 million variance, and the state didn't have to come back and ask the legislature for $1.5 million because that was covered by the provider group. So sticking with that sustainability and predictability. So in terms of my overall recommendations for this particular bill, I would really encourage this committee and others to take a look at the regulations that already exist, have an evaluation framework for it to make sure that it does make sense in our current value-based system. And are we actually measuring things that get us closer to our goals, or we are measuring for the sake of measuring? My concern is you add additional things without taking a good look at what already exists. And I don't even know if what already exists is perhaps even too much, because that hasn't been done because we're just in the startup years. So I think that would be my overall recommendation, is to take a good look at the current standards. We have budget, we have certification requirements, to develop some sort of standardized evaluation framework for taking a look at that. And I certainly would encourage us to look at the feasibility of having a 2-year budget process. I think that there's ways that the ACO has to go back quarterly to the Green Mountain Care Board to discuss any budget variances that we had. We have over 20 budget orders from the Green Mountain Care Board, so I think there could be a stepwise process in evaluating ACO budget year over year.
Okay, and we haven't gotten to quality metrics, which we'll do another time, because those are the outcomes, I think, that are so critical that haven't been paid attention to. So,
yes.
And are changes being made in the provider community with patients as a result of those quality metrics that you're putting in place? So we'll talk about that next time.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes. And as has been mentioned in this committee by various people, I think you really have to start thinking about getting to scale, because scale is really important for the state, because remember, that's their commitment to the federal government to get more people under that model. Scale is also important to the ACO as well, because if you don't have scale and you have providers operating in multiple systems right now, and they're not going to radically change their overall practices if we continue to just gradually increase over time. And I don't think that you'll be able to see the system being able to continuously be able to invest in these innovations if we're not really going to look at this as a 2.0 situation. And I think there's serious concern from a provider's perspective right now that we aren't going to meet our goals overall as a system, and I put that on us as a system and not just One Care Vermont. We're obviously a part of it, and that we really do need to be able to show success under this model.
Thank you. I'm sorry our time is getting short, and we have to hear from Ina, and we have a couple folks here from Recovery Day. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that we'll be talking again.
Yes.
And before we get into Recovery Day, I am going to have to.
Yes, you will. That's perfectly fine.
Cut 15 minutes out of my chairs.
So the other thing that might be useful to us while Ina's sitting down is, Sarah mentioned how they're bringing in more twisted lives based on your the folks in your organization, and so it would be helpful to understand how that's happening and how many we're seeing. Welcome.
Thank you. Ina Backus, Director of Healthcare Reform at the Agency of Human Services. AHS appreciates the themes that have been discussed this morning related to S290, in particular the theme that components of this proposed legislation are at odds with a state that is looking to set an integrated total cost of care budget for the healthcare system. And that work is happening now, and there is rate setting at an aggregate level that is happening now across a spectrum of services that we want to see more integrated to be more effective in maintaining and improving the health and well-being of Vermonters. Particularly for AHS, there are two components of the legislation that we'd like to share our concerns about. And those components of the legislation put the agency into a particular conflict when it comes to our responsibilities and our requirements as the single state Medicaid agency for setting the Medicaid rates for providers contracting with the agency, as well as overseeing the budgets and engaging in the regulation necessary for designated agencies, specialized service agencies, and preferred provider organizations. As is contemplated now in this legislation, we see a variety of conflicts for us in those regulatory activities. Again, the most important to highlight the potential that our authority as the single state Medicaid agency, which is a federal requirement that the agency be the entity that sets these provider rates, that is a concern, a particular concern at AHS.
Okay, we get it.
Thank you.
But as we move forward, this will continue to be the stress and strain that goes on, and the tension between having a Green Mountain Care Board setting rates with private insurers and then having Medicaid setting rates over here and integrating those things, and how that can happen smoothly and in alignment. So we'll go back to that word that we love. So thank you. It's great. We're pleased that you're here. And we know that today is Recovery Day. It's very important to us. So why don't we introduce ourselves first, and then you can introduce yourself.
I'm Dick McCormick. I represent the Windsor County Senate District.
Debbie Burton from Chittenden County.
Ginny Lyons, Chittenden County.
My name is Jeff Butler. I supervise the Recovery Coach program out of Copley at North Central Vermont.
And David Franklin, I'm the Executive Director of North Central Vermont Recovery Center. Do you mind if I go with some prepared remarks? Cool.
Provide your testimony. That would be really well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us before the Senate Committee on Health and Welfare, Senator Lyons and Senator Westman, and all of you. We are very grateful to be here on Recovery Day at the State House, a yearly event where we share that recovery from addictions, and in this case, substance use disorders, is possible. And that Vermont has one of the most vibrant, holistic, and successful peer-based recovery communities in America. We're blessed to have a community of recovery supports and services and people who serve as powerful beacons of hope in a dark time fraught with dangers and loss and challenges for our citizens, our families, and our communities. I'm here today with my colleague Jeff Butler, who serves as North Central Vermont Recovery Center's Emergency Department Recovery Coaching Program Supervisor. Jeff oversees a remarkable team of peer recovery coaches who provide recovery coaching 24 hours a day, every day of the year at Copley Hospital. Our program, along with the ED coaching programs at some other hospitals and recovery centers around the state, are funded for now through the State Targeted Response and State Opioid Response Grants from SAMHSA, through the Vermont Department of Health, and administered by ADAP. We're here to talk about the program in particular because it is one that has transformed our recovery center and in some ways has begun to transform our community. It's a program that exemplifies the critical role of Vermont's 12 recovery centers play in our communities while standing at the nexus of recovery, prevention, treatment, and intervention. And it's a program that's relevant to this committee because the service within Vermont's hospitals is and will be a critical part of helping to reduce healthcare costs, make OneCare's model successful, and help make our hospitals financially viable, in addition to, most importantly, helping to change the trajectory of many patients' lives. Before I turn this over to Jeff, I want to use a few minutes to share some thoughts with you about recovery and our challenges and opportunities. I do so knowing that there are several of us in this room who have firsthand experience with addiction, and many of us who have had relatives who have suffered or even died as a result of substance use. And I do so believing that we're at a critical juncture in our state's approach to helping people with substance use disorders, and that you as legislators will be among the people who will have to make choices in the months and years to come about where our precious limited resources are spent. It is you who will have to have the courage and foresight to act and invest if we're going to turn the tide in our fight against the opiate epidemic and the epidemic of addictions old and new and still to come. Substance misuse affects tens of thousands of Vermonters, tens of thousands of families, but really in the end it affects us all. Addiction is linked as both cause and effect to everything else that we care about, everything we're trying to address and mitigate and improve upon. It is the ubiquitous, pervasive, and sometimes unseen force holding us all back. Not just the people who are suffering from addiction directly. Substance use and misuse is connected to mass incarceration, adverse childhood experiences, domestic and sexual violence, human trafficking, poverty, hunger, homelessness, and suicide. It's linked to the destruction of families. It's linked to workforce shortages. It's a disproportionate killer of our citizens. Substance misuse is one of, if not the greatest hindrance to the health and wellness and prosperity of our state and its people. Its cost in lives and money is largely unmeasurable and unchecked. And if you want to find hope, if you want to find solutions, if you want to find cost-effective, evidence-based ways to address what's holding our communities and our people back, you actually don't have to look very hard. Recovery centers and other recovery organizations are doing good work, but need your support to be able to do more of what works to help save and change lives. We need to be empowered to do more and do better. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to share with you how ED coaching is among the programs and services that saves lives, makes our communities better, and mitigate costs to society.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. So our role as recovery coaches in the emergency department is to come and sit down with individuals that are being brought into the ED for substance use disorder. Our team is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. When we're called, we are checking in with the hospital staff, doctors, providers, and other individuals that are working at the hospital. At Copley Hospital, so far since the start of our program, we've seen 181 individuals through the course of this first year that we've been running. Numerous people we've helped find their way into various treatment modalities, detox, inpatient, IOP, MAT, also the recovery services that we offer at the recovery centers as far as regular recovery coaching, our support group meetings, 12-step meetings, just a fantastic recovery community that we have over at the recovery center in Morrisville. Statewide, the program has seen over 1,500 people. That's unique individuals, so that does not include revisits.
One of the things that we hear is how sort of tenuous recovery is for patients and how critically important it is. So just in terms of the work that you're doing with folks, are you seeing a success rate in keeping people from committing suicide or any relapse? How do you keep track of your success, I guess?
We are using a data platform called Recovery Data Platform from Faces and Voices of Recovery, so it's RDP. So we have intakes that are in there, each encounter that we have, each phone call that we make. So the program, after we meet with the individual in the ED, we would do at least a 10-day follow-up phone calls with them. And the level of engagement has been very high. If the individual isn't willing to go or doesn't want to go into treatment or any type of treatment modality right off the bat, more often than not, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days later, they'll reach back out and say, hey, actually, I would like to try something different because what I'm doing right now isn't working for me.
And there's some other redundancies. For example, probably the first way that we'll be able to see in monetary terms and otherwise what effect this has had. And again, we're kind of talking about Copley, but this is statewide at 9 centers and 9 hospitals right now, but soon to be more. At Copley, it kind of started with social workers doing case management around high utilizers to help reduce costs within med-surg and the emergency department. So that was a starting point. Before this program began, we were already doing calls up there with the social workers to try to intervene in processes to help people change the trajectory of their lives on a limited basis. This will help, basically they're able to identify people who are coming back again and again and again. And, there's people that are coming in who have just experienced an overdose and it's been reversed. There are people that are in withdrawal and many other conditions that are going on, or health conditions where a screening process identifies that actually part of what's going on is the substance use. Right. And so then they're able to call us in. So there's a lot of redundancies within our own tracking of information, but also within the healthcare world of them seeing where are people being connected, are we keeping them from constantly revisiting the emergency department due to recurrences or continued overdoses or things like that. We also, one of the transformative effects, and I know we're kind of butting up against time here, one of the transformative effects is that we have been able to instill a culture of harm reduction within the hospital. One of the things that has happened is we've been able to get Narcan out to many of the EMS services, and we're actually providing it through VDH within the hospital. We know that at least 4 people have been saved by Narcan that we gave out through the emergency department. We've given out over 300 doses, and actually Commissioner Levine over at Recovery Day just said that they know of 29 that have been saved through Narcan given out by recovery centers in the last year. So there's some real concrete results and ones that are still to come.
And so what's really good about that is that you're reinforcing the work that we're doing here, because we have invested the money to provide the Narcan that now you're handing out and saving lives. So, it's great to hear that feedback.
We are so fortunate in Vermont that we are investing in that. It's a negligible cost to save people's lives, and I have to tell you, I wish I could show you these people, but we get to engage with them over a long period of time. We build relationships. We see what they become, who they become, and I can tell you that it has allowed people. We say where there's life, there's hope. We have seen people as a result of that investment who have gone on to be incredibly valuable members of our community. So we're really grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very often.
I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Carg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all. So make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes, under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Somerset Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? I second that. So Terry Chapman and Louis White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the Select Board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normandale.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the select board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte,
do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the select board had chosen to add to the capital fund that that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you are asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes, it's going to be easy for you.
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't we, I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018, and that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also. And then further out, we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick.
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but How do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Lewis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for upfront to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. I don't think, Lewis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28?
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Lewis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we
anymore
have,
because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. It gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over the railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over the rail mower.
Okay, so it's just the grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right of way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, you might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Lewis, did you have something to add?
Lewis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric.
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower. That's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk. Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando. Does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately? I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back, there are seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with farmland protection. We decided to do the $500,000. 5,000, 500,000. What the heck? I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and it was they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. In the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, it was, here's what we want, and, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications and that, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So if you have your town report, it is let's move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, I say last page, hey, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded because we got SEVIDs that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normando. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dummerston Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid assessment just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number, the 49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White, when the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures, they wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Dummerston Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually $84,000. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Newell. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be up to the 12% on 100,000 per tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the two figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway. So that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $2,400 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that. So when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again. Hold it like you.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now, that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase or insurance, actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th. So that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Louis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Louis White, thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our fire department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our fire department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the Select Board 5 years now, and this was the first year where the fire department really came and presented a budget, and I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the fire department. And I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the fire department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a select board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your select board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected fire department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the fire department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the fire department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee and note that the fire department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to. We did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. We want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being